I mean, it's so infuriating.
Post week 1, we've all done that one. We've all had this, like me last year.
Why do we play?
After week 1, it's like, this is stupid. My team is, I went through my draft order last year. Is like, gone. All these players are terrible. But opening night, new records.
So Jason had, he's playing Mike, and he had Dak and CD.
Oh, yeah.
And A.J. Brown.
Yeah,
You literally told everyone you should not play Dak.
And I knew it. But Dak, to be fair,
looked awesome.
He looked awesome. He balled out. He was throwing dimes, and unfortunately, none of them were caught. And
no touchdown.
No touchdowns.
Ferguson, no touchdown. Lamb dropped 4.
Lamb had 4 drops, 3 bad ones, but 4 in the game. I don't know if it'll go down as 4 or 3.
Are we counting the layout as the 4th?
I am.
Oh, I count that as a drop too.
Yeah. It's a hard catch, but for CeeDee Lamb on 4th and game.
That's not a drop if it's Tyquan Thornton.
Right.
That's a drop for CeeDee Lamb.
No,
it's also not a drop
for Jefferson.
It's also not a drop if it's a first quarter, 2nd and long. This is a no. Like, this is a you have to go all out, put your body on the line, which he did, but you got to catch that ball.
If you are paid as a top, where is CeeDee Lamb in the top 2% of wide receivers?
Yeah.
And okay, that means the hardest 2% of passes, you have to catch them.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the rules.
Dave Richard highlighted the fact Dak did something only 6.8% of qualifying QBs did last year: score less than 10 fantasy points without a pick.
Impressive.
Beautiful.
He was 21 for 34 for 188. CeeDee Lamb, look, the game was close. And we had a really, I felt like an idiot. I said, hey, the defenses probably have the advantage in week 1. And then both teams scored all the times.
Oh, it was
in the first
such a great start to the NFL season.
Yeah.
Back and forth. No one could stop anyone.
Javonte Williams.
The double up Javonte. Oh, my goodness. Robbing everyone. Even people who drafted Javonte are unhappy because they didn't start him.
No, Papa Josh and the Falcon had Javonte, and he's on their bench.
Of course he's on their bench.
Because they didn't know Jalen Carter would spit at Dak 5 seconds in the game, and then the seas would part.
If we could have the NFL at the beginning of every game remove each team's best defensive player, that would be great. Because it was no Micah Parsons.
Yeah. No Jalen Carter.
No Jalen Carter's a wonderful thing. But then even when we got that, the sky opened up and said no.
Which was a point in favor of Team Dome over here.
Big Dome.
You guys with Team Dome.
Big Dome. We were strutting through the streets.
No,
in that second half.
It's cool to have weather factor into games. Look how cool that
we're
lightning
tough.
was.
We're men. We play through everything.
Let's stop the game
lightning.
for an hour and then have everybody come out looking awful because of course, because they're humans.
So Jason's doing great, and we have news to talk about.
We haven't even gotten through the other part of Jason's tilt.
Okay, what's the other part of? Oh, A.J. Brown.
A.J. Brown.
Go ahead and bring up the A.J. Brown
player card.
Yeah,
we got some new graphics for YouTube. And we got A.J.
These are nice.
We're going to be able to recap last week's stats.
And for those listening, here's what the stat line says here up on the screen on YouTube. We've got the
100% catch rate.
100% catch. One target, 1 reception, 8 yards, 1.3 fantasy points. So
5% target share.
There was a point in this game where I was like, well, maybe the hamstring is hurting and he's just out there to draw the defense.
Which I wasn't locked in on A.J. Brown, but
I was.
Over the first half, I saw some people tweeting he's not running downfield. So I would have to go back and check the tape of all the routes that he was running. So
he ran fine.
He is the wide receiver 6 on the year now.
Nice. So then how do you
shut up?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Philly's wide receiver 3, Jason?
Yeah.
Wish you started Dotson?
It will obviously get better from here. Yeah, this is why we play, because someone loves it and someone hates it every single week. But
Kyle wants us to remind people last year in week 1, Jackson Smith and Jigba had 2.9 points. Amon-Ra St. Brown had 2.8. Terry McLaurin had 2.8. Drake London had 2.5. It's week 1. I think it's compounded for A.J. Brown because of the hamstring of like, is he good?
I also think what we saw last night shows the recipe's not changing for Philadelphia. That's one thing I will say, is that the recipe for success for them, and mind you, Jalen Carter missed the game, all of it, and the recipe's going to be Saquon. The recipe's going to be Jalen Hurts when they need to, having him run the football.
The Dallas secondary played pretty well.
They have good corners, and then you have the interior passes. Dallas Goedert involved in a lot of underneath stuff. So Philly, I think there's going to be games that you are frustrated because the way the game flows, it's a lot of Saquon. They're hard to stop, and A.J. Brown will be fine. And if you want to target him in a trade, I would. If there's somebody that wants to be freaked out, week one, right? It hits harder. Week one hits harder than any other week because it's all your preconceptions of the teams, and then if it doesn't happen, you're like, oh no, am I wrong? And
George was 3 for 30. He is listed as 4 targets. He had how many? Did he have 2 PIs that he drew?
He had 15 yards, I think, right?
I think he drew 2 PIs, but one was a bomb.
Yes.
Potential touchdown, 50-yarder.
He'll be much better, too. Like, part of it is pass rush and them not having as much time to get the ball downfield.
I think, for me, watching the Dallas offense, Javonte didn't look special, but he was getting what was there for him. And a couple extra yards. You're not going to get huge breakaway plays, but, I mean, if you can get what Rico had last year, where it's just a lot of 5-yard runs, chunk runs. He's trusted at the goal line. The 2 touchdowns.
I was impressed.
I'm very optimistic.
Yeah, I was impressed with the Dallas offensive line. And not just how they played. Obviously, Carter not being there made it far easier, but the design, the motions and the pulls and that type of stuff was okay. That it looks like there will be more for just a guy running back to receive. I don't think Javonte's going to get double up touchdowns very often. But, yeah, there was some great takeaways from that awful game.
Jalen Hurts, no passing touchdowns, but 2 rushing touchdowns, 14 for 62. When they spread it out, he has got all day to figure out where he wants to run. If they don't spy him, he was toasting people. And Dotson was 3 for 59, Goddard 7 for 44, Barkley 4 catches for 24 yards. Devontae Smith, I mean, we say, hey, A.J. Brown struggled. Devontae Smith was 3 for 16. This is what happens sometimes. This is Philly's occasional situation.
If the Eagles can successfully run the ball,
they will.
The majority of the time. They will. And they're not going to be like, oh, but we want to pass. We've got great weapons. No, it's like if it's working, they're not going to stop doing it.
Agreed. And we haven't even got to the other part of the news that I really
my turn.
am excited about. But first,
Foot Clan Friday.
Well, our first Foot Clan Friday of the year, $100 gift card to fantasychamps.com going to a random supporter at jointhefoot.com. The winner this week, Toby Robbins. Toby Robbins.
The psychologist guy?
You're talking about the inspirational...
Yeah, Tony. That's Tony Robbins.
This is Toby. He probably sells insurance or something. Toby Robbins.
Why you gotta do Toby like that?
I don't know. If your name's Toby, come on. 50-50?
You probably sell insurance.
You probably sell insurance.
What if Toby's like an artist? He's a sculptor.
He makes artistic insurance documents.
Yeah, I was going to say, there are a lot of fine artworks with Toby signed in the corner. I mean, but yeah, we gave him something. Yeah, $100.
Toby was...
Congratulations, Toby.
Yeah.
Toby was Spider-Man for a little bit, guys.
Oh.
The worst.
Spider-Man.
Oh, the worst. Oh, my God.
How, sir?
I mean, Toby from The Office.
The first 2 Spider-Man
What does Toby from The Office
great.
do?
Oh, man.
I don't know.
He's not cool.
Yeah, he's
But
pretty
this
funny,
Toby's cool because he won $100 to fantasychamps.com. Also, if you want to become a part of the Foot Clan, support the show, get premium in-season tools, the Ultimate Dashboard just released, a bonus weekly episode of the show, and a lot more, go to jointhefoot.com. And now it's time for part 2 of what I'm looking forward to the most.
News and notes from around the league, presented by Progressive Insurance.
The calf herd round the world. Christian putting the calf in McCaffrey.
Yeah.
Oh, I like
that.
I didn't see that coming.
Added to the injury report. Yesterday with the calf injury, was limited He was not on the injury report on Wednesday,
No.
which at least makes you think new injury. He also did not appear to the media. He normally does on Thursdays.
I'm assuming that just is like if you get hurt and you're limited, you don't have to go do it. But
So
I could be wrong.
we are going to watch the Friday practice report with bated breath. Mike,
Yes.
How are you feeling? The season, we haven't even had game one. I believe yesterday you said something
Yes, on
to the
Footcast.
extent of, it was on the Footcast, and it was like, what do you think you'll be saying after week one of the NFL season? And it was something like that everyone should have drafted Christian McCaffrey because he's healthy for week one, and you'll realize how great it is.
Yes. I'm going to start with a flashback.
Uh-oh.
We do have this.
Come on, what's wrong with your potty?
Oh, man.
That was talking about Christian McCaffrey,
That was
right?
talking about Christian McCaffrey.
Let's get that one more time. That was
Oh,
Jason.
you want that? Okay.
Jason.
Come on, what's wrong with your potty?
That was an all-timer. And it's funny to think how many different people have got to experience this moment.
So I got
in over how many different years as well.
Yeah.
So got the tweet. Y'all, there's the scene in the movie The Shining where the gal is trapped in the bathroom.
Uh-huh.
That's what I know. I know what that feels like now because the tweet felt like Jack Nicholson with an axe coming through my door to get me.
Do you think
this will shock you guys?
Do you think on Sunday you will feel like the scene from Dumb and Dumber where he is stuck in the bathroom?
We'll find out later today. As you guys might expect, Twitter, very calm and collected about that. Very calm and collected. Didn't get 1,000, I trusted you messages, which everything about Christian McCaffrey was laid out of, is he healthy? That was the entire...
I don't want Christian McCaffrey hurt.
Right.
I don't.
So we will be watching.
But he's hurt so much.
We will be watching today. If he's limited today, then he's playing on Sunday. If somehow you get the DNP, then it will be panic in the streets.
So at
Look,
least
I'm the McCaffrey guy. I'm freaked out right now, man.
Yeah, you've got him in both major leagues.
I have him everywhere.
Well, you have been in his camp. And
Good news, Mike. You had to go against A.J. Brown and Dak Prescott, so you're going to be fine.
But so if you didn't see any of the Tom Pelissero stuff, he was
your favorite dude.
Yes, I mean he is the ultimate hype man, ultimate shill. But Tom has no idea that we have a feud.
No, of
it's a
course
one-way.
not.
It's a one-way feud.
And don't say we includes.
I know.
Andy
I
and
love that
here.
guy.
This is just you.
I love that guy.
This is you v Tom without Tom v you back.
The boot does not concern himself with the ant.
Yeah.
But his report was really strange, honestly, because when you see it in print, you're like the headlines are, no red alarm. You're like, oh, okay, thank goodness. But then you actually watch him talk about it, and he's like, well, it's not DEFCON 1. You're like, there's a lot of other numbers
There's
in the
tons of
DEFCONs.
DEFCONs, man.
There's 2, and you know
Two's
what?
pretty
Two's
bad.
really bad.
Really bad.
So at least
I
one.
just don't know.
One injury
man.
expert that I was reading this morning, their opinion was he will not practice today and that he will miss time.
Okay.
But they also believe that it was not related to tendonitis from last year. They think maybe strain. That was one of the speculative. I mean, look, we don't know.
Yeah.
We need the practice report today.
do.
If he practices, like there is a world where Christian McCaffrey never really practices a full week because they want to manage him. That's
the thing about McCaffrey is literally the engine to the San Francisco 49ers offense. If the 49ers offense will go as Christian McCaffrey goes. I know Brock Purdy got the huge contract, but without CMC, their chances of winning a Super Bowl
we're here.
go way down.
I can't believe we're here.
I can't
believe. I can't. I mean,
we can.
I was not like you said. You want to play to win. My opinion was there are ways to do it without Christian McCaffrey. You can play to win without Christian McCaffrey. I just cannot believe we're here before week one, and just not like that was our welcome to the season was CMC news, Jalen Carter spit,
AJ Brown.
and A.J.
Dud.
Brown. I mean, wow.
Dak dud.
Wow. You know who is
Yeah, dude, Ken Walker, protect yourself right now. Just go be in a bubble for a while.
It's not like all 49er running backs haven't been hurt all offseason, too. So it was like, yeah. One final time, I'm going to push this drop. One final time. Amari Cooper showed up in Las Vegas and noped out. He is retiring after 10 seasons in the NFL. He is not going to play for the Raiders. No return. And
he just wanted a little practice. He didn't want to he got real close to the games and was like,
you guys remember when Reggie Wayne did this? Do you remember what camp he showed? Yeah, he showed up to Patriots camp.
The Patriots camp retired a lot of wide receivers.
Amari Cooper is gone. Now you have even a clearer path for Dante Thornton Jr. Not that he didn't have one.
Amari Cooper was not a factor in any of my projections for the Raiders.
Okay, well, he's gone. All right, we've got some more updates for the games that we talked through yesterday on the show. This is going to be a long episode. I know it. We've got so many matchups to get to. We have Fantasy Face-Off at the end of the show today, our first week of Fantasy Face-Off, but we did talk about some games yesterday we want to update you on. Devon Achane, Tyreek Hill both remain limited on Thursday. Both are absolutely on track to play, according to Mike McDaniel. Darren Waller.
What did his face look like when he said that?
He was probably sweating.
Did he have sunglasses on?
Yeah, probably. Darren Waller not expected to play because of a hip injury. How about this one, guys? Brian Dable, this is recent news in the last 15 minutes. Malik Neighbors' back is, quote, a little tight, and he will be okay for week 1 against the Commanders. You still don't like to see it because you had an offseason marred by 3 different injuries for Malik Neighbors and a trouble with some injuries last year. Does it concern you at all to hear this?
I mean, of course. You don't want any players injured. He's tough. The thing that gives you hope is that last year he dealt with a ton of injuries and played through a ton of injuries. He's not going to just, take the day off, but every player can be legitimately injured where they can't play football, and so hopefully he is not.
I just checked groinindex.com, one of the top leading websites in the world.
Oh, it's your go-to source for groins.
And there's only one groin on there right now. Keon Coleman, my groin, which means Cade Otton practiced in full on Thursday. The groin.
He went, my groin.
I don't know if we want to keep that going. All right. Hey, big news. Christian Kirk didn't practice on Thursday. He's expected to miss week 1 for the Texans, if not more. You're going to have Nico Collins, and then you're going to have a combination of Jaden Higgins,
Jalen Noel,
and Xavier Hutchinson. So those are going to be your wide receivers there in Houston. Christian Kirk will not be playing. This is the time of the career. This is a tough thing. When you get older and you've had some injuries, they just keep coming.
Yeah, I would say if you're looking to pick someone up, obviously if Higgins wasn't
Higgins
drafted,
is the priority.
He would be the priority pickup. But I presume he was drafted in most leagues. Jalen Noel, another rookie, I believe a 3rd round, still a high draft pick, teammate of Higgins from college, is a worthy speculation ad because if he comes out week 1 and has the opportunity and looks great, I remember right after the NFL draft, I wasn't even sure between Noel and Higgins who was the guy to get. I mean, it had clarity as the offseason went along, but he's a good speculative ad right now.
Asking for a friend, start 2. Jaden Higgins, Alec Iomanner, Dante Thornton.
Higgins is a lock for me of those 3.
I would sit Iomanner.
Cool.
I lean that way as
well.
well.
Let me just talk to my friend here. My friend is going to go ahead and take care of that. Yeah, those are nasty boys. All right, Keon Coleman, groin soreness dating back to training camp, flare-up recently and limited, but they do expect him to play. Jaden Reed returned to a limited practice. This will be the Jaden Reed story every week. We might as well just say the same thing and record us saying it because we're going to say it all the time. Isaiah Likely not practicing, not going to play most likely, and
neither is Patrick Ricard, the fullback. So which would be the first game by him that he missed since the end of the 2021 season, and I mean, obviously, Ravens excellent team, Derrick Henry tremendous, but you have to imagine this has an impact that your fullback, your star fullback might miss or is probably going to miss the game.
Roshan Johnson did not practice.
Yeah.
Kyle Monangai will be most likely the backup for DeAndre Swift, but I think it will be almost all DeAndre Swift because Mononga is also dealing with a limited designation with the hamstring.
But when you're trying to figure out in leagues who you're going to just throw on the end of your bench, his name's been brought up a couple times on this show, but Mononga should be added.
That was News and Notes, sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Quote today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms, limits, and conditions. We'll take a break, and we'll jump right back into the forecast.
Fantasy Forecast, presented by Prize Picks.
Okie dokie, we covered a ton of games yesterday. It is still football time. The Chiefs-Chargers tonight, Friday night in Brazil. Two teams that I'm excited to see what they have in store. Divisional matchup. Very, very exciting. So we talked about that game yesterday. We talked about Buccaneers, Falcons, Bengals, Browns, Dolphins, Colts, Raiders, Patriots, Cardinals, Saints, Steelers, Jets, and Giants, Commanders. And as we turn the page to today, we'll move on to the Carolina Panthers traveling to Jacksonville to take on the Jaguars. Vegas line, Jacksonville minus 3.5. Over-under, 46.5. Jacksonville favorites, 2 overall number 1 picks. Cam Ward Bryce Young after the resurgent end of the year. Trevor Lawrence. Here we go. Bad defenses last year. That was the story between these two teams. Jacksonville was really a great target if you wanted to play anybody against them.
Yeah, I mean, I've been looking forward to this. We look at week 1 matchups for months. It's like who's going to start strong, and it's obviously the first week of the NFL season. I've been looking forward to this matchup as much as any. When you look at like the two mediocre to bad teams that have a chance to really level up and play each other with not great defenses, this is a very exciting game that I think
it is.
Not only can there be a lot of fantasy relevance, but there can be a lot of lessons learned quickly. I'm so upset at the chance of thunderstorms here. Like, don't do it. Just bypass the stadium.
There's a lot of potential weather this weekend.
Dude, you got to love the open stadium vibe. But, yeah, I mean, I hope it's clear weather and we get to see Trevor Lawrence and Bryce Young and, what the running back rotation is like here.
Dude, why even play the games? Why don't you guys just simulate them on a computer?
Because
that way there's no variables.
But you can put it in a dome.
It's a lot more fun
put
when
the computer in a dome?
No. You put the players
when it's
in a dome.
real. But yeah, there's a solution. It's so easy.
Yeah, I mean, like in the game, they announce.
So you guys are big AstroTurf guys then, because the grass might be a little different in different places. You probably want AstroTurf.
Well, the nice thing is when you have that dome, the grass is protected from getting sloshy or
Just saying, they were like, hey,
when
everyone,
you have the dome, you can't have grass.
Seek shelter. And you're like, where do you seek shelter?
We literally have a dome with real grass in
We have
Arizona.
a retractable roof, Jason.
That's fine.
That's fine.
great.
Okay.
Put a roof on. Have it open for good weather. Just put a lid on it.
I'm just saying, team dome, team retractable roof. You may be,
Sure, that we are the
it
same.
just doesn't roll off the tongue.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so Bryce Young, Trevor Lawrence. Here's my biggest worry from this game. Maybe not worry, but thing I'm watching. I wonder if we're going to come out of this game. Look, Carolina gave up the most points of all time last year, so it's a bad defense. I think we might come out of this game with like a top 5 performance at running back for Jacksonville, and I don't know who it will be.
Sure.
I think it could be Travis Etienne.
Could be.
And I think we might come out of this game going, oh my gosh. And maybe it will be an exaggeration because they're playing Carolina and they're at home. It could be Etienne. It could be Bigsby. But it will be probably one of those guys that has a pretty big game.
It will be only priors confirmed. That if Tank Bigsby has a game, I know for a fact Mike will double down and say, I knew it. He's the guy.
How did you know?
If it's Travis Etienne who has a game,
I will dismiss it immediately.
Nah, it was the Panthers. So really, I think we got to focus on utilization versus performance. Who gets the carries, who gets the targets, and just take that and not their performance away from this game.
We're going to see a lot of Chuba Hubbard as well on the other side. He's a good start.
Yes.
We'll be watching for Bryce Young to see if he can continue what he did from Week 12 on last year, where he scrambled a lot. He made plays, was 7th in fantasy points per drop back, and we'll see if Liam Cohen and this Jacksonville offense can get Trevor Lawrence going. You play your Brian Thomas Jr., you play Jason start of the week, Teteroa McMillan, the rookie, who is very much their number one out of the gate. We'll see what Xavier Legette and Travis Hunter have in this one. Travis Hunter, how many snaps does he play? Do you feel comfortable?
I am playing Travis
You do?
Hunter.
Okay.
Yes.
And then would you play him over Ricky Pearsall? Because that's one of the top start-sit decisions.
Is Christian McCaffrey active?
That is a question that I cannot answer for you, Mike.
Although
I pray that our crack staff back there in Deucer's Alley would break through with any news.
I'm sure they will. But so, like a decision I am making in the listener league, I have Travis Hunter, and then I got Jordan Mason there sitting on my bench for the game on Monday night. I have Travis Hunter well ahead of that situation.
Okay. What else are you watching in this one?
The other things I'm watching are like Brenton Strange. He is the starting tight end for the Jacksonville Jaguars, and will he? I know it's easy to be like, man, look at the Evan Engram targets that are gone. Like Strange, this is a different offense, so you can't just one for one plug those guys in. But he was a highly drafted player. I believe he was a second-round pick. Yeah, a round 2 pick in 2023. Has flashed a couple of times, so he's a player that is going to be on the watch for the next week's waiver wire, I imagine.
Tennessee traveling to Denver. Tough matchup for them to start the season and for Cam Ward's debut.
This is why Io Manor was on the bench of those 3 guys.
Don't worry, guys. Chance of thunderstorms stuff.
Tennessee at Denver. Over-under is just 42.5. That gives the Tennessee probably, Kyle, you can confirm this. That looks like probably the lowest implied point total of the week. Denver 8.5-point favorites. Tennessee at 17 implied. Denver at 25.5. So look, it's heavily favored Denver Bronco players this week. Bo Nix, J.K. Dobbins, R.J. Harvey. We'll talk about them. I think there are a ton of expectations for this Denver team in the fantasy universe. So it's a nice matchup to start the year, you hope. For Bo Nix, your start of the week, Jason. For J.K. Dobbins, my start of the week. Our expectations for Dobbins and Harvey, if you had them both, which one would you play and what are you looking for?
I would start Dobbins over Harvey, but I think both are near each other, kind of RB2s that are both in play to start. I expect Dobbins to have more work. I expect R.J. Harvey to be more efficient with the work. The question is going to be, when I'm watching this game, is who gets the passing work. That's where the value is going to come in this offense over the long term with the kind of the Sean Payton system, what we saw with the targets with Javonte Williams last year. And, will R.J. Harvey be allowed to have those valuable targets early in his rookie season, TBD.
So we'll be watching for that. We'll also have Cortland Sutton in our lineups, but I feel like people have really equivocated and had a trouble, line in the sand with Franklin, Mims, and Pat Bryant.
Oh, for sure.
Because I think obviously one of these guys is going to have a really good week. But Mims at the end of last year was great. Troy Franklin, the big plays. Pat Bryant, how much work does he get?
I feel like if someone has a good game, as the wide receiver too, it's going to be on the back of a big play. Like it's going to be just one play. So I don't think there's going to be a lot to take away from it other than snap percentage in 2 wide receiver sets. That's what I'm going to be looking for. It looked like Marvin Mims had that kind of on lockdown, but then he got injured, giving Franklin and Pat Bryant that opportunity to get in there. I expect this game to be much more run focused in the second half. I think, it's going to be hard. It's tough sledding for Cam Ward to go into Denver against this elite defense with the weapons he has in his first game and look special. So if the Broncos get out to a big lead, obviously they're favored by 8.5. I think it'll be a second half running game. Cortland Sutton will get his, and the only other wide receiver worth starting on the Broncos is whoever you think catches a long bomb touchdown. So you could probably look
Evan
elsewhere.
Ingram. Yeah. Ingram's locked in. He'll be played as a top 12 tight end all year. Are you scared of Ridley?
Oh, I am.
Because look, the first game,
Surtain, my friend,
and exactly.
That's why I think Io Manor could actually be okay, because they could be down by a bunch, and Ridley could be
just get some delicious garbage.
Not getting as many targets in week 1 as you'd hope.
Yeah, Man, let's try and find some names here. So Calvin Ridley or...
Well, we have a couple from the start-sit tool. I mean,
perfect.
Jalen Waddle against Indianapolis or
Waddle.
Calvin
I'd play
Ridley.
Waddle.
Debo against the Giants or Calvin Ridley.
I'm going to go Debo.
I'd go Debo there.
Yeah.
Ibuka.
Ibuka.
Yeah.
And, Tony Waller. Tony Waller?
Is that Tony Pollard and Darren Waller?
Yeah, that's Toby Dobbins. Maybe you've heard of him. Toby Robbins. Tony Pollard, he'll get a bunch of volume, but he may not be very effective. The Broncos defense, I think, were third in least rushing yards given up. It's going to be tough for Tony Pollard to get into the end zone, I think.
Yeah, but the volume, it's kind of like what we saw with Javonte yesterday. Had over 70% of the utilization. If you're getting the vast majority, then if there's a touchdown, it's going to go to Pollard, and you'll get a couple dump-off screens. You'll get enough work to where I think Pollard is pretty much in most everybody's lineup.
The San Francisco 49ers, Mike said they go as CMC goes. They travel to Seattle. They are 1.5-point road favorites in Seattle.
Ooh.
The over-under is 43.5. I probably would pick Seattle regardless of CMC's status to win this game. I'm a little shocked that they're 1.5-point favorites, but Seattle's got a brand new situation, brand new quarterback, brand new offensive coordinator. We've got 2 starts of the week on the Seattle side. Kenneth Walker and Jackson Smith-Njigba, we talked about them on yesterday's show. So, those are your primary starts in Seattle, and I'm not sure you go beyond them. Are there players that you were Cooper Kupp, late drafted. Torrey Horton's going to start in 3 wide. The tight end situation is completely new for them. A.J. Barner's the starter. Elijah Arroyo, the more athletic freak in the tight end room. And Sam Darnold, nobody's starting Sam Darnold. So does it stop at Ken Bone and Jackson Smith-Njigba?
Yeah, Cooper Kupp would be the next man up if you've got a deeper league. But you really want to see it first. You want to see – I expect Cooper Kupp to play the primary slot role for this team, but we just don't know. We don't know for sure.
Right.
So we've got to wait and see. I would take a wait-and-see approach if you can.
Do you guys both have San Francisco winning this game? We've had
I picked I just went to check because we do our weekly picks early in the week, and I was curious what that was. The line at the beginning of the week was -2.5.
Right.
And then I took the Seahawks. So I agree with you here. I think the Seahawks can cover.
What's kind of strange about San Francisco's offense to me is while there are a lot of pieces that could be very good, I don't feel like any of them have really played together in a while. Like, CMC's been out a long time. Brian Robinson is brand new. Juwan Jennings has not been practicing, but he's supposed to get a full allotment of snaps. Ricky Pearsall, he had a good end of the season, but this is like a fairly new player to the offense. No more Debo, no Ayuk. George Kittle, very familiar there. We can feel super confident with him, but, I guess it's the question of how quickly does this new offense with those weapons come together in a way that seems really clean, because I think the Seattle defense is underrated. I think Seattle's defense has the potential to be a top 5, top 10 defense.
Those are very different numbers to me.
Well, look, the numbers actually bear itself out. I wonder if I can...
No, I just mean being a top 5 versus being a top 10. But top 10 is like you can be middle of the pack. Top 5 is you're an elite defense,
I think they describe themselves pretty well. I think top 10, you could be in the top 10.
Sure.
That's a top third
It
defense,
could be
Jason.
6, 7,
What else?
8.
Okay, and that's it?
Hold on.
Wait.
9.
What?
Yeah.
All of those
It
are
might
in?
be top 9.
Okay, I understand now.
So you don't like it if I say top 5, top 10 range.
I
You don't
thought
like
it was
a range.
fine.
No, I'm just saying when
Those
you
are very different numbers.
when you said
On
top
purpose.
5 defense, that was like, whoa, that's shocking.
Yeah.
And then you're like,
And
or
you
a
did
top 10.
I guess you backed it off a little bit.
Yeah, and then you're like top 10. It's like, oh, yeah, well, I could see that. I mean, it's just like, you're either bold or you're not. And I'm saying you tried to be both. I'm not going to stand for that. I'm not going to just be like, oh, sure, they could be the best defense or
Okay,
top half.
I'm not joking when I tell you this. I just looked this up. Greg Olson. You know Greg Olson.
I've heard of him.
Analyst. This is a direct quote. I think this Seahawks defense has a chance to be a top 5, top 7 defense by the end of the season.
See, yeah, but
That's a man.
Yeah.
That is a man.
There's
That's
no
what
hedge.
I'm talking about.
There's no hedge.
Because top 7's good. You know what I mean? Yeah, Greg Olson gets it.
Oh my
in
God.
Olson's
We
assumption,
got Greg
Jason,
Olson on a photo over here somewhere.
Yeah, I also
Yeah.
like you referred to him as analyst.
Well,
I
I mean,
I know that's what he, but it's
that's
like
what he
Hall
is.
of Fame tight end.
but-
yeah, I mean, I the tight end version of him, I trust less about defense.
You will.
Bring me Greg Olson. Bring me this man. Yeah. Just look at this. Yes, sir. Oh,
Per Greg Olson's analysis, Jason.
this is a man.
Tight
He's
or,
not afraid.
Defense 8. That's
Top-
not in the cards.
No, that's not top defense. Top 7.
This is so stupid.
That's my man.
Uh,
Also, if we could talk just for one more second about Greg Olson, who I love and adore.
For the podcasters, there is a
his
very, very large painting
his
of Greg Olson right next to us.
hair,
Yeah.
which obviously he's playing football here. He's sweaty.
Yeah.
It looks bad. Looks nowhere near as bad as when he's an analyst. When he is no, I'm just saying, like, when they go to him in the booth, it's
Right.
like, dude, what are you doing?
Uh-huh.
I saw him on a podcast recently, and
it
he
look
was
good
rocking,
on the
he was
podcast?
rocking a hat, and I was like,
Oh.
you're so handsome. Why aren't you always wearing a
Well,
hat?
show the people, like, under your hat. Like, if you,
I'm not a man. This is a man. I'm a boy. All right, he's staying here today.
okay, we'll keep Greg Olson to hang out. I almost got him. All right. We're watching for CMC. Look, if CMC doesn't play, Brian Robinson is in play. I mean, he's going to be
Absolutely.
He's going to be their starter. Juwan Jennings.
Where does
nervous.
he? Let's just, because we won't have another recording. I mean, Sunday Live.
Yeah.
If you catch it, but
Oh yeah, tell the people about Sunday Live because
Sunday, guys, if Christian McCaffrey's out, Sunday Live will not be happening.
I will be stepping in over Mike's body. No, but I think we should answer the question. Like, CMC is ruled
that's Sunday Dad.
ruled
Sunday Dad, not Sunday
inactive.
Live.
Where does that put Brian Robinson? Because it seems like it would be him almost alone.
No, Garendo is back and healthy.
Probably around
Back and healthy?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. He
Oh.
is. He's back practicing.
I'm not going to rocket ship Brian Robinson up to
20.
be like top 12. Yeah.
20.
As an RB2.
Let me give you some
Between
names.
top 12 and 20.
All right, let me give you some names. Obviously, we're not going to start him over the elite tier. So going down to like running back. Let's look at this game. Would you still start Ken Walker over?
Yes, I would.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you
Go lower.
Would you Travion Henderson? That's a questionable
That's
name.
That's a great one to say. I'd probably shoot my shot on Brian Robinson if he's a. If
I
he's
would
the
be on the
starter.
Brian Robinson side if Christian McCaffrey doesn't
Doesn't
play.
feel good to say,
No.
but I think that's the right
I
call.
think
Yeah.
we get to a tier where you're looking at Travion Henderson, maybe
What about Pacheco will have already played.
Jalen Warren.
I'd play Robinson over
What about
Warren.
R.J. Harvey.
What about Dobbins? Would you go Robinson over?
I think I would go Brian Robinson over all of these players we're naming.
Yeah, I think so too.
All right, so Juwan Jennings, who's been limited, got the incentives. He's going to be back. He's still a nervous start for me. I feel better with Pearsall in this first week with the calf injury.
Mm-hmm.
Kittle, yeah.
Yeah.
So, and if you're making a decision at quarterback, 2 quarterback leagues, Purdy or Love against Detroit, I'd go Love.
I
would
play
as well.
Love, yeah.
Purdy or Kyler at New Orleans, I'd go Kyler.
I'd go Kyler.
Purdy or Drake May against Las Vegas.
That one, I'm
going to
okay.
stick with Purdy.
I think I go
I will say this:
I'll go May at home.
if I drafted May and I don't have, like, if I have both guys, okay. If I drafted Drake May for the breakout season, I'm not going to drop him for Purdy by any means. I would be willing to take the risk on that first week.
Those
kind of
guys are
breakout.
back to back for me, so that's a tough decision.
I had one question though. Last 2 matchups: Jennings or Calvin Ridley? Because I feel like I'm on the Jennings side there.
I think I might go safety of
Ridley?
Ridley.
Okay.
With the Jennings missed, essentially all of camp with the calf. I know he's been back the last couple days and running around, but I'd like to see that. If I had Calvin Ridley, I think the targets are there. The upside's not, but.
All right, we'll take another break and jump back into our matchups. We got Detroit, Green Bay coming up.
Lowe's knows Sundays are for football, so tackle your home improvement projects by Saturday and earn your Sunday with great deals on Cobalt power tools, Pit Boss grills, LG appliances, and more. Then, once your to-do list is done, get ready to kick back, relax, and enjoy the game. Shop in-store or online now and earn your Sunday with help from Lowe's, official partner of the NFL.
What's up, Foot Clan? You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. That's right, football fans. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. This year's schedule is absolutely stacked with rivalries and revenge games, including the next chapter of the epic Bills-Chiefs saga. That'll be fun. So stay connected all year on any device, at home or on the go. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today and count on Sundays for another must-see season of the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. I still can't believe how many storylines we have 5 seconds into the season. I'm still just...
Football is
every year.
Great.
It is great.
I'm back in, man.
Yay!
I'm back in. This is fun.
You and Greg?
The show is healing.
The show is a healing force to forget about A.J. Brown and
because you get zoomed in on that one thing.
C-Drop Wilson.
Then you can zoom out. You're like, oh, no, there's other things to have fun with.
Detroit at Green Bay. This is a really fun, exciting game. Vegas line, Green Bay 2.5-point home favorites. The over-under is 47.5, which you love to see. We probably will get the Micah Parsons debut, but not necessarily with him dealing with some injuries. But that would be exciting. Detroit won both games last year, 24-14, 34-31. They were close. That second one was amazing. Jordan Love is Mike's start of the week at home against Detroit. When he was at home last year against Detroit, he threw the ball 39 times, the second most of the entire year.
Let's do that again.
You also have, he was recovering, was it a hand injury in the preseason?
Yeah, a thumb.
But last year he was limited mobility-wise. One of the reasons I like him on this team with Matt LaFleur, it's the ability to maybe run a little bit more this year, do more outside the pocket. You know, the Bryce Young scramble increase at the end of the year. You want to see that with Jordan Love. He doesn't have to run it. Just get out of the pocket. Mm-hmm. His arm, he can make plays. You've got the debut of Matthew Golden.
I was told.
Okay. Who were you told by?
That was a producer.
That's K-pop?
What? No, that's Matthew Golden.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Wait, who is it?
Matthew Golden.
Brooks just said, quote.
Oh, hold on.
He said, Brooks said, what was that?
Brooks, you don't have children. You're fine.
I seen it.
So Jordan Love, Matthew Golden. I feel very comfortable starting Golden. It's funny because Ibuka, McMillan, Golden,
Travis Hunter.
Like, I feel good starting all those guys this week.
Yeah, no, I agree. Over the years, we've learned to be less afraid of rookie wide receivers. Even at the beginning of the season, they should be stronger towards the end of the year. But the opportunities here have lined up really nicely for the higher drafted guys to where they're on the field more than we expected. You know, Ibuka and Travis Hunter, even Matthew Golden, they didn't seem like they were guaranteed locks to be on the field as wide receivers for Travis Hunter for the majority of snaps. Now, injuries, off seasons, and coaching comments have said they're pretty much all locked in starters.
We have Jaden Reed, who, look, it would not be a shock if Jaden Reed had a great game. Like, that's in the card. It's just really nerve-wracking to play him because you don't know if he will leave early, if he will be healthy enough. He's going to be managing an injury. I'm just saying that because they're at home in week one, and last year he was the #1 receiver in week one. It's possible. Josh Jacobs, start with confidence.
Would you play like Jacoby Myers against the Patriots, or would you play Jaden Reed?
I mean, that is it's a great, terrible decision there.
Josh Downs, Miami Dolphins.
I'd probably try Downs there. I don't know if I'd go Myers because I don't know. You could.
But so I mean,
I agree with you though. It would go Downs, Reed, Myers to me.
Okay.
Romeo Doubs also going to play in this one. Dontavian Wicks. We'll see. Tucker Kraft, 20% target share in 2 games against Detroit last year, also in play. So you've got a lot of pieces.
You know what makes me
Green
ready
Bay.
for the border zone? And no, it's not Taco Bell. No, it's not Shaq Mommy's either, but that Victoria Church to on there. So rather than face all these hostilities around you, why not build a base near the same region you spawned in? Mama's cooking ain't that bad after all, right? All jokes aside, posting up in the border zone isn't a bad idea at all. In fact, you might be surprised by how great of a region it is. The border zone has everything you need to set up a base. Decent water coverage, a healthy supply of stone, and ore veins which aren't too hard to find. For fertility, you can expect to have the arid type in most parts of this region. By comparison, you get a similar level of arid fertility in Shem, Auckland's Gulf, or Skinner's Rome. The border zone also boasts two major settlements, the Hub and Squen, as well as a way station and a trade ninja bar. This way station in the southeast is critical to make note of since it has a robotic shop and a skeleton repair bed. Furthermore, this way station is close to two of my favorite border zone base locations. More on that later. As one might imagine, given that the border zone is where most new games begin, the enemies here are not as harsh as in other zones. Namely, there aren't any cannibals or beak things. If you're knocked unconscious, the worst that can happen to you is being enslaved and taken north to Rebirth. While it might sound goofy to say this, being enslaved and sent to Rebirth is far from the worst thing that can happen to you in Kenshi. A little purification for the sake of Akra never hurt nobody. To get into the specific mobs in the border zone, I guess it would be possible for bone dogs to eat you when you're unconscious. This would require a great deal of bad luck though, since bone dogs aren't super common here. As usual, I'd recommend steering clear of them, since bone dog attacks are OP. You know what makes me has. Up your base in the border zone, I was able to find a lot of different great locations in this region. It was honestly difficult narrowing it down to the ones you see here. There's just a lot of good land. What's also great about the border zone is that you're almost always close to a neutral settlement where you can keep your character safe if things do go badly. I can say with all honesty, I don't really have a favorite location. I have multiple favorites here for different reasons. These two in the southeast I like for the swamp and the arid fertility, and the benefit of that is you can grow rice weed for producing sake, or cactus for producing cactus rum, and then whichever one you're not using for alcoholic beverages, you can use for food. It just makes production so much easier. Speaking of which, if you want to make a lot of money without making hashish runs to Flats Lagoon, let's say, you can grow cactus in the border zone, make rum from that, and then sell it in the swamp, and you will get a price boost from that trade route. It won't be as much as the price boost that you would get from hashish, but that trade route is much easier to manage earlier in the game compared to running all the way to Flats Lagoon, where you have to potentially travel through Beak Thing territory. Excellent mega base location here, which by its own right is just an excellent mega base location. There is just loads of flat land here, and you have the iron and copper that you need. It's awesome. And I wouldn't knock any of the other locations either. They're all quite good in their own way. And hear me now. Do not interpret me putting off making a border zone guide as evidence that I do not like the border zone as a base location region. The actual reason why this border zone guide arrived later than the other guides was because I have just settled here so many times, and the danger level is significantly lower than most other regions. Since this is true, I'd say the border zone is probably the best starter location factions. And then there's this location here, which by its own right is just an excellent mega base. As much as the earlier in the game. Grow cactus, hashish.
About. And Jared Goff on the other side, he'll be throwing the ball to Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jamison Williams, my guy getting to go on the road here in Lambeau, Isaac Tesla.
Oh, man.
We'll be watching the snaps for this rookie.
Yes, we will.
Jameer Gibbs, David Montgomery, both in play. Sam Laporta in play. I mean, there are not many benches in this game.
There's not many benches. I would say that the two players I'm probably most fearful of based upon matchups would be Jamison Williams with the addition of Micah Parsons. That like long developing, deeper shots that you're looking for might be a little bit more difficult versus the get it out quick to Amon-Ra. And Josh Jacobs, an auto start, you can't go away from him. But if he has a bad week one, you got to keep in mind that even though we saw the Detroit Lions kind of collapse defensively based on injuries last year, for the last several years they have been almost impossible to run the ball against. So if it comes out healthy week one, Josh Jacobs inefficient, ineffective, maybe they throw the ball more, he might be a target for me.
Yeah, it's interesting because like the Packers often succeeded on the ground last year, and that's the strength of the Lions defense. And then the Lions, they threw the ball so well, but the strength of the Packers defense, 5th against quarterbacks, under 15 points a game given up, 6th against wide receivers.
Add Micah Parsons.
Yeah, so
Goodness.
Potentially. He may not play. Houston at Los Angeles. Vegas line is Los Angeles. The Rams -3. The over-under is 43.5. That's low. And here we go. The defenses, I think a lot of people are excited about the Texans defense this year for good reason. Matthew Stafford, it's been a tumultuous offseason, but he's there. He's going to play. Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, Kyron Williams, all locks for your lineup this week at home?
Yep.
Oh, for sure.
Absolutely.
And then on the other side, Nico Collins, of course. What are you doing with the running backs? People want to know, how's the wind blowing? Nick Chubb, Dameon Pierce.
I have no problem having taken either or both late in your drafts. There's no world where I'm starting. Like, if I have to start one, I would start Chubb first. But
I would start Nick Chubb by a mile.
Sure, but I'm saying I would not.
Shown.
I would really like to not start Nick Chubb this week. I don't think it's.
What about Jordan Mason at Chicago? A tough defense.
I would play Jordan Mason. I think Chicago's defense is good, but it's much more difficult to throw on them than run.
See, I'd play Nick Chubb.
Yeah?
I just think more work. I mean, Jordan Mason could be very touchdown dependent.
Could be. Well,
what about the Jacksonville running backs or Nick Chubb? Or as our show doc has him listed, Chubster. I'm not sure.
What?
I think he has I think he's done enough at the NFL level to not have that nickname.
I would play both of the Jacksonville guys. The Rams are like the sneaky DST. I think that the Houston Texans offensive line against the Rams front, it's going to be a problem.
It looks like Houston still has the slowest player in NFL history. Dalton Schultz is their tight end. Are you playing Dalton Schultz?
No.
That's not a real question. All right. I just wanted.
You just wanted to dunk on Schultz. It's a doctor.
I at least go after Tom Pelissero, and he's going after Dalton Schultz for no reason.
No. He's great for his speed. Points per, 40 time or something. He's pretty good. All right, we've got.
I would say just
Christian Kirk's going to be out. We talked about it at the top, so you could take a flyer on Jaden Higgins, I think.
Yeah. No, I don't mind taking a flyer on him at all. One of these other wide receivers outside of Nico Collins will do something. It's tough to have it be in your starting lineup week one, but you can see the path for it.
And I will be
Higgins or Thornton. Sorry.
Ooh.
Did you say this earlier?
I did. I said Higgins
huh?
was locked in for me.
Interesting.
In terms of keeping an eye on things, a player. I don't know that we've said Tyler Higbee one time over this offseason, because last year was mostly gone to injury, but his final week, so he came back for the last 3 weeks, and week 18 was 5 for 46 with a touchdown, and then you look at the playoffs, 5 for 58, 7 for 54 with a touchdown, including a 10-target game.
And then you look at the NFL draft and a second-round pick spent on Terrence Ferguson.
Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with Mike.
You would play him?
No.
He did not say play him.
This
keep an eye on
it.
All right.
That if Tyler,
I have him in best ball a bunch of places because I think he will do stuff.
If Tyler Higbee in week 1 pops for 6 targets like that, I don't think that'll be a surprising thing. Then you'll have to.
Oh, to surprise Jason. He was really out on Higbee.
It will surprise me. Well, first of all, I wouldn't play him. I thought you were saying you could take a shot on him, but if he has a good week, I still feel like as the season goes on, Terrence Ferguson will be more and more involved. So it'd be tough for me to pick him up going, okay, we learned what the rest of the season's going to be like from week
it's
one.
not necessarily the season, but every year in the draft, you're like, look at these tight ends. They're all draftable. And then week one happens, and you go, 70% of these dudes are pure trash.
Yeah.
Who is actually getting volume? And Tyler Higbee would not surprise me to be one of those guys this week.
Sunday Night Football. You can cue Jason Moore winning this game. Baltimore at Buffalo. The Vegas line is Baltimore minus 1.5. Does that surprise you? What? Is that true?
Wait, really?
Baltimore minus 1.
I took Baltimore. Let me check
it must
because
be
it
getting
was
bet around.
100%.
The over/under is 50.5, and it was Buffalo was favored at one point.
Correct. I remember I took the Ravens as dogs in this game. Let me check what the lineup.
Oh, it's gone back and forth the last 3 days.
Interesting.
So basically, a heads up.
Looks like it opened at where I'm looking at Buffalo minus 1.5.
And now it's Baltimore minus 1.5. So, look, nothing like playing the exact team that you played in the divisional round last year, Mr. Mark Andrews.
Oh, that's too soon.
Oh, it's too soon for him to have to play him again. That's for sure. Buffalo, this is going to be a fun one. I mean, for fantasy, you don't get a lot of 50-plus point over-unders, and we've got one here. Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, James Cook, Derrick Henry, those guys are locked in to your lineup. I would, much like Higbee, keep your eye on Dalton Kincaid because he's a free agent in a lot of leagues. And then Mark Andrews was Jason's start of the week, so the tight end one right now with no Isaiah Likely available is something you can pay attention to. Last year Buffalo struggled against the run, or they funneled to the run, you could say, and so we'll see if Patrick Ricard being out and Derrick Henry gets, is he the same Derrick Henry? He always seems to be. But at some point, right, he's got to not be.
I think that will happen in his 40s.
Yeah, that's the best bet possible. What are you doing at the wide receiver position, though? For a game with a 50-point over-under,
so crazy.
Both teams have wide receiver rooms that I'm nervous about who to play. Now, Zay Flowers is probably the safest of the whole group.
Yep.
But then, like Rashad Bateman, is he in play? Would you play Bateman? Would you play, Higgins or Thornton?
Right. Yeah. No. I mean, I think if you're
I'd
taking
play Bateman over those.
I think
guys.
if you're taking a dart throw player in that tier, Bateman is the way to go. You have the higher over/under, you've got the better quarterback, and you've got the experience of having hit huge games before. So Bateman, if you're in a matchup, let's say you gained information from last night's game and tonight's game, and you're down, and you've got some piddly poop PPR guy in your flex, and you need a higher upside.
Naturally.
I think Bateman is the type of player you take a shot on.
It was funny because I remember last year we were all excited for Bateman for the first game of the year, or at least potentially. It was the Kansas City game. They opened the season last year, and it was like he does disappear. I mean, Bateman is a D in consistency.
He is a boom bust.
He is.
He's more of a bust boom.
No, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Standard is a bust game.
35% of the time above 10.5.
But when it's above 10.5, it's usually far north of 10.5.
Yeah.
It's because it's a bomb touchdown that he's
What
getting.
else are you watching for in this one?
Keon Coleman is a huge, he had a groin issue Well, no, he had it all the way through training camp, and then it flared up again this week, which is not good.
The flaring groin.
They're saying that it looks like he's likely to play, but it's really tough. And he had a good camp. I think it was quiet on this show after training camp when I was kind of digging around at things I might have missed through all the camps going on simultaneously. Keon Coleman had kind of a little bit of a breakout. So I'm hopeful that he is able to take a year 2 leap. It just sucks that he's got this groin problem to start this season.
Yeah. Mike, anything else you're watching for in this big-time game?
No, I think we
Khalil Shakir gets probably disrespected, but will probably have 8 to 10 targets.
We'll see how he does coming off of the high ankle sprain. You mentioned it, but Dalton Kincaid is the guy I'm going to watch. Do we have a post-hype sleeper situation, or is he just not as good as Buffalo hoped he was?
One other thing to just watch, because it won't shock me, Justice Hill's always been a very good backup. Obviously, Derrick Henry is the man, but Keaton Mitchell wasn't available, and he is an explosive athlete. So if all of a sudden you see Keaton Mitchell more and more involved at the expense of Justice Hill, and he overtakes that backfield, I'll be I'll be excited to see that.
Is he healthy again?
I believe he is.
Yeah, I believe he's
I
healthy.
thought he got banged up again.
He did.
Okay.
But I think he's healthy again.
Healthy again.
Yeah.
All right, we got a Monday Night Football game, and it's one I'm looking forward to. Minnesota, the debut of J.J. McCarthy against Chicago in Chicago. Caleb Williams with Ben Johnson, that debut. The Vegas line, Minnesota minus 1.5 on the road, which I guess that surprises me a little bit too. Like going on the road to Chicago, 43.5 point over-under. That is
Bears
pretty low.
fans. We didn't set that.
No, we didn't. No. You set that over the last few years.
I know the Bears fans are going to say, how dare you say in the opening night with Ben Johnson and Caleb in year 2 have Minnesota be favored. We didn't do it.
No. We do not control the lines. Week 12, Minnesota won 30-27 in Chicago. So that's what the in Chicago game was last year, 30-27. So Ben Johnson, Kevin O'Connell, Caleb Williams, J.J. McCarthy. We'll be watching the backfield split with Aaron Jones and Jordan Mason. I would expect a lot of Aaron Jones to start the year. I think the Mason pick and storyline is exciting, but I'm not as convicted that it'll be anywhere close to 50-50 to start the year. But goal line, maybe more than that. Maybe it will be 50-50. Maybe it'll be drives. But it's just Aaron Jones surprises people year after year.
That's how I see it as well. I wouldn't be shocked if it's 65-35, but the majority of goal line, short yardage situations is bringing in Jordan Mason. This is a team that is very difficult to throw on, and not
one against
that
quarterbacks.
Strong in the running game.
They're inverse. Where Minnesota was the pass funnel last year. So that should be exciting for DJ Moore and Rome.
Do we have an update on their star corner?
Jalen Johnson?
Yeah, he got banged up, right? Is he
he
going to
did.
play this week? That makes a pretty big difference, obviously, with Justin Jefferson on the other side.
He says he hopes to be ready for the season opener. He had a freak accident. That sounds ominous. But that was, let me see.
That's got to be stepping on a rake.
He's still hoping, or banana peel.
Right.
Still, 7 hours ago, hoping to be out there. That's big for Jefferson. But the Bears defense with Jalen Johnson last year, 3rd against wide receivers, number 1 against quarterbacks, 25th against running backs. So, both Jones and Mason could have opportunities if they maintain that for this year.
I do echo your thought, though. I think Aaron Jones is a fantastic play this week.
DJ Moore, Rome Odunze, I'm comfortable playing both of those guys.
Sure.
And excited to see what Rome can do. We'll see what Colston Loveland's snap count is in this game. We'll see what the backup to DeAndre Swift will Monangai be that guy? And it's a tougher matchup for Swift. The Minnesota running defense is very good, or at least was last year. Jefferson, yes. Where are you with Thielen? I'm week 1
against the Bears passing defense. I'm out across the board, other than Hawkinson. I think Hawkinson will be a perfect target for J.J. McCarthy whenever Justin Jefferson is not available. Go to the big underneath target. So to me, it goes, obviously Jefferson is in. Hawkinson seems like a good play. Aaron Jones I love. And then Jordan Mason, kind of more of a spot flex start where you're hoping for a touchdown.
Okay. All right, we have a couple other injury updates reinforcing that Tyreek Hill and Achane are going to play. Godwin has been ruled out for Tampa Bay officially. You're going to be dealing with this every week. Mike mentioned it. So there you go. There's all the matchups. But we do have week 1 face-off.
Fantasy Face-Off, presented by Prize Picks.
The Wheel of Shame shall return once more. Hopefully not, but we'll see. We're building a lineup this year in Fantasy Face-Off, building a lineup based on the Prize Picks projections. So each of us will be...
Play with us over on Prize Picks.
Yes. Come and play with us. The assembly of this lineup, so each of us will have a specific projection that we're going to make and go with for the week, and the community play will be over on Prize Picks, and you can play with us. And if somebody...
It's a fun app. Their app is...
They're doing good work.
Incredible.
And if one of us lets the Foot Clan down and fails, that singular failure will be spinning the Wheel of Shame each and every week.
Yeah.
So here we go. Jason, why don't you kick us off with your
Sure. I looked around at a lot of player projections that I liked, that I didn't like, and I want to get started kind of calling my own shot on a rookie. I've thrown a little bit of shade on Ashton Genty as a first-round fantasy pick because expectations are everything. If he has a good season but doesn't do enough, he could be a bust. But right now, his projection is 2.5 receptions. It's not that much, and I feel like
he should be more than that.
He's going to be on the field all the time. So I'm taking more than 2.5 receptions in his first opening game against the New England Patriots, who were 29th against fantasy running backs last year.
I love that we're going positivity.
Yeah.
On this week, we're all going more. I'm going my start of the week. James Conner, Arizona Cardinals running back. The New Orleans, they're 30th in rushing yards allowed per game this past year. I expect James Conner still to be, kind of the engine of the Arizona Cardinals. And right now his projection is sitting at 69.5 rushing yards. So I'm going to take the more.
I'm staying positive too. DK Metcalf.
Oh, the superstar.
DK Metcalf.
Yes.
Fantasy MVP for the year. I'm taking more on the 7 target projection. I think the target share will be out of this world. So Ashton Genty, more than 2.5 receptions for Jason. DK Metcalf, more than 7 targets for myself. And then Mike, James Conner, more than 69.5 rushing yards.
I love that you went targets, not receptions, because you got Sauce Gardner there, and it's like he might not catch him, but he's gonna get.
He's a lot bigger.
7 targets is cake. 7 receptions, cakewalk.
I forgot how into Metcalf Mike is now.
Metcalf.
Yeah. So correct picks here.
We get a crown.
We wear the crown. Incorrect. It's a clown wig, and if it's one standing alone, the cheese stand alone, they spin the wheel.
They will be punished.
Shame.
And hopefully we're
Deliberate.
We're all kings here.
Yeah. All right, that was Fantasy Face-Off presented by Prize Picks, the largest daily fantasy sports platform. Download the Prize Picks app and use the code Footballers and get $50 instantly in lineups when you play $5. We did it. We got through week 1, all the matchups, the Fantasy Face-Off, and Mike is going to go just click refresh on the practice reports in San Francisco.
Yeah. Look,
we got nothing new. We have nothing new to talk about, Al?
Nope.
I thought you were going to head
I'm
out.
keeping an eye on it.
Yeah.
The last thing I'm seeing.
Are you going
is
straight to San
Godwin.
Francisco?
I thought he was going to San Francisco.
As soon as we're done, I got to
Okay.
get the show up.
All right, that's fair.
That's fair.
And maybe I'll see you on Sunday.
Yes.
You'll
Maybe.
see on
You'll see
Sunday
one of
Live
us.
or Sunday Dead.
You'll see one of us.
Yeah, we will be here. It might not be Mike if he passes away. But yeah, Sunday,
It's just going to be a weekend at Bernie's.
1 hour before kickoff, one of us will be here on Sunday Live, going through start-sit decisions, last-minute injury situations, maybe weather.
57 seconds ago, Micah Parsons, Jaden Reed, both practicing.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I'm looking forward to a weekend of football, Jason. You can.
I was too, man. I was.
No, you're
too.
back.
I know. I'm joking.
And we'll be back on Monday with Studs and Duds. We'll get into the waivers for the first time on Tuesday. Thank you, everybody, for supporting the show. All the Foot Clan over at jointhefoot.com. We appreciate you. It's been a very fun offseason. It is time for more football.
Including tonight.
Don't
in forget.
Brazil.
We'll see
Here
you
we
soon.
go.
Goodbye.
Thank you for listening to another episode of the Fantasy Footballers Podcast. Join our fantasy football community on jointhefoot.com and follow us on Twitter @TheFFBallers. The Fantasy Footballers Studio is sponsored by Walmart. Welcome to the Fantasy Footballers Podcast with your hosts, Andy Holloway, Jason Moore, and Mike Wright.
Welcome in.
It's close.
It's almost football time. Wednesday, September 3rd, the Fantasy Footballers Podcast. Jason Moore is here. Mike, the Fantasy Hitman. I'm
Chris, did he spit on him?
I've been watching the NFL religiously for a very, very long time, and I can confidently say I've never seen an opening kickoff as batshit crazy as what we witnessed in the Eagles-Cowboys 2025 debut. Not only did the kickoff possess the unadulterated excitement of being the official end to our pathetic footballless lives that have no meaning without this glorious game, it was juiced up by a blockbuster trade of Micah Parsons a week prior. The opening kick already had more hype than a typical NFL season premiere, and then an ejection and an injury happened within seconds of each other.
Whoa, 15-yard penalty. Whoa!
One Eagle was being carted off the field and the other was getting escorted to the locker room, and when we learned why Jalen Carter was tossed, it got even more bizarre. This was actually a pretty fun and entertaining game for the first half. Lots of scoring, a ton of Eagles penalties, but competitive. And that all came to a crashing halt when lightning in the Philly area caused a safety delay that lasted over an hour. Benjamin Franklin, famous inventor of lightning and Philly resident, is rolling over in his grave seeing two football teams scared to play while God is farting.
Didn't Ben Franklin have syphilis?
Yes. That's just science. A great half, followed by nearly 3 hours of second half football filled with exactly 3 points, forced me to produce a new worst game ever. I'm Brandon Perna. This is That's Good Sports. We're 100 subscribers away from 780, and I'm challenging all of you to help me get to 800,000 subs by the end of September. Today's episode sponsored by Football Head Coach, the ultimate football management game. You can build your dream roster with your favorite players, or players who constantly beat your favorite team. Turn your enemy into your asset. Really, it's your choice. Football Head Coach, though, is licensed by the NFLPA, and this is my 3rd season playing it. Here's my new franchise and roster in Football Head Coach 26, and as you can see, I needed to make some upgrades. And there's nothing more satisfying than managing your team the way you desire. I can get better players by completing player trade challenges or buying player packs like future star packs. Personally, I just purchased the packs because I'm all about that instant gratification, and I like to pretend I'm the wealthiest team owner on earth. In Football Head Coach 26, yes, you can play in quick matches, upgrade your roster like I'm doing, but there's so much more. You can qualify for the weekend leagues, you can complete player trade challenges, and complete missions. I also got Ashton Genty in one of these packs, bumped him up to the top of the lineup. I'm upgrading my entire roster. Baker Mayfield's my QB1. I got Quinion Mitchell to play corner in the future star pack, and the elite tight end TJ Hawkinson. Now when I play in a quick game, Baker's throwing for over 600 yards and 7 touchdowns. Sorry, Peyton, he's coming for your record. If you want to play, download Football Head Coach and start building your dream team with my link in the description or by using the QR code you see on the screen. It's free to download and start playing. Sports.
And you can see he is really distraught about it right away. Whoa! 15-yard penalty. Whoa! Automatic. Wow. Did he spit? Did he spit on him?
Let's get wet and wild with the world's dumbest spit take. The wettest thing in this game wasn't the rain, 'twas Dak and Jalen's mouths. I thought that we as a society had moved on. I thought we were evolving, but all it took was one hawking of a loogie in primetime football to bring back the goddamn Hawk Tua memes from the internet graveyard. The real Tua post that we should praise goes to John Cristo, who posted a picture of an ambulance on a football field with the caption, "If Tua was spit on." Welcome to Spitgate 2025. Jalen Carter spit on his Dak and got ejected. Usually if you spit on your Dak, you're looking to get ejected. Ejected. ejaculate. Some are even saying this is the closest Dak will ever get to championship DNA. I told you I was stealing that on GPS, and I did. All of us were waiting for the injured Eagles player to be carted off the field when suddenly the penalty graphic popped up on the screen. That's a weird time to see a flag thrown, right? And out of nowhere, the referee tells us Jalen Carter was ejected for unsportsmanlike conduct.
Actions has disqualified him from the game.
Whoa!
15-yard penalty.
Whoa!
Automatic.
And I say this with all sincerity, having Chris Collinsworth talking about Jalen Carter spitting on Dak Prescott was the best man for the job.
I got to tell you, he's the best player they have on their defense. About 80% of what we were going to talk about on this broadcast.
Losing one of the most important players on your defense before a single defensive snap is played is less than ideal. Dallas, though, was gifted a great opportunity to steal a victory, and they wasted that opportunity. This is not the first time this has happened, and it won't be the last in terms of spitting. Bill Romanowski did this shit in the 90s. Maybe one day Alec Baldwin will narrate this event too.
But an incident involving linebacker Bill Romanowski threatened to destroy the season.
Romo just spit in J.J. Stokes' face. Did what?
Alec Baldwin narrating a Jalen Carter story? No, thank you. I'd be lying if I said I've ever seen a player with the stones to spit on an opposing team's quarterback. And by stones, I am referring to both his brain and his testicles.
Whoa!
That's a quarterback, Jalen. One who some people think is good, by the way. It's not like you hawked on Tim Boyle. Maybe if it was a guard or a lowly long snapper, they would have just penalized you, but it's a quarterback. After the game, Jalen Carter did apologize.
You know, it was a mistake that happened on my side, and you know, it just won't happen again. So I feel bad for just my teammates and the fans out there, just not being able to start the game, even finish the game. It just fucked me up. But we're gonna get it better. It won't happen again.
Much like another famous shot involving Dallas, the production crew found their Zapruder film angle showing that Dak Prescott spat first. There were multiple shots fired in this tragedy. Now, did Dak spit on Jalen Carter? No. Does it look like he's trying to spit on Jalen? Not really, but he sort of spits in his general direction and then baits him with this mischievous look, and Carter took his shot at Dak. This shot, in terms of historical significance, may be more important than the Kennedy assassination, as no defending Super Bowl champion team has ever had a player ejected on opening game until Jalen Carter. However, Jeremiah Trotter was ejected in the Eagles season opener after they lost the Super Bowl, so Philly does have a lead in this weird and incredibly specific situation. After the game, Dak told us he did not spit at Jalen.
I was right here by the two linemen, and guess I needed to spit, and I wasn't gonna spit on my lineman, and I just spit ahead, but where he goes, "You trying to spit on me?" And at that point, I felt like he was insulting me. Like, I wouldn't spit on somebody. I'm damn sure not trying to spit on you. Like, we're about to play a game.
And I agree with Dak. I don't believe he would spit on someone. I believe Jalen Carter would, though. I believe that. All that, though, distracted from the fact that converted fullback Ben Van Sumeren was carted off the field with a knee injury. Now, he battled injuries in 2024, and he gets hurt on the first fucking play of the season? And all anyone is talking about is his teammates' PFF saliva and loogie grades? 98.6, by the way. I won't be the one to point out that he was injured on the dynamic kickoff, which is designed to be so much safer. Now that I talked about spitting for 8 minutes, let's get to football. The first half of this game was entertaining. Even if Eagles' defensive penalties set up almost all of the Cowboys' first half touchdowns, it was entertaining. The Cowboys were far more disciplined on opening night. Clearly, this was due to finally getting rid of that locker room cancer, Micah Parsons, who specifically told the Cowboys players to get penalized as much as possible the last few years. Philly had 9 penalties for 110 yards, which nearly was the difference in this game. There were penalties on the first 3 kickoffs of this game, and the third kickoff also featured a brawl between both teams. That was one where the Cowboys were actually flagged, but dear God.
Think of the children. Won't somebody please think of the children?
In reality, there was no good reason to lose Micah Parsons, right? Well, in reality, there's no good reason for the NFL to crack down on taunting, but they're gonna do it anyway, and the first victim was Nolan Smith. Flexing after making an incredible tackle is just not acceptable, Nolan. Get your shit together, Nolan. The Eagles also had 2 terrible pass interference penalties that led to Cowboys touchdowns. And when I say terrible, I mean the Eagles were terrible at getting away with pass interference, because they definitely did PI. The Philly secondary didn't really look great. Quinion Mitchell was very grabby, and Adoree Jackson kept getting beaten coverage. The thing Dallas was doing well, though, was rushing the ball. Shocker, I know, we didn't see that coming. I felt like I was taking fucking crazy pills. Javonte Williams was running very effectively in the first half. He scored 2 touchdowns, which means the Cowboys had a solid run game. Javonte Williams had 4 total touchdowns in Denver last year, by the way. The Cowboys D did a great job against Saquon Barkley, which means the 2 things we were sure about heading into the game were not true. Dallas did somehow stop the run more effectively without Micah Parsons. Sure, they only had 1 sack in this game, but they did pretty good not letting Saquon destroy them. And just like the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, they lost. The NFL, though, officially gave the sack to Marshawn Kneeland, but Kenny Clark should have earned a half sack credit there, which means he, in my mind, has more sacks than Micah Parsons. Jalen Hurts finished as the Eagles' leading rusher. Saquon rushed for a touchdown in the second quarter, but Philly's offensive line and offense just didn't look as dominant as they did in Super Bowl 59 when they beat the Chiefs. The final big and questionable Eagles penalty was a great ball don't lie moment. Dak dropped an absolute FDR in the end zone. Jake Ferguson heard the thundering sound of Reed Blankenship and dropped the ball before Reed hit him. Reed was flagged, even though it certainly looks like he did everything in his power to minimize the contact here. Just as it felt like Dallas was going to walk into the end zone for a 3rd time following a big penalty. Ball do not lieth! And former Eagles and double agent Miles Sanders fumbled. The Eagles scooped, and Dak Prescott ensured Jerry Jones would never trade him when he himself stopped the run with the great tackle. Take note, Michael Persons. It was 21-20 at halftime. And then Benjamin Franklin stepped in.
He tamed lightning.
Who is the King of England? Why, the tyrant King George, of course.
We can't blame the referees. We can't really blame the players or the coaches. We can only blame Mother Nature for ruining this game's potential.
But you can see some in the distance there, and that's why we put this thing on pause.
And nothing will ruin potential like a bad mother. I am now on the side of every NFL stadium having a retractable roof, not to block out snow or rain or even wind, but to combat hour-long plus delays because of lightning. My bedtime is more important than player safety, and certainly more important than the safety of the thousands of fans in attendance. They're not getting paid to entertain me. Everyone knows, too, if you're drunk enough, lightning can't hurt you. And there was not a sober person in that entire stadium. Shout out to Next Gen Stats for providing us with the single dumbest graphic in NFL history. A bunch of moving dots representing the players coming back onto the field. I get it though. Even the graphics guys got bored during that delay. The lightning delay was so long, Mike Tirico fucking forgot which quarterback was which.
Going corner pressure again and bringing it. Prescott got away from it. He's got space. Prescott.
Imagine, though, if Ian Eagle was the guy confusing Jalen Hurts and Dak Prescott. Eagle Eye? More like racist eye is what people would be saying today. We were blessed with 41 first-half points, and then God said, I took the under on this game, and I need my money, bitch. Only 4 times since 1990 has a game had 41 points in the first half and then not covered the over. The Eagles' lone field goal in the second half was enough to give them victory. Speaking of God, I do have to give a ton of credit to Jihad Campbell, who had one of the better rookie linebacker debuts I've seen. While I assumed running the pole in Tampa 2 meant something entirely different, Credit Campbell for going full jihad on the Cowboys passing attack. A linebacker defending a pass that deep is a luxury, and Howie got another dog on that defense. Campbell finished the game with the highest grade of any defender per PFF, and I believe he stripped the ball out of Miles Sanders' arms in that ball don't lie moment. Strong debut for the rookie, and he's only going to look better when, he has, Jalen Carter playing in front of him. While Jalen Carter betrayed his entire team, Dak Prescott was betrayed by CeeDee Lamb, who played worse than, a CD that had been dragged across a pile of rocks and spit on by Jalen Carter. Dak is certainly a contender, though, for the Joe Burrow Award this week, which goes to a player who, no matter what he does, his team loses. Dak finished with 188 passing yards, but watched in horror as about another 100 yards were left off the stat sheet because of drops. After an early great grab opened up Dak's Shakira hips, CeeDee Lamb dropped 3 or 4 passes in this game, almost all of which would have been graded as successful big-time throws by Prescott. Since 2020, CeeDee Lamb has 35 drops, which is the most in the NFL.
Honestly, I feel like, I can't point no fingers at nobody else, you know what I'm saying? And I take full accountability.
And based on how he betrayed Dak, his king, I have to ask, what is Lamb's favorite CD? I'm assuming anything by Judas Priest?
Man, that's terrible.
Poor receiver A.J. Brown didn't get his first target of the game until there was less than 2 minutes left. A.J. would have killed for a chance to drop 4 passes like CeeDee Lamb, but on the upside, A.J. was able to read 6 books during this game when you factor in the lightning delay. Thanks for watching the first new worst game of the season. Congratulations, Lightning. You made this possible. And don't forget, we got our cursed shirts available at benchwarmershop.com. That is my website, my company, Benchwarmer Shop, cursed logos, coffee. You know where it's at. Every NFL team's worst mistake of the last 5 years. Now, the NFL is a league where half the teams are actively trying to win, and the other half are trying to find new and creative ways to light money on fire. Over the last 5 years, we've seen every flavor of disaster. Trades that aged worse than milk. Contracts that should come with a court summons. Court summons that come with quarterbacks, draft picks, and plays that made fan bases consider joining a new religion. So let's go through every team's worst mistake in the last half decade, because pain makes for the most clickable YouTube videos. We did a video like this 4 years ago, and I thought it was time for a follow-up. Also, I thought we made that video 5 years ago and didn't realize until we had already written too much of this one. I'm Brendan Perna. This is That's Good Sports. We did it! We hit 775,000 subs before the 2025 football season started. I challenged you to help me get there, and you showed up. Guys, thank you. Thank you. I achieved so few of my goals. It was nice to finally hit one. Speaking of not meeting their goals, the Arizona Cardinals. Well, they once looked at Cliff Kingsbury's air raid offense and Steve Keim's draft resume of busts, arrests, and linebackers playing out of position and thought, yeah, these are the guys we should lock up until 2027.
I'm super excited for him and for us because I think we've got a very bright future.
Naturally, both were gone a year later after going 4-13. Thank God Kyler Murray is only 5'10", because that makes it physically impossible for him to be their biggest mistake. Atlanta decided in 2024 to throw $180 million at Kirk Cousins' surgically repaired Achilles tendon. Then, for reasons only God and Arthur Blank understand, they drafted Michael Penix Jr. in round 1 anyway. Cousins lasted 14 starts, got benched, and now the Falcons are paying him $85 million to sit perfectly still like a wax figure while they see what they have in Mr. Penis Jr. Who in hindsight looks like the smartest move the Falcons made in the last 5 years, possibly. The Ravens, who usually only make smart, boring moves, dropped $15 million guaranteed on Odell Beckham Jr. in 2023 because... reasons? OBJ hadn't been elite since Game of Thrones was still good, and shocker, he gave them 565 yards, 3 TDs, and a half season of ankle issues. $15 million is a lot to pay for a guy when you already invested heavy draft capital in Rashad Bateman and Zay Flowers. The Buffalo Bills' genius idea was, oh God, this hurts. Von Miller. In his $120 million 6-year deal.
Which is a lot.
2 fully guaranteed years, a window to try and terrorize Patrick Mahomes. Instead, his ACL exploded, he got suspended, and the Bills are paying $45 million for 4 sacks, and Buffalo has fallen twice to Kansas City when it counted the most. I love Vaughn, and I would have given him $120 million as well. I just think Buffalo could have spread that money around to, address one of their other issues.
You know, I feel like I've had a little Buffalo Bill in my blood for a long time.
The Panthers said, you know what'll fix this team? Trading away DJ Moore and multiple first-rounders for quarterback Bryce Young. Now, I'm not saying Bryce Young is their biggest mistake, but I am saying what they gave up to acquire him was. If they waited just 1 year, they could have drafted Caleb Williams or Jaden Daniels with the first overall pick. Would they have been the worst team had they not drafted Bryce Young? Who knows? What I do know, what is otherworldly levels of stupidity, is to trade away a first-round draft pick that turns into the #1 overall draft pick for another team. The craziest part is we all laughed at the Texans for winning that meaningless game against the Colts that cost them the #1 pick, and they still ended up with C.J. Stroud, who has gotten Houston to the postseason twice and won a couple games there as well. We're all rooting for Bryce Young, but Jesus, I'd take Stroud, Jaden, Bo Nix, Drake May, and probably Michael Penix over him right now. The good news, Carolina, is you're in a rare position where one of your biggest mistakes could still be your franchise QB.
One thing I always travel with is like a little travel size lotion.
Today's episode is sponsored by Element. Element is a zero-sugar electrolyte drink mix and sparkling water aimed at helping you stay hydrated and hitting optimal sodium levels. You know what they say when life hands you lemons? Turn it into a lemonade salt flavor of Element drink mix for the summer, and then watch it become so popular you make it permanent. That's the saying, right? Well, that's right. The lemonade salt will continue to be available at Element along with all their other flavors. Next to chili mango, it's the flavor I've been drinking the most lately. And you might recall I knew about Element because my mom drinks it. Well, she texted me the other day asking if I could save her a box of the chili mango because she stumbled upon one of Element's chicken wing recipes that called for a chili mango packet. Each pack has a perfect dose of electrolytes, free of sugar, artificial colors, all the stuff you don't want in your body but definitely want on your chicken wings. It's been oddly humid here in Colorado, which means I've been sweating through my workout clothes in disgusting fashion. And when you sweat, you need to replenish your fluids and your electrolytes. Element is how I do it. And right now, anyone who uses my link can get a new sample pack that features 2 packs of their most popular flavors. That's 4 flavors, 8 total samples for you to try, and it's for new or existing customers when you use my link and make a purchase at Element. Chicago's worst moment was not drafting Justin Fields. The process there wasn't bad, it just didn't work out. No, it was actually trading the 32nd overall pick for Chase Claypool, a wide receiver whose highlight reel in Chicago was him blocking air. He gave them 191 yards in 10 games, then got traded for basically next to nothing. The Steelers turned that pick into Joey Porter Jr., who's already better than half the league's corners. Bringing in Chase Claypool to help Justin Fields as a passer is like getting a Chicago native named Pope so God stops hating your football team. Actually, that might work. It's like bringing in a block of cheese to relieve your severe constipation. I bet Joey Porter doesn't let that Hail Mary happen. And while keeping Matt Eberflus 1 year too many was a big whiff, it did lead to Ben Johnson
Coming from my favorite guy. Like a little travel size lotion.
And ultimately, I think Eberflus's final year in Chicago was a blessing in disguise. Cincinnati. I mean, this one is pretty obvious, right? It was drafting Joe Burrow. The Browns. Oh boy, where do we even start? Nah, here's where we start and where we end, even though it could be a lot of things, really. Cleveland sold its soul, its draft picks, and $230 million fully guaranteed for Deshaun Watson. He's delivered bottom-of-the-barrel quarterback play, an Achilles tear, and a lifetime contract of awkward press conferences. The Texans used those picks to completely rebuild and win back-to-back AFC South titles, while the Browns have one of the ugliest deals in sports history, not just NFL. And the bow on this perfectly wrapped dick in a box is Baker Mayfield looks fucking awesome in Tampa Bay, signing a $100 million contract in 2024, and he's likely going to get an extension after 2025. The Browns have to be the only franchise in NFL history to solve their franchise decades-long quarterback problem and then willingly trade that man away. The good news for Cleveland is when I redo this video in 20 years, this will still be the answer. When I redo this video in 100 fucking years, this will still be the answer. And yeah, I'll still be alive, Cleveland.
Get off my lawn.
I've fallen, and I can't get up.
Okay, I'll do a real one for the Bengals now. I had to sell the joke, though. I think their biggest mistake is philosophically deciding not to invest in defense to help one of the most potent offenses in the NFL. They let Jesse Bates walk in his prime. Bates had accounted for 10 interceptions, 2 touchdowns, and 7 forced fumbles in 2 seasons with the Falcons since leaving Cincinnati. They will have Trey Hendrickson for all of 2025, but you should be banking on him for the next 2 seasons. Get it the fuck together, Cincinnati, or you're going to watch Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow's prime go up in smoke. The Cowboys. They shipped Amari Cooper to Cleveland for a 5th rounder because he was too expensive. Then they gave Michael Gallup $62.5 million coming off a torn ACL. Cooper gave the Browns back-to-back 1,100-yard seasons. Gallup gave Dallas one last sigh before retiring. Jerry Jones is rewarded with an 8-part docuseries on Netflix while he chooses not to pay Micah Parsons. What made this worse for Dallas was seeing the Dolphins give up 5 draft picks to acquire Tyreek Hill, including a 2022 first-round pick, a second-round pick, and a 4th-round pick, plus a 4th and 6th-round pick in 2023. And then Devontae Adams going to the Raiders for a 1st and 2nd-round pick. So Jerry Jones didn't get close to what Amari Cooper was worth at the time. Jerry Jones' inability to get the right value for Amari Cooper was my answer, until of course Jerry Jones went along and traded Micah Parsons. Now he did get 2 first-round draft picks for Micah, but I think if we're looking forward to the next 5 years, the Micah Parsons trade will be the one we're talking about as the worst move for the Dallas Cowboys.
I hate Jerry Jones! Why are they trading him to a team that has knocked them out of the playoffs in each of the last 3 years?
Jerry World, and all of the Cursed Logo shirts are now available. The new Cursed Logos for 2025 at benchwarmershop.com.
I don't want to do this.
The Chiefs. Hard to say the Chiefs have really done anything wrong over the last 5 years, except for the fact that Patrick Mahomes is colorblind and can't see a white corner in the Super Bowl. But if I gotta pinpoint something for the Chiefs, it's 2 draft picks, Sky Moore and Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Clyde's probably the bigger mistake overall, because after Clyde, I believe the next player that was taken was T. Higgins. Then you had Michael Pittman, and just a few picks later, Jonathan Taylor. So I think if the Chiefs could redo that, they would have taken any one of those players to just plug into their insane offense. Sky Moore, the next pick, Trey McBride. Could you imagine replacing Travis Kelce with Trey McBride? And then a few picks after him, offensive lineman who just signed a big contract extension with the Buccaneers, Luke Godecki. I bet the Chiefs would have those two back, but I'm glad they can't. You can't have them back, Kansas City, cuz go fuck yourself. Here's another easy one. Denver's Russ era costs 2 firsts, 2 seconds, 3 players, and $245 million for a Russell Wilson extension. 2 years later, Wilson was cut. Sean Payton was throwing shade and pressers, and Seattle was laughing all the way to the playoffs with Charles Cross, Devin Witherspoon, and Boye Mafe. You could make a case that hiring Nathaniel Hackett was just as bad, but at least firing a head coach before his first season is over doesn't result in a bunch of dead cap money. Luckily, the Broncos were smart enough to take their medicine with Russell Wilson, draft and acquire talent in record time, and rebuild their way out of a massive grave and get back to the playoffs in 2024 with, God bless himself, Bo Nix.
God bless Bo Nix!
Detroit got a little too tricky for their own good, down 10 points in the fourth quarter of their NFC divisional round meeting with the Commanders. Instead of letting Jared Goff try and throw him back into the game, they put the ball in the hands of Jameson Williams, who promptly gave the ball right back to Washington and all but iced their incredible 15-2 season. The best news for the Lions is that it was really hard to find a big mistake in the last 5 years. Since firing Matt Patricia, everything has gone well. I was choosing how they managed the game in 2 playoff losses. Ultimately, I picked the Commanders over the 49ers because it wasn't the Lions' fault that Brandon Ayuk made that insane catch, that once-in-a-lifetime grab, and I felt bad blaming their best chance on a Super Bowl appearance all on Josh Reynolds for not catching this ball on 4th and 2, which in my opinion is the most costly drop in Lions history. Green Bay traded Devontae Adams to the Raiders, then had 2 firsts in 2022. They used them on Quay Walker and Devontae Wyatt. Wyatt is a rotational guy who they took with George Karlaftis still on the board. When your big Devontae Adams replacement plan is let's take a linebacker who tackles trainers, you're stuck with Christian Watson dropping huge passes left and right and always getting hurt. They could have also traded Aaron Rodgers in 2022 for a king's ransom after his 2nd consecutive MVP season. Instead, they gave him a 4-year extension and took on a $40 million dead cap hit when they traded him to the Jets a year later. The good news is the answer is not drafting Jordan Love.
What would you like to say to Jerry? You broke the man's heart.
I ain't got nothing to say. I ain't got nothing to say.
The Texans really traded DeAndre Hopkins, one of the best 3 wideouts alive at the time, for a 2nd-round pick that became Ross Blacklock and elder running back David Johnson's bloated contract. Hopkins had 3 straight All-Pro seasons in Houston. David Johnson had 2 straight years of sub-700-yard seasons for the Texans. That was the answer in the last version of this episode, which again we did in 2021, and it's still true today. Hiring David Culley as their head coach in 2021 does earn an honorable mention. Houston, though, they're on a run of pretty damn good decisions, from beating the Colts with Lovie Smith to trading Deshaun Watson for a king's ransom to, most importantly, firing Jack-Off Easter Bunny and hiring DeMeco Ryans and then drafting C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. I predict in 5 years I'm talking about a bad decision you made in the AFC Championship game. Here's another layup. I mean, come on, for the Colts, it's Anthony Richardson. You can talk about his age and his elite tools as long as you want, but the 4th overall pick in 2023 is a bust. His completion percentage constantly hovers around 50%, and he just lost his starting job to Danny fucking Dimes. Ironically, Anthony Richardson throws more dimes than Danny, but can't keep up with the Joneses on simple passes and reads. The real tragedy is that the Colts have a pretty good roster, and the right pick at quarterback could have had them at the top of the AFC South last year. Imagine Shane Steichen with Will Levis.
They try to define you.
Jacksonville hired Urban Meyer, That's it. That's the whole mistake. A man who didn't know who Aaron Donald was kicked his kicker and skipped the team flight to grind on strange women at his personal bar and restaurant in Ohio. 2 wins, 11 losses, and a preseason with Tim Tebow at tight end. The only positive is that his failure will make literally every Jaguars coach since look like Vince Lombardi. And they've already fired one of them. Las Vegas hired Josh McDaniels. He got 25 games, traded for Devontae Adams just to bench Derek Carr for Jarrett Stidham, which in turn sent Carr to the Saints. McDaniels kept signing washed-up Patriots like it was a retirement home. And before McDaniels came in, the players in Vegas wanted Rich Bisaccia. Mark Davis said, let's go get the guy who was universally reviled in the state of Colorado. McDaniels' biggest mistake was pissing off Derek Carr by benching him. Had McDaniels handled just that situation properly, the Raiders could have traded Derek Carr and received some solid draft capital in return. Instead, they made this choir boy so angry.
Hey, you're being an idiot. Stop.
He simply waited until they were forced to release him. Lost in the shuffle of a lot of bad 2022 offseason moves, the Chargers threw $82.5 million at J.C. Jackson, which is a lot. He lasted 7 games, got benched twice, tore his knee up, then got traded back to New England. The Bolts basically paid $38.5 million for 1 interception. Brandon Staley's defensive genius label didn't survive this disaster, and there was no one in the secondary to stop Trevor Lawrence in the playoffs. Ultimately, I think hiring Brandon Staley was the bigger mistake, because it led to that one. Those are 3 years Chargers fans will just never get back. The Rams. I mean, with how well Jared Goff has played, it's crazy that it's not trading Jared Goff. They've been a pretty smart team the last decade. But I'm going to say that their worst mistake was throwing a shit ton of money at 29-year-old wide receiver Allen Robinson, who had all of 339 yards in Los Angeles. Hard to find a glaring mistake for a team that got Matthew Stafford a Super Bowl ring. The Rams are probably the most underappreciated savvy franchise right now. They traded for Von Miller, who was a huge part of their Super Bowl run, and then let him turn into the Bills' biggest whiff. That's crazy. Miami. They got caught tampering with Tom Brady and Sean Payton for a few years. The NFL dropped the hammer, stripping them of a 1st and a 3rd round draft pick and fining them $2 million. And they didn't even get Brady or Payton. Vic Fangio got the hell out of there after 1 season and immediately coached the Eagles defense to a Super Bowl II. Minnesota's 2022 draft class was a horror show. Lewis Cine snapped his leg. Andrew Booth Jr. never saw the field. Ed Ingram was a human turnstile at guard. Brian Asamoah was invisible. 4 top 70 picks, 0 impact. Their GM, Kwesi Adofo-Mensah, survived, but only because he drafted Jordan Addison the next year to bail himself out. Kwesi, great in free agency, maybe not so good at drafting. New England followed the most accomplished head coach in NFL history with Gerard Mayo rather than opening up a real coaching search, and it led to a disastrous 2024 season. Even if they got to see some nice things out of Drake May, they also spent a 1st-round pick on Mac Jones and signed Cam Newton to replace Tom Brady in 2020. Saying goodbye to Bill Belichick was the right move, but the succession plan was all wrong. And Belichick, holy shit, his biggest whiff was drafting Cole Strange in the 1st round. The Pats just cut Cole Strange, and the next offensive lineman off the board in that draft, Cam Jurgens. Never forget the savvy Rams laughing their ass off at the Cole Strange pick.
Really?
Just went.
We wasted our time watching him thinking he'd be at 104 maybe.
And in a strange twist of fate, Cole signed with the first team to fire Bill Belichick, the Browns. The Saints were left in the lurch when Sean Payton took a 1-year hiatus, but rolling with Dennis Allen for 2 years and change was not the move. Allen should have been an interim head coach for a year, essentially, before they moved on to a long-term solution. They also have the most disastrous cap situation in the NFL basically every year, but that's more than one mistake. The Giants gave Kenny Golladay $72 million in 2021. Remember that shit? He scored 1 touchdown in 26 games. 1. That's $72 million for a garbage time score in his very last outing. He averaged 23 yards per game and was released 2 years in. But that still pales in comparison to the Daniel Jones contract extension, which essentially led to Saquon Barkley joining the Eagles. Imagine getting an amicable divorce and then watching your ex become the highest grossing OnlyFans model in site's history in 1 year, and she did it the classy way, not the Bonnie Blue way. Obviously, the Barkley move hurt the most immediately and publicly, but it opened the door for a true reset, and the Jackson Dart era will eventually start with some optimism. The Jets, they traded for Aaron Rodgers in 2023, but I don't fault them too much for taking a big swing at quarterback given their history and that their defense was championship caliber at the time. Letting him act as pseudo GM, a far bigger crime in my opinion. Their most egregious move of the last half decade though was spending the second overall pick of the 2021 NFL draft on Zachary Wilson. Not a lot of good quarterbacks to choose from, but that meant they also passed up on Pat Surtain, Micah Parsons, Jamar Chase, and Penei Sewell. It's a simple reminder to draft quarterbacks who have played a good amount of college football, and it was the Zach Wilson pick that led to them taking that big ayahuasca swing on Aaron Rodgers. Sadly, Rodgers never shined, quite like Robert Sala's head in New York. The Eagles, they just won a Super Bowl. Everything's great. But they might have had a third in their trophy case if they hadn't taken Jalen Reagor over Justin Jefferson. It's really that simple. They probably have a much different receiving core right now, but you just can't pick Jalen Reagor over Justin Jefferson. It's amazing they bounced back from that, honestly. Also, forgetting to pay the referees in the first Super Bowl matchup against the Chiefs. Big oversight by Howie Roseman. The Steelers made Kenny Pickett the heir to Ben Roethlisberger in 2022. 2 seasons, 24 starts, 13 TDs, 13 picks, and then they traded him to Philly for scraps. He's the most recent entry in a long line of Steelers first-round busts, but at least they tried. And since then, they've been kicking the can down the road at quarterback, settling for Band-Aids instead of ripping one off and trying to escape the trap of mediocrity. Honorable mention is their ability to evaluate wide receivers' personalities. From Antonio Brown to Chase Claypool to Deontay Johnson to George Pickens, they really have a type, and it is the bad boy. The San Francisco 49ers traded 3 first-round picks for Trey Lance in 2021. He got hurt, barely played, and was shipped off while 7th-rounder Bryce Purdy became the franchise QB. If anything, though, I have to applaud the fact that San Francisco didn't fall victim to the sunk cost fallacy and was pretty quick to admit defeat on a huge, huge swing. Finding a franchise quarterback with the very last pick in the draft after making that trade for Trey Lance is one of the craziest things I've ever seen. Seattle paid 2 first-round picks for Jamal Adams in 2020. He had 9.5 sacks in his first year, then basically became a permanent resident of the injured list. 9.5 sacks is nice, but in case you didn't know, Jamal Adams is a safety. Again, cool, but Jamal is safety. Oh, the safety dance. The Jets turned those picks into Garrett Wilson and Elijah Vera Tucker, while Seattle paid a premium for a blitzing safety whose game was never really applicable in the modern NFL. There are only 2 safeties in all NFL history I'd give up 2 first-round picks for: Ed Reed and Ronnie Lott. Maybe Brian Dawkins. At least when the Broncos gave up 2 first-rounders to Seattle, it was for a quarterback, which is a lot. Tampa Bay spent a 2nd-round pick on Florida's Kyle Trask to become the heir apparent to Thomas Brady, who played for another 2 years in Tampa, while Trask went on to start precisely 0 games as a Buccaneer. He just got cut after this most recent preseason. The Kyle Trask pick would be a much bigger deal if they didn't bring in Baker Mayfield on a 1-year, no-risk-it, no-biscuit contract back in 2023. Mike Evans could have left, Chris Godwin could have left, Levante David could have left. The Buccaneers, they have a culture I think guys like playing for right now, and they have handled Brady's departure almost perfectly. Tennessee's general manager or executive vice president, whatever, John Robinson, thought paying receiver A.J. Brown was too steep, so he traded him to the Eagles and used the pick on Treylon Burks. Titans fans know this story. Everybody knows this story. Brown turned into a top 5 receiver in Philly. Burks turned into an oft-injured and seldom productive target with 699 yards in all of his seasons there. Robinson was fired mid-season, and Burks was recently cut. A.J. Brown immediately helped the Eagles get to the Super Bowl and won it in year 3 with the Birds. That move will transcend time and was in our episode back in March about the worst trades for every team. The Titans, though, they managed to replace one bad GM with another, bringing in Rand Carthon. You had John Robinson and ignoring the fact that Mike Vrabel wanted to keep A.J. Brown. Then his replacement, Rand Carthon, fired Mike Vrabel at a time where Mike Vrabel was really the only good thing going on in Tennessee. Vrabel with Drake May or Brian Callahan with Cam Ward? Who has the better next 5 years? And finally, the Washington football team commander skins. So many to choose from for Washington. Washington was in limbo as the Dan Snyder ousting was going through its due process. Ultimately, I believe hiring Ron Rivera was their biggest mistake, and a large part of that has to do with how poorly they drafted while he was there. So it's actually every first-round pick in the Rivera era. They picked Emmanuel Forbes at number 16 in 2023. By year 2, he was benched and cut. The Rams claimed him, and the Commanders basically paid $5 million to watch Christian Gonzalez, picked right after Forbes, become a Pro Bowl corner. Jahan Dotson was their pick in 2022. He plays for the Eagles now. 2021, it was linebacker Jamin Davis, who was just cut by the Jets. And of course, Chase Young in 2020, who is not with Washington. But they got Jaden Daniels now, so none of that shit matters. Thanks for watching. That's good sports. Please subscribe here because well, that's just how fucking YouTube works. Do you understand? You gotta subscribe so you don't forget to watch my videos. If you forget to watch my videos, I don't make as much money. If I don't make as much money, I can't feed my family.
Coming from my favorite guy.
Welcome to the big, beautiful, bold, most accurate predictions you are going to see anywhere heading into this 2025 NFL season. I'm breaking down who's winning MVP, which rookies are going to stand out, which coach is getting fired first, all of that stuff. How do I know this? How can I tell the difference between a strong gut feeling and gas? AI. I've had my brain replaced by artificial intelligence and integrated it with stem cells and 4 billion renderings of Will Smith eating spaghetti. As an Italian man, that has given me unexpected insight into the future, which takes me to my first very bold prediction. And a man who also thinks drugs can help you see into the future. Quarterback Aaron Rodgers has one great season left in him.
Putting yourself in the womb of the medicine.
That's right, a la Brett Favre on the Vikings in 2009. We've written him off. I've written him off. There's no reason to really believe that this is going to happen. But like Favre, he was escaping the clutches of the New York Jets, and Rodgers had good numbers and looked physically capable a year ago despite everything falling apart around him in New York. I think he gets the Steelers back into the playoffs and has his best statistical season since 2021. There's stability there, and I think that makes a difference. My next bold quarterback prediction, Kirk Cousins starts games for a team that isn't the Falcons in 2025. No one wants to see it, but some team will lose their starting quarterback and they will realize that another year removed from his Achilles tear, you can do a lot worse than Big Kirko. He gets in for a significant chunk of the season and actually plays well, earning himself yet another fully guaranteed contract. It'll probably be the Dolphins when Tua goes down.
Tua Tagovailoa.
He's a great guy, phenomenal guy. Just got to stay healthy.
He's got to stay healthy.
And my boldest quarterback prediction, Sam Darnold has a better year statistically than Geno Smith. That's right, I said it. I think Geno will be more than fine with the Raiders. Don't get me wrong, but I think the Seahawks have actually solidified the interior of their offensive line. There was just a 1-yard difference between Sam and Geno in 2024 in passing yards. I think Geno drops back in many passing numbers as the Raiders become a run-first team with Pete Carroll and Ashton Genty.
I don't know how he's doing it, honestly. He got a lot of energy.
It feels like we have written Sam Darnold off. And if you write a quarterback off and then he goes to Seattle, we all know what happens.
They wrote me off. I ain't right back, though.
The Seahawks will be one of 2 NFC West playoff teams. There's a bold one. Look, you guys are showing up. We're actually less than 5,000 subscribers away from 775,000. The goal was to get to that number before the season starts, and I can't thank you guys enough for, I think it might happen. I think it might happen, and this might be the most sub-2 August I've ever had. Yeah, that's good. Sports heads are crazy. Now, this is going to piss some people off, but my regression team, the Commanders. No offense, Washington, but of all the teams in 2024, I don't think there was a single one that overachieved as much as Washington. Now, I believe they're still going to be good, and we all know Jaden Daniels will be electric. Here are my concerns. I'm not sure Jaden takes as big of a leap as I think many are thinking. I also think he might miss a few games. The Terry McLaurin holdout is officially weird. I do like preseason darling Bill Krosky-Merritt at running back. I love the Commanders' entire offense, but I fear their defense is a bit too seasoned. They're old. They're the oldest roster in the NFL, and they have a rookie quarterback. The Steelers are the second oldest roster in the league, but they've got the oldest player in the league in Aaron Rodgers. Again, I still think they'll be good, but not as good, and age is going to bite them in the arse. The Chiefs will win the Super Bowl, but only if Gardner Minshew is their starting quarterback in the playoffs and the big game. Caleb Williams won't look great until midseason. Caleb has a lot of Johnson to swallow in this new Ben offense. There's probably a different way of saying that, but I can't think of another one. I love that he had a great preseason debut, but that hasn't deterred me from the fact that it's going to take time to feel comfortable running a new system. Caleb's going to have to work under center more than he has in his life, and he's going to have to learn how to throw the ball in under 4 seconds, lest he takes 60-plus sacks again. I don't think he gets there overnight, but I do think he'll start to figure it out around the midpoint of the season.
All right.
But at that point, it'll be too late for the Bears to make a playoff run. But when it does click, God help the NFC North. And when Ben Johnson has a mobile quarterback at his disposal to create diabolical plays, it'll be fun. The worst team in the NFC will be the Saints. You're welcome, Arizona. My optimism for the Saints has slowly died over the preseason. I'm wishing the best for Tyler Shuck, but there's nothing I trust about the Saints other than Alvin Kamara. He's still their best player, and he's a 30-year-old running back. Football fans are going to start to get tired of... the Bills. They've been a mainstay in the playoffs for 6 years, and now I think we're getting sick of them getting our hopes up every year just to crap the bed against a team no one wants to win anymore. It's worse that Buffalo knows how to beat the Chiefs in the regular season, and I'm tired of Sean McDermott's defense saving its worst football for the fucking postseason. 29 points per game last year in the playoffs. 27.5 in 2023, 22 in 2022, and 41.5 in 2021. The average is 33.2 in their playoff losses for the Bills. And I fear some of that Chiefs hate will be sublimated into Bills fatigue. And if they do not win the Super Bowl this season, fans will start to turn on what used to be a very lovable team in Buffalo. Also, Hard Knocks has been really lame this year.
2, 3, bibbity, bibbity, bop. That's what I'm talking about.
The 49ers are going to be a bounce-back team and win a playoff game because that's just what Kyle Shanahan does. He loves to take a year off every other year and get back after it immediately after disappointing everyone. They can't possibly be as injured as they were a season ago, right? Right?
This guy's annoying, dude.
Today's episode is sponsored by Prize Picks and my sign-up code TGS. Here's the thing, Prize Picks is hitting me with big bonuses for every 200 sign-ups I generate. And honestly, I want them to get tired of paying me this season. So, if you live in one of the 45 states where Prize Picks is available and you like playing in these types of lineup builders, just use my code when you play. It makes a huge difference here. Make your first $5 deposit and Prize Picks will give you $50 in lineups. You pick 2 to 6 players, choose more or less on their stat projections, and bang! You're set if your picks hit. You can win up to 25 times your money if your picks hit. And right now you can take advantage of Prize Picks max discount play for week 1. It's Dak Prescott set at a half yard. A half yard for Dak week 1. Add that into your lineup with their max discount. And I went a little crazy for my season-long stat projections for running backs. $5, you get to play, track these all year. I'm taking more yards on Jaylen Warren, Saquon Barkley, who can rush for 550 fewer yards this season and still clear, Ashton Genty, Josh Jacobs, Derrick Henry, more. I liked how much teams leaned into running the ball in 2024, and I'm hoping that happens again. Prize Picks, use my code TGS, and let's try and hit those 200 signups by the end of this week. Those first 200. Then it's another 200, another 200, another 200. A fall back, the Vikings. The Vikings are going to go to single-digit wins. Look, I think Kevin O'Connell is one of the best coaches in the NFL, and he did wonders last season with Sam Darnold. But last year, they got 4 easy wins against the AFC South and another layup against the Jets. They just didn't have a difficult schedule, and this season they're playing 4 games against the AFC North and a 5th at the Chargers, so right off the bat, things are going to be tougher. We also have no read on J.J. McCarthy outside of 2 scattered preseason games that sandwiched his injury, and I think it's too early to say he's going to come in and pick up where Sam Darnold left off last year. I still think this is probably a 9-win team because of Kevin O'Connell and the talent they have on the roster, but they do take a significant step back from 14-3.
Gotcha.
My rookie predictions. Shedeur Sanders will start half the season for the Browns. Joe Flacco gets the start week 1. We know that. He's going to vanquish the Bengals probably. But at some point, the Browns will realize they need to figure out what they have in their rookie QB. After seeing Shedeur's preseason debut become one of the most watched preseason games in NFL history, Jimmy Haslam will ensure Shedeur Sanders brings eyeballs to the team. Sorry to their other rookie quarterback drafted ahead of him. I think Sanders gets 8 or 9 games at the helm and plays himself into a full-time role in year 2, and people are going to be very rational about it. Rookie Jackson Dart will start by week 5. Dart was very impressive in both of his preseason games, and Russell Wilson looked like vintage Broncos/Steelers Russell Wilson. Brian Dable knows that Jackson Dart is his best and final chance at keeping his job long term, and at some point early on he will realize that he has to play the quarterback whose wagon he's hitched to in New York. My bummer of a prediction, the Jaguars will put too much on Travis Hunter too soon, and he won't dominate on the other side of the ball. I think we're just not going to know what to make of Travis Hunter. Personally, I believe the Jags should have him start out on defense and work him in slowly on offense. But junior GM James Gladstone will be a little too eager to get a return on his massive investment, and head coach Liam Cohen will overuse Travis Hunter too soon. I'm concerned we are putting too much pressure on him to succeed on both sides of the ball. An unrealistic expectation we would have for any other player. Just let him figure out one side first, and then double dip. Meanwhile, the 3rd overall pick, Abdul Carter, is going to win Defensive Rookie of the Year with double-digit sacks in New York. But he's really in an underrated and advantageous situation to pick up a lot of sacks, with Dexter Lawrence occupying space in the middle of that defensive line and Brian Burns getting chipped on the other side. Patriots running back Travion Henderson will have more all-purpose yards by the end of the season than any other running back in this draft class. The worst team in the AFC will now be the Colts. Their 8 wins last year might have been the biggest overachievement in the league. Sorta. I think Shane Steichen's on the hot seat, and I think having Daniel Jones as a plan A is a recipe for disaster. It will be all the more painful when they have the #1 overall pick and Peyton Manning doesn't allow Arch Manning to enter the draft. Watching Arch Manning say no to the Saints and the Colts in the same draft is going to be hilarious. Unless you're a Saints or Colts fan. Biggest drop in production? Saquon Barkley or Derrick Henry. I expect both of them to be close to 2,000-yard rushers again. I'm drafting them high in fantasy, but probability says one will get hurt, even if it's a hamstring and the guy misses a few games. I feel like both were so insanely dominant in 2024, the only way to go is backwards. These are external forces working against them, not a knock on either talent, because I fucking love those guys. And they both still have great offensive lines, great quarterbacks, and you should expect great things. I just believe one of them, and I don't know which one, is going to have a big drop in production. I'm leaning towards Henry only because the running backs behind him are also pretty talented. My breakout player, after his insane performance in the preseason Monday night game, I bet you think it's Mitchell Tinsley. No, there's just too much receiving talent in Cincinnati. My breakout player in 2025 is a rookie, so I don't know if that totally counts, but it's my prediction episode, so I can do whatever the fuck I want. I've got Colts tight end Tyler Warren putting together a season that rivals Brock Bowers from a year ago. Bowers put up elite numbers with a bad QB situation last year, and I think Warren, who was an absolute monster at Penn State, does a little bit of everything for Indy as their joker and succeeds like Bowers. And he's a true joker because he can block, catch, run, and even throw. He might be the best passer on that team right now if you look at some of his college highlights. My other breakout player is Eagles edge rusher Jalix Hunt. With Josh Sweat leaving for Arizona, someone on the edge is going to feast in Philly. He had a couple sacks in the postseason and got a lot of key reps last year. Josh Sweat doesn't leave the building if Howie didn't believe in Jalix Hunt. My surprise team to miss the playoffs? Both LA teams. The Rams, despite putting Matthew Stafford in some kind of space pod, will not be able to keep the 37-year-old quarterback on the field for a full season. Some people don't even know if Matthew Stafford's actually still alive. Has he been replaced by a AI robot? There's a lot of convincing evidence on Twitter that says he has. Congrats, Davante Adams. Once again, you will be catching the majority of your passes from Jimmy f***ing Garoppolo. And by the time Sean McVay remembers Stetson Bennett is the better option, it'll be too late. The Chargers already lost Rashawn Slater, and when they miss the postseason this year, people will finally question how good Justin Herbert truly is as an NFL quarterback. Now, the NFL will make a new rule. Whoever loses the Super Bowl has to roll out an all-male group of cheerleaders for the following season. The NFL rushing leader will be Bucky Irving, who had over 1,100 yards on just 207 carries last season. Along with James Cook, he had the lowest number of carries to break 1,000 yards in 2024, and I think he capitalizes on a bigger workload this year. The Buccaneers' offense has ample receiving weapons, and they will just be hard to defend, and Bucky is going to be insane. Last year, Trey Hendrickson led the NFL with 17.5 sacks, but I don't think he hits that mark again. So I'm giving the sack crown to Nick Bonito. Put that big, beautiful sack all over your fucking head, Nick, because you earned it. They throw it back to oh, fuck! Nick Bonito! Nick Bonito picks it! That's right, I'm going all in on Nick Bonito. Look, Nick's returning to a defense that's got Zach Allen on the D-line, an incredible secondary with PS2, and presumably Denver is going to be leading a lot of games this year. And he's got a chance to get 17 or 18 sacks in year 4 as he's gotten better every season he's on the field. Bonito, he's got the right mix of talent paired with a super aggressive defensive coordinator in Vance Joseph to have a legit shot at the sack crown. He's also in a contract year. It's the perfect storm. My MVP, well, we all know it's probably going to go to a quarterback again, but what if, for once, it didn't? I see a scenario where the Bengals lose Joe Burrow for a handful of games and Jamar Chase puts up huge numbers with Burrow and Jake Browning, Browntown, throwing him the ball. And Jamar Chase is the #1 reason the Bengals get back into the playoffs. If Chase does the unthinkable and wins a second Triple Crown, I truly believe he could be the league's most valuable player. My media prediction? Raiders white minority owner and Fox color analyst Tom Brady will violate league rules at some point this season. Because Brady is a white minority owner, he can't do certain things as a broadcaster like watching other teams practice, but I don't think he'll be able to help himself because he's a fucking cheater, and he will don a fake mustache to observe another team's signals, at which point he will be outed and fined 0.001% of his net worth. Also, the Raiders will be stripped of a draft pick, which ironically will make them better considering their history. The first coach to bite the dust and get canned will be two-time head coach of the year,
Steven Stefanski.
Bold. He is far and away the best coach in Browns history post-1999. He's taken a dysfunctional organization to the playoffs twice, and he will be rewarded by getting shown the door, just like Baker Mayfield, in the middle of what will be a disastrous season in Cleveland. I said bold predictions, guys, and I mean it.
Hey, Mile. Hi. From Denver.
Kay Adams.
Super Bowl contenders? #1 defense? How about the offense? Top 5?
She's just toying with our emotions at this point in Broncos country. The Broncos might be the AFC's most overhyped team. I am very uncomfortable with the idea that the Broncos are already being dubbed Super Bowl contenders. Cool the Jets. That's a reach outside of their natural evolution as a team. I think they're a better team than they were a year ago, but I think you actually have to win a playoff game before you get to talk about being a Super Bowl contender. I do believe Denver gets closer to the upper echelon of the AFC, you know, the Chiefs, the Ravens, and Bills, but I'm picking them to go 11-6 and win a wild card game. As much as I'm ready to be hurt again, I'm not getting crazy. No. I'm not calling them a Super Bowl team in 2025, and I wish everyone would just shut the hell up about it.
I think the Denver Broncos can compete and be a team that we're talking about later on in the season and be talking about them as a Super Bowl type of team.
And finally, my big Super Bowl prediction. Who's it going to be? I think the Eagles return, but this year they face the Ravens. I wanted to say Ravens versus Lions. That would be fun because I still do believe in Detroit. I think they're going to the championship game. But the Eagles somehow have gotten better. I think this is the year that Lamar Jackson and the Ravens break through and get to Santa Clara for Super Bowl 60. Holy crap, we've got 60 Super Bowls. The Eagles are still the Eagles, a team that bullied their way through the playoffs, especially in the last 2 games of the season. I know they lost some key contributors like Milton Williams, Darius Slay, and Josh Sweat, but I trust that Howie Roseman has a contingency plan every single offseason. I already mentioned Jalix Hunt as being a breakout player, but I think Quinion Mitchell will be considered the biggest threat to dethrone Pat Surtain as the best corner in the NFL. Ultimately, I think the Eagles get the win over the Ravens and we get back-to-back Super Bowl champions dating back to the 2022 seasons. 2 for the Chiefs, 2 for the Eagles, and in 2026, even I will be rooting against Philly for the three-peat. Knowing my team's history, the Eagles will throttle the Broncos in that game to cement themselves as the first team to three-peat. Ah, fuck. Thanks for watching That's Good Sports. Please subscribe. You're on YouTube. You gotta subscribe. We're so close to 775,000. I can smell it. I can taste it. Make it true. Make it true.
Christian Brown.
The NFL season is officially here and the wait is finally over. This was a very eventful offseason to say the least, as the Titans now have their hopeful franchise quarterback in Cam Ward, Sam Darnold is now a Seahawk after having the best year of his career, and Aaron Rodgers is a Pittsburgh Steeler. And heading into every NFL season, there are expectations for each and every team. We know who is more likely to go to the Super Bowl than others, and we know which teams are more likely to be selecting in the top 5 of the 2026 NFL Draft than others. And in today's video, we're going to break down 4 bold predictions for the 2025 NFL season. There will be a handful more that we go over at the end of the video, and I encourage you to comment below any bold prediction you have ahead of the 2025 season. And remember, these are bold predictions for a reason. I don't think anybody in their wildest dreams would have said heading into last year that the Washington Commanders would go to the NFC Championship game in Jaden Daniels' rookie year, or that the 2024 NFC North would have 2 14-win teams for the first time in NFL history. So if you have a bold prediction, by all means, let it rip. And there's a lot to break down in today's video, and without further ado, let's begin. And we are starting today's video by discussing the team that just had the #1 overall pick in the Tennessee Titans. And the prediction here is that they either win the division or finish with 6 wins or less, and head coach Brian Callahan is fired at the end of the year with pretty much no in between. There's a big variance here for the Titans because I don't think this is a particularly bad roster, but I don't think it's a great roster either. And we've said this before on the channel, but you don't accidentally stumble into the #1 overall pick. You may accidentally have a 5-win season when you were projected an 8 or 9-win season, but not the worst record in the league with 32 teams in the said league. And the reason Tennessee could finish with 6 wins or less and that head coach Brian Callahan could be fired is if the Titans do not start out hot, you could see the team start to play for me rather than we and make business decisions as early as mid to late October. And not only that, but one of my biggest frustrations with the Titans last year was how undisciplined they were at times. If you're a bad football team and you go into the link to play the Eagles and lose, oh well, it happens. But for Tennessee to be one of only 3 teams last year to have both 130 plus penalties as well as over 1,000 yards in penalties is not good for a team in a new regime. And if that does not get cleaned up, then there's going to be a game or two this year where you look up and wonder how they lost. And I think that can be viewed as a direct reflection on the coaching staff. And if that does not get cleaned up, like we mentioned, this isn't a bad team, but it's not an elite team either, and they can have a 5 or 6 win season, and pretty quickly you'd look up and think Brian Callahan is 8-26 or 9-25 through 2 years, and we have a very undisciplined football team on top of it, and we'd rather not chance it with Cam Ward, so let's just go ahead and bring in a new head coach and start over. Now, on the flip side of this, the win the division part, well, the biggest thing here with the 2025 Titans compared to the 2024 Titans is not making mistakes the way they did last year. The first part of that, of course, is not having an all-time bad special teams unit. And for reference, the Titans lost to the Lions last year with a score of 52-14, and the Lions had 225 yards of offense despite putting up over 50 points. The Titans also had 4 turnovers, but their special teams allowed multiple big returns within this game, and they set themselves up to fail from the start. Tennessee also had 34 turnovers in 2024 as a team, and obviously you know the big or the meme ones from Will Levis, but even with those turnovers from Levis, I kind of ask the question, how much different do we view the 2025 Titans if they started out 2-0 last year with wins over the Bears and Jets instead of losing in the manner they did? Now, they wouldn't have drafted Cam Ward, of course, but my point is, this is a solid team that missed opportunities last year. And the AFC South is also not a great division. This team did not send 3 teams to the playoffs last year like the AFC West did, and heading into 2023, nobody would have thought the Texans would have went from the #2 pick in the draft to winning a playoff game in CJ Stroud's rookie year. Admittedly, I do worry about the start of the Titans' schedule as they have 4 road games in their first 6 games of the year, but, and this is a big but if they can go 3-3 through this stretch, the schedule gets easier as the season progresses, and I also don't think they're going to have a -16 turnover margin this year and an all-time bad special teams unit again. But I'm also not the biggest Brian Callahan guy, and that's largely why I think there's a good reason there's a lot of variance with the 2025 Titans. Now, if there is one thing about me I love, it's eating. I don't eat to live, I live to eat. Whether it's steak, burger, chicken, pizza, crabs, because I do live in Maryland, you name it, I love it. And that's why I'm excited to tell you guys about today's sponsor, HelloFresh. HelloFresh recently doubled the size of their menu to offer 100 plus recipes each week, and they're also offering bigger portions, twice as many healthy options, and 15 plus high protein recipes every week. And like I said, I live to eat, and the white cheddar crunch burger with griddled onion, potato wedges, and smoky mustard was phenomenal. And I personally think that a bun can make or break a burger, and HelloFresh didn't disappoint because they had the filet mignon of buns in a brioche bun, and this meal was absolutely phenomenal, and I couldn't recommend it enough. Now, I did have a hard time choosing which meals to select from this week, so I went with the white cheddar crunch burger, a barbecue pineapple flatbread, and a creamy cilantro steak bowl, all of which were phenomenal, by the way. I loved each meal, and HelloFresh has step-by-step directions, so they're easy to follow. So take advantage of the new HelloFresh by using my code GFBFM at HelloFresh.com to get 10 free meals plus free breakfast for life. 1 free meal per box with active subscription, free meals applied as discount on first box, new or returning subscribers, and a big thank you to HelloFresh for sponsoring today's video. The next bold take is that the Chicago Bears finished last in the NFC North, but the process of the 25 Bears offense looks really good throughout the year, and one thing that I do want to preface with this part of the video is we just concluded the 2025 NFL Team Preview Series. Appreciate everyone who watched, by the way, and you may think that, hey, you just released a video a week and a half ago about the Bears titled, "I'm buying in with the Chicago Bears again," and the thumbnail caption was "New Beginning," and while I am buying in with the Chicago Bears process, I don't think that they're going to go 15-2 this year or 14-3, and I was pretty adamant in the video that I think their team ceiling is a divisional round exit, and I also prefaced in the video of the Bears team preview that I don't think they're going to win the NFC North this year. I do not think this team is better than the Detroit Lions. I do not think they're better than the Minnesota Vikings or Green Bay Packers either. But what I do want to hammer home is that they made a lot of changes this offseason. Now, everybody gets the joke about the Bears being offseason champions, but they brought in Joe Thuney, they brought in Drew Dahlman, and they brought in Jonah Jackson to protect Caleb Williams along the interior offensive line and to also help the run game out as well, going up the middle and inside zone, as Ben Johnson likes to call. So what I want to preface this part here is that while I do think the Bears are going to finish last in the NFC North, I would be absolutely shocked if you're not going to see improvements from not just Caleb Williams, but really everyone in the offense in 2025. And what I think still needs to be remembered about Caleb Williams' rookie season is he still had over 3,500 yards passing and 20 passing touchdowns to just 6 interceptions. He didn't put the ball in harm's way a lot, and obviously there were a lot of moments that Caleb wishes he could have back from last year, and there were certainly not just one, but multiple sacks that wore on him throughout the 2024 season that I do think Ben Johnson will coach out of him over time. But all things considered, there was still a lot of positives to take away when you factor in all of the environmental factors within Caleb Williams' 2024 rookie season, whether it was nobody watching tape with him or the offensive line at times being a disaster. And yes, I also acknowledge that some of Caleb Williams' 68 sacks that he took last year were certainly on him, as no offensive line gives up 68 sacks per year without ever one being on the quarterback, and that was especially true in Caleb Williams' case. But one thing I want to hammer home is the Bears' schedule this year is extremely difficult, and that's due in large part as to why I think they're going to finish last in the NFC North. And when your road schedule is, of course, going to be the Lions, Packers, and Vikings for each team in your division, well, it's as if that's not enough, they also have to go on the road to play Philly, Washington, Baltimore, and Cincinnati, and San Francisco for that matter, too. So that is going to be one of the most difficult road schedules out of any team in the NFL this year, and I don't think the Bears are going to have a 4-4 record in those road games, and it'll probably be 2-6 or 3-5, and inevitably that's going to affect your record in the long run. So due to all of this, I think the Bears are going to finish last in the NFC North, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if they finish 8-9, but the bottom line is there's going to be a lot more positives to take away this year, and that Ben Johnson is implementing a big culture change, and that the process is going to look a lot better in 2025 for Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears. And the main point that I do want to hammer home is that I am buying in with the Chicago Bears process and everything that they're going to do over 2025 and 2026, and I really like all the moves they made this offseason, but that schedule, not just for the Bears, who finished 5-12 last year, but even for the Eagles to have that type of road schedule would be brutal. So I don't think the Bears are going to have 11 or 12 wins this year, but they are going to gradually get better over the course of the season, and I can't wait to see how this team plays in 2025. Next up is the New England Patriots making the playoffs, and I think this happens for a few reasons. The Patriots were ranked 30th in offensive DVOA last year and were dead last in rushing DVOA. They also finished 30th in points in 2024, and their offensive line was abysmal. And there were times last year where both Jacoby Brissett and Drake May were set up to fail, and whenever the Patriots selected Drake May at number 3 overall, and especially when you looked at the supporting cast for a 22-year-old rookie quarterback, well, I was hoping they let Drake May sit for the majority, if not all of his rookie year. And the biggest thing the Patriots did this offseason to help out their young quarterback was to give him an offensive line that raises the floor. Now, full transparency, I don't think the Patriots are going to go from having one of the worst offensive lines in one offseason to having one of the best offensive lines in one offseason, but they took several steps in the right direction. And that doesn't factor in the improvement in coaching and the improvement with the rest of the roster for that matter too. They also lost a few games they probably shouldn't have last year, and with the sheer improvements they made to this roster alone, is plural multiple wins better from where they were last year. And there was a point within the 2024 season where the Patriots had an undrafted free agent center on Quinnen Williams, and that went about as exactly as you'd expect. I really loved what the Patriots did in the draft this year, and really liked the running back duo in Ramondre Stevenson and Travion Henderson, and am considerably excited for this duo to get going in 2025. Stephon Diggs will turn 32 and is coming off of a torn ACL, and that of course has to be noted, but he is still a savvy route runner and a guy that can get open at a much higher rate than what a lot of Patriots receivers did last year. Kyle Williams is an exciting third-round pick and a player who I think will make several splash plays throughout the 2025 season. And I am also excited for rookie Efton Chisholm, who I think can legitimately contribute to this team too. They also spent over $100 million on defensive lineman Milton Williams in free agency, and brought in linebacker Robert Spillane too, who I think has been an underappreciated player for the Raiders over the past few years. But another big reason as to why I think this team can make the playoffs is their schedule is not that difficult. It's not easy, of course, as no NFL schedule is easy, but they don't have a 3-game stretch where they play Kansas City and Buffalo on the road and then come home to play Baltimore. And they can set the tone within the 2025 season pretty quickly because their first 4 games are home against the Raiders, at Miami, home against the Steelers, and home against the Panthers. And I ask the question, do you truly think New England can't win any of those games? And the answer is no. And as crazy as this sounds, the 2025 New England Patriots can start out 4-0. Now, I don't think they will, as like with the Titans, I don't think this roster is a great roster, but I certainly don't think it's awful either. I am a huge believer in Drake May, and I think they have their franchise quarterback, and they did a lot to help him out this offseason, and I think it'll pay off very soon. The Patriots do play the Bills in Buffalo in Week 5, and I think they will lose that game, but after that they play at New Orleans, then go to Tennessee, and then come home to play Cleveland. And when those are your first 8 games, is a 6-2 start unreasonable? No, and if 10 wins gets you into the dance, then I don't think there's any reason the Patriots can't make the playoffs this year. Next up is the Seattle Seahawks to win the NFC West, and I know you may be thinking that a team that won 10 games last year to win their division is not all that bold of a take, but I did check multiple sportsbooks before making this video, and the Seahawks had the lowest odds of winning the NFC West out of any of the 4 teams. So why I think the Seahawks can win the division this year is pretty simple. I thought they upgraded the roster substantially this offseason, both in free agency and throughout the NFL draft, and they were one of 3 teams to receive an A+ draft grade for the 2025 draft, and I loved not only the Greg Zabel selection, but I also loved the Nicky Manwari, Elijah Arroyo, Torrey Horton selection, who I do believe will be a draft steal for them over the course of time, though Cooper Kupp may initially eat into some of Torrey Horton's targets. But pertaining to the 2025 Seahawks, Cooper Kupp, Jackson Smith-Njigba, and Torrey Horton will be a solid receiving trio, and not only that, but with the selection of Greg Zabel, that's going to emphasize running the football more with Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet, and the Seahawks are going to do everything they can to make Sam Darnold's life easier in 2025. Now, one big thing about Sam Darnold as we enter the 2025 season is we all know his lasting image right now. The Week 18 game against the Lions, in which the Vikings put up 9 points with not just the NFC North on the line, but also the 1 seed on the line, and then 8 days later on Monday night in the wildcard round against the Los Angeles Rams, a team that Sam Darnold will now have to play twice a year, and a team that the Seahawks will presumably have to beat to win the NFC West. He also did not play well and effectively played like a pumpkin, and you get the point. The Vikings went from winning 14 games in their first 16 games of 2024 to putting up a combined 18 points in the final 2 games of the 2024 season, obviously including the wildcard round game within that. But what I think gets forgotten about with Sam Darnold is this was a player who threw for over 4,000 yards and 35 touchdowns last year, and more often than not, obviously excluding the Week 18 game, wildcard game, and even a weird Jacksonville game in which Darnold threw a couple of interceptions, Sam Darnold was a very, very good player for most of the 24 season. You don't accidentally stumble into 14 wins in the NFL. That does not happen. There's franchises that haven't won 14 games in a season, let alone Sam Darnold winning 14 games as his first year with the Minnesota Vikings. So what I do want to emphasize is that he was not that player for most of 2024. And again, you don't accidentally finish 10th in MVP voting the way Sam Darnold did last year. There were several high-level throws that Darnold made throughout the 24 season, and believe it or not, it was not just, hey, let's just throw it up, Justin Jefferson is down there somewhere. Darnold was a game-changing player, again, for most of the 2024 season, and I think that he can lead this team to 10 or 11 wins in 2025, maybe 12 wins, because the Seahawks schedule is not all that difficult. Now, the way that the schedule works is you play divisions within your schedule. So you may play the NFC East this year if you are the Seattle Seahawks, or you may play the AFC North, or whatever the case may be. That's how the scheduling works, right? But the way that it rotated around this year is the Seahawks play the NFC and AFC South. So they get to play the Bucks, Falcons, Saints, and Panthers, and then obviously the Titans, Colts, Jags, and Texans. That is a lot different than potentially having to go to Baltimore and then come home the next week to play the Cincinnati Bengals and have Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow in back-to-back weeks, where you may get a division team from the AFC South and then the NFC South, and needless to say, that's a lot better of a matchup for Seattle. So whenever you factor everything in, this is a team that won 10 games last year. They had one of just 3 A+ draft grades I handed out, and they also brought in Cooper Kupp and DeMarcus Lawrence in free agency to improve the receiving unit and improve their ability to get after the quarterback. I also think second-year defensive tackle Byron Murphy takes a big step, and when you look at the philosophy of a Mike Macdonald defense, which is to make the opposing quarterback uncomfortable and then to throw a bevy of coverages at you throughout the game, this is going to be a very difficult team to beat. Now, I don't think Seattle's going to win the Super Bowl this year, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if they win the NFC West, and there's legitimate reason to believe that heading into the 25 season. Two other takes I do want to acknowledge here is CeeDee Lamb leading the NFL in receiving yards, as I think for Dallas to be able to put up points consistently, they're going to have to throw the ball a lot, and it's because I really don't trust their run game. And even within this, I think George Pickens could go for 11 or 1,200 receiving yards, and that Dak Prescott could throw for 5,000 yards for the first time in his career. Now, full transparency, this video is being recorded before the Cowboys-Eagles game and being released after, so this could age like fine wine or like milk, though I would argue on either side, no matter if Dak throws for 400 in the season opener or $125, that it's only one of 17 games. The other take that I think you could certainly argue is the Minnesota Vikings going to the Super Bowl with J.J. McCarthy. Now, as a Vikings fan myself, I did have their team ceiling as the NFC Championship game in the 2025 team preview, but with the improvements they made along the trenches, which was a big pitfall for them in the 2024 regular season finale against the Lions, and then the wild card round against the Rams, they addressed every hole they had. So if you believe that, I wouldn't necessarily blame you heading into 2025. But that's all I have for today. I hope you enjoyed. Please drop your 2025 bold predictions below, and like and subscribe if you enjoyed. And until next time, please be safe and have a great day. Love you guys. The Minnesota Vikings finished the 2024 season with a 14-3 record and made the playoffs for the second time in 3 years.
We strive to be better, to be greater.
Best door in the league, man. You better let somebody know.
Unfortunately, for the second time in 3 years, they were bounced in the wild card round, this time with a score of 27-9, in what was both a frustrating and embarrassing loss to the Los Angeles Rams.
Ball's out, picked up by Verse. Off to the races, and gone for the touchdown.
And despite how frustrating that loss was to the Rams, there was no chance anyone would have believed you if you would have said heading into the 2024 season that Sam Darnold would throw for over 4,000 yards, throw 35 touchdowns, and lead this team to 14 wins in his first and only year with the Vikings. As a Vikings fan myself, I was hoping for a 7 to 8 win season, and for 2024 first-round quarterback J.J. McCarthy to take over 5 or 6 games into the year. But as we know, that didn't happen because J.J. McCarthy unfortunately sustained a season-ending injury, and Sam Darnold and the offense got rolling, and aside from a few games, never looked back. But for as fun as the 2024 season was at times, as the team started out 14-2, well, it ended just as fast. The Vikings had 4 total losses in all of 2024, including the postseason, 2 of which were to the Lions and 2 of which were to the Rams. But despite winning 14 games last year, this team knew they needed help, and they knew they needed to get stronger, and the Minnesota Vikings had one hell of an offseason. And as long as JJ McCarthy is not a net negative, the Minnesota Vikings are going to be a problem. And in today's video, we're going to break down the 2025 Minnesota Vikings. If you could like the video before we start, I would really appreciate it, and without further ado, let's begin. And we are starting today's video by discussing who the Vikings brought in free agency and who they lost in free agency prior to the NFL draft. And one of the biggest things that we discuss on the channel is teams' intentions entering each and every offseason. You can do the math pretty quickly as to who is contending for a Super Bowl and who isn't, and whatever you may think of the Vikings and ultimately JJ McCarthy doesn't matter, because internally, the Vikings think they are in a Super Bowl window. GM Kwesi Adofo-Mensah wanted to move on from Kirk Cousins, and ultimately the price tag that comes with Kirk Cousins, so we could have a young quarterback on a rookie scale contract. And the Vikings went from having $70 million in dead cap money in 2024, which ranked 5th in the NFL, to having just $12 million in dead cap money in 2025, which ranks 27th in the NFL. There was also a big question entering the 2025 offseason for this team, and it was whether or not to keep Sam Darnold and to try and run it back for one more year. Ultimately, they did not bring him back, and that was of course the biggest loss this team had in free agency. We'll get more into the losses they had in free agency in a minute, but they ultimately brought back corner Byron Murphy, who had 6 interceptions last year and made his first career Pro Bowl. Now, I'd be lying if I said I expect Byron to have that type of year again in 2025, but Minnesota brought him back on a 3-year, $54 million deal with just under $35 being guaranteed. And as we know, corner is a very volatile position in the NFL, and what this means is the Vikings are protected if this signing does not work out. And we've mentioned this countless times on the channel, but NFL teams are a lot smarter with how they handle free agent signings than they were in years past, and this is where Kwesi Adofo-Mensah is really good, is bringing in good free agents. They knew the interior offensive line had to be addressed, and they also brought in Will Fries, a guard from the Colts, and Ryan Kelly, a center from the Colts. Fries was having a good 2024 season before unfortunately suffering a fractured right tibia in Week 5, which prematurely ended his season. Minnesota gave him a 5-year, $88 million contract this offseason, with $44 being guaranteed, and they gave center Ryan Kelly a 2-year, $18 million contract. Kelly has also battled injuries throughout his career, but the biggest thing Minnesota knew they needed to do this offseason was to build a wall around JJ McCarthy, and that's exactly what they did. They also needed a legit second running back, and they traded for 2024 49ers leading rusher, Jordan Mason. I was really surprised Minnesota got Jordan Mason for a 27-pick drop back in the 2025 draft from pick 160 to pick 187, as well as a 2026 6th-round pick, but they did. And despite how good the 2024 Vikings defense was throughout most of last year, there was one part where they struggled, at least consistently, and that was interior pass rush. Jonathan Gernard and Andrew Van Ginkel were very good at what they did last year and are 2 of the best players in the NFL, but they can't do everything. So Minnesota brought in Jonathan Allen and Javon Hargrave to rush from the interior, and why I think the Minnesota Vikings are going to be a problem this year is they knew what their holes were entering the 2025 offseason, and they addressed all of them. This is not an exaggeration to say a 14-win team got better this offseason. Now, we'll get into the quarterback discussion part later in the video, but the biggest loss they had in free agency, aside from Sam Darnold of course, was Cam Bynum. Bynum is a really solid player and was a very fun player to watch over the last 4 years, but he was offered a $60 million contract by the Colts, and the rest you could say is history. They also lost Daniel Jones, edge Patrick Jones, and released former first-round center Garrett Bradbury. The biggest wild card, of course, will be JJ McCarthy replacing Sam Darnold, but I do think this team got better in free agency, and the defense for Minnesota is going to be extremely fun to watch this year. But first, if you're looking for a mattress designed to help improve your sleep, your quality of life, and is also conveniently shipped to your front door for free in the United States, look no further than today's sponsor, Bear Mattress. Make sure to head to bearmattress.com/analysis and use code analysis to get 40% off your mattress plus 2 free pillows. Bear is a premium fiberglass-free mattress designed to upgrade your sleep quality, and again, it's conveniently shipped to your front door for free in the United States. Now, admittedly, I was nervous about the idea of a mattress showing up on my doorstep without ever testing it in store, but there's two big reasons as to why I really love working with Bear. One of them is, of course, that Bear knows everybody has different preferences in sleep positions, so they have a sleep quiz to help find the best mattress for you that will help remove all of the guesswork. And the other one that made me feel really comfortable to work with Bear was they have a 120-night sleep trial, so you have over 3 months to determine whether or not you love the mattress, and they also have financing options and flexible payment plans. It's been a couple of months since I received my Bear mattress, and I absolutely love it. And speaking of sleeping on things, I'm definitely not sleeping on the Vikings. I mean, J.J. McCarthy, Kevin O'Connell, Justin Jefferson, Christian Darrisaw, Jonathan Grenard, Andrew Van Ginkel. You get the point. We're a very good football team, definitely not sleeping on the Vikings. But we did mention the sleep quiz to try and remove guesswork from buying a mattress, and it asks questions like whether you are a side, back, or stomach sleeper. Personally, I'm a side sleeper. And it also asks whether you like a soft, medium, or firm mattress. Personally, I'm a medium guy, as I don't like to feel like I'm sleeping on a feather, and they matched me with the Elite Hybrid Medium, and the Elite Hybrid Medium has the Universal Comfort, which balances strong support and comfort to achieve refreshing and restorative sleep. And if you were wondering, my girl Meadow also enjoys the Bear mattress. And if you don't believe myself or Meadow, well, Bear just ran a survey with over 300 recent customers, where 82% said they saw an increase in quality of sleep with their new Bear mattress, which is why 95% of those customers said they would recommend Bear to a friend. I love my Bear mattress, and I think you would too, and if you head to bearmattress.com/analysis and use code analysis, you'll get 40% off plus 2 free pillows, and that's better than what's currently being offered on the site, so check them out while you can. Once again, that's bearmattress.com/analysis, using code analysis for 40% off plus 2 free pillows. And a big thank you to Bear Mattress for sponsoring today's video. Now, for the Vikings defense this year, this is a unit that's absolutely loaded. This team finished first in defensive passing DVOA last year, second in total defensive DVOA, and first in defensive rushing EPA per play. They were the only team in the entire NFL last year to force a turnover in every game, and not surprisingly, they led the NFL in turnovers forced. And when you look at every level of the defense, there's playmakers. Jonathan Grenard had 80 pressures last year, which ranked 3rd in the NFL, and Andrew Van Ginkel had 49 pressures while playing over 200 snaps in coverage. And both players finished with double-digit sacks last year. And like we mentioned during the offseason moves part, Minnesota did not have a great interior pass rush last year. They were led by veterans Jihad Ward and Jerry Tillery, and while Harrison Phillips has played for the Vikings for a few years now, he's more of an athletic nose tackle than a guy who gets after the passer, and for reference, his career high in pressures is just 23, and his career high in sacks is just 3. He's a very good player, he's just not a pass-rushing defensive tackle. So for Minnesota to go get both, Jonathan Allen and Javon Hargrave were great offseason moves. If neither Allen nor Hargrave work out, then again, Minnesota is protected from a financial standpoint. And sure, they'd have to pay some dead cap money in the worst case scenario, but like we do with other teams who sign high dollar free agents, I ask the question, are the Vikings not going to be able to pay anyone because of the Jonathan Allen or Javon Hargrave contracts? And the answer is no. This organization does a great job of paying their guys and early. Both Christian Darrisaw and Justin Jefferson are taken care of, and so is TJ Hawkinson, Jonathan Grenard, Andrew Van Ginkel, Brian O'Neill, and the list goes on. So while Jonathan Allen may not be the 30 quarterback hit guy he was with Washington back in 2021, and while Javon Hargrave may not be the 50-plus pressure, 11 sack guy he was with Philly in 2022, especially coming off of a torn tricep, you know what they probably are going to be? An upgrade. And having these guys along with second-year player Dallas Turner and Gabriel Murphy get after the quarterback with all of the blitz packages and everything Brian Flores is going to send at opposing offenses every week, good luck. Because one of the biggest differences from last year to this year is the addition of corner Isaiah Rodgers. Now, by himself, Isaiah Rodgers doesn't personally make this defense go from a great defense to an 85 Bears or 2,000 Ravens defense, and I want that part to be clear, but what limited this defense last year, aside from the interior defensive line not being able to get after the quarterback, was a 34-year-old Stephon Gilmore. Brian Flores couldn't call as much man coverage as he wanted, and the defense gradually wore down as the season progressed, and Isaiah Rodgers allows him to do more of that. So when you look at this defense, what is the weakness? There's a case to be made for corner depth, of course, but the front seven is easily one of the best in football. Blake Cashman is a very good linebacker, and Ivan Pace is a good blitzing backer who can chase guys down in space too. As long as the offense does not set these guys up for failure, and barring health of course, they're going to be one of the best defenses in football. You can also have the discussion about safety play, especially with a 36-year-old Harrison Smith, but Theo Jackson is a solid player, and so is Josh Metellus. The 2024 Vikings defense finished not just top 10 in a lot of categories last year, but top 5 in a lot of categories, and they got better from last year to this year. And when projecting the best defenses in football in 2025, the Vikings, along with the Eagles and Broncos, are right there in that discussion. And the bottom line is, this is an elite unit. Now, when we take a look at the Vikings 2025 rookie impact, I would be shocked if their rookie impact is not one of the lowest in the entire NFL, mainly because they only had 5 draft picks, with 3 in the top 200, and ultimately only 1 draft pick in the top 100, which of course was first-round pick offensive lineman from Ohio State, Donovan Jackson. Donovan Jackson, to me, was a really solid guard prospect, and a player that I think will be a plug-and-play for not just a year or two, but hopefully the next 5 or 6 years. In terms of his ceiling, I do think he is somewhat limited, but I do think he is a floor-raising player, and that's one of the biggest things that the Vikings needed along their offensive line, not just for a year or two, but really the past 5 or 6 years, honestly 7 or 8 years along the interior offensive line, because that was one of the things that the Vikings struggled with really throughout the entire Kirk Cousins tenure, was interior offensive line play. So to be able to finally have a good interior offensive line, which of course is led by Donovan Jackson, Ryan Kelly, and Will Fries from left guard to right guard, is a good sign of things to come. And then of course both bookend tackles in Christian Darrisaw and Brian O'Neill. I think Donovan Jackson will have his couple of rookie moments at the beginning of the 2025 season for sure, and there was one play in the preseason game, in the first preseason game against Houston, where Donovan Jackson didn't look great, but I think he will be okay in the long run, and he of course is going to have the most rookie impact of any player. Now, with Ty Felton, the third-round receiver from Maryland, he was the final third-round selection in the 2025 draft, there is a chance for him to come in and produce, especially with Jordan Addison being suspended for the first 3 games of the 2025 season, and he's also going to be the kick returner, or at least he's projected to be the kick returner for the 2025 Vikings, but I wouldn't expect all that much from a late day 2 selection, and I do want to say that I think that there is a reality where Ty Felton is maybe a wide receiver 3 for this team in 2026, depending on what Jalen Naylor does next year in free agency. But in terms of what we should actually expect from Ty Felton in 2025, outside of a kick returning role, I wouldn't really expect all that much, and it's because of the players that are going to be in front of him. Obviously, you have the best receiver in football, and then Jordan Addison, Jalen Naylor, and then Lucky Jackson, who is also probably going to make the roster, and you can see pretty quickly that there's not going to be that many targets for Ty Felton in his rookie year. So I think it is fair to say that if Ty Felton is going to have any sort of substantial rookie impact, we're going to know really by week 4, and if he steps up in the first 3 weeks of the 2025 season. Tyrion Ingram-Dawkins was the Vikings' 5th-round pick, and he's a tweener from Georgia, and the biggest thing with Tyrion Ingram-Dawkins is he has the ability to kick inside and get after the quarterback in pass rushing situations from an interior defensive line standpoint, while having the versatility to be able to set a hard edge in the run game, whether it's 7 or 9 tech in the run game, and have somebody like Andrew Van Ginkel or Dallas Turner, again in run situations, play beside him to again kind of set that hard edge or redirect a running back inside. But when you ask the simple question for a 2025 Vikings team preview, not a 2026 or 2027 or 2028 Vikings team preview, how much impact will Tyrion Ingram-Dawkins specifically have this year? And I would say the answer is going to be not a lot. And in some ways, the 2025 Vikings rookie impact is going to be from one man, and that is Donovan Jackson. That's kind of the reality when you only have one selection in the top 100. And I will be honest, I did not, or at least I wasn't the biggest fan of the Vikings draft class, and I gave their draft class a C during draft weekend, which was in the bottom 5 of all 2025 drafts. So for Tyrion Ingram-Dawkins specifically, there's probably not going to be that much rookie impact, because when you ask the simple question, if you are Brian Flores, who would you rather have out there in a 3rd and 8 situation get after the quarterback from an interior pass rush standpoint? Either Tyrion Ingram-Dawkins or Jonathan Allen or Javon Hargrave, and we kind of all know the answer to that question. Now, the question that we just posed for Tyrion Ingram-Dawkins, of course, applies to 6th rounders Kobe King and Gavin Bartholomew as well, and kind of especially Gavin Bartholomew, because while the Vikings are going to run a lot more 2 tight end sets and 12 personnel with TJ Hawkinson and Josh Oliver, they are each paid a hell of a lot more money than Gavin Bartholomew, and I really kind of hope that Gavin Bartholomew does not receive that much playing time in 2025, because that means that either TJ Hawkinson or Josh Oliver go down with injury, and we hope that does not happen. So, in some ways, from a sheer rookie impact standpoint, Gavin Bartholomew is naturally going to be limited, and the same concept applies to Kobe King, though I do think Kobe King will be a solid special teams player for the Vikings, and unfortunately I do think Kobe King is also a player that in some ways was born in a wrong generation, where if he was born 20 or 25 years earlier and was coming into the league in the earlier mid-2000s, he's kind of one of those old school thumper linebackers with the traps, almost up to the ears, just one of those guys that really are just rocked up thumper linebackers that set the tone. Unfortunately, he's a little stiff-hipped, and he's not as, free-flowing as linebackers in today's era. He's kind of a chase-and-see linebacker, if you will, and that's going to naturally limit what his ceiling would be in today's era, but he should be a key contributor in special teams, and again, we go back to the Vikings only having one selection in the top 100, which of course was Donovan Jackson, so naturally their rookie impact will be a bit limited. They did sign a couple of undrafted free agents I really liked in offensive tackle Logan Brown from Kansas and a pass rusher from BYU in Tyler Beatty, who may make the final 53-man roster, but the Vikings' rookie impact for the 25 class will be one of the lower, or at least in the bottom 10 of all of the 2025 draft classes for all 32 NFL teams. The 2025 Vikings offense. I'll be honest, from a creator's standpoint, this is the toughest team preview offense that I've had to do for any of the 2025 team preview series. There's been a part of me for a month and a half that sat back and wondered, how am I going to talk about the Vikings offense without A, seeming too biased, or B, getting too excited about the team this year, and especially with a first-round quarterback, and ultimately my team's first-round quarterback since Teddy Bridgewater, since I was a sophomore in high school all the way back in 2014. And whenever we talk about the 25 Vikings offense, it of course starts with number 9, J.J. McCarthy. And the thing is with J.J. McCarthy, he is going to be the youngest starting quarterback out of any NFL team in 2025. He has a tremendous work ethic. He also has several great physical abilities that not every quarterback has. He has an absolute cannon of an arm, as he threw the ball over 60 miles an hour during the pre-draft process. And there were times at Michigan where, I don't want to say that, Jim Harbaugh doesn't know what he's doing. That's the absolute last thing I'm saying. But there were times where they specifically leaned on the run game, and in turn that kind of made it appear that, J.J. McCarthy is not that good of a quarterback and he doesn't have what it takes. And all of those narratives that you hear, and honestly still to this day, see regularly on Twitter about how JJ stinks, he's going to limit this team, JJ McDonald's, he's going to be a bust, whatever, you get the point. So I've sat back for a month and a half and wondered, okay, how are we going to talk about this in a reasonable manner? But guys, I'm a Vikings fan, but I don't think it is an exaggeration to say, when you look at everything that's going to go into J.J. McCarthy's situation for his first NFL start, when you look at Kevin O'Connell, an absolutely elite play caller, even if you are a Vikings hater, I think you have to acknowledge how good of a play caller Kevin O'Connell is, along with a franchise left tackle in Christian Darrisaw, the rest of the offensive line revamped, although Brian O'Neill was there last year, a multiple-time Pro Bowl right tackle, by the way, along with the best receiver in football in Justin Jefferson, who is a Hall of Fame talent, along with TJ Hawkinson, along with Aaron Jones and Jordan Mason. And then, by the way, which also benefits JJ indirectly because he's not going to have to deal with things that Joe Burrow has to deal with every single week, with putting up 35 points just to have a chance to win one of the best defenses in football. I do not think it is an exaggeration to say that this is one of the top 2 situations ever for a quarterback to walk into their first NFL start and start an NFL game. The other, to me, would be 2018 Patrick Mahomes with Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce and Andy Reid and everybody else that was that was on that team. Now, having said that, that does not mean that 25 J.J. McCarthy is going to be 5,000-yard, 50 touchdown 2018 Patrick Mahomes. We are talking specifically about the situation, and I do want that part to be clear that we are talking situation only before JJ steps onto the field in his first NFL game. So when you ask the question of what should we actually expect from J.J. McCarthy in 2025, I mean, I'm not dumb to sit here and say, hey, he's going to throw 42 touchdowns as a first-year player, especially with a team that's going to prioritize running the football with Aaron Jones and Jordan Mason that unfortunately escaped them down towards the end of the season last year because the offensive line was wearing down. Aaron Jones is an older back as he was drafted all the way back in 2017, and you started to see the effect of the 17-game season on Aaron Jones towards the end of the 24 season, and that was one of the biggest reasons they brought in Jordan Mason, was to share the workload. So again, I would be lying if I expected JJ to come in and absolutely tear it up. And then there's also the fact that, again, he has not played an NFL game to this point. However, there is a reason that his passing line's touchdown for the year is 24.5, and you have players like Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson at 28.5 and 27.5 passing touchdowns, just 3 and 4 more touchdowns than J.J. McCarthy, and those are your back-to-back league MVPs. Now, obviously, each Josh and Lamar's, their running ability plays a big part in their game, and that will inevitably bring their passing touchdown total down a little bit, but that speaks to the situation that JJ is entering in 2025. Now, admittedly, from a playing style or playing results perspective, I do think that it will resemble a 2023 Jordan Love in the early parts of the 25 season, where there's going to be some kinks to work out. There's going to be growing pains, and there's a reason they are called growing pains to begin with, because you have to go through those moments, and you have to go through those times where coverages are going to rotate. JJ's going to throw what looks to be a pretty bad interception early on, and I fully expect that. Probably in week 2 against Atlanta, when he's playing a secondary that features guys like AJ Terrell, Jesse Bates, and a rookie that I really like in Billy Bowman of the Atlanta Falcons. There's going to be moments where JJ looks bad, and people that want to dunk on JJ, especially early on, are going to get those moments. But from a 2025 projection, assuming he plays all 17 games, and of course Justin Jefferson plays all 17 games, and Jordan Addison plays the remaining 14 games after he comes back from suspension, I don't think a 3,700 to 4,000 yard, along with 25 to 27 passing touchdowns, is out of the range for McCarthy. And I would also say that there's probably going to be 10 to 12 interceptions, and one underrated part of McCarthy's game is his ability to extend the play or to pick up those, 7 or 8 yard gains when it's 3rd and 5, and we actually saw that in the preseason game against the Texans. JJ is entering one of the best situations ever for a first-time starting quarterback, and obviously as a Vikings fan and of course as an NFL analyst, I can't wait to see how it plays out in 2025. Now, for the 2025 Minnesota Vikings running backs, the biggest thing that we're going to have is it's not going to be just Aaron Jones and then a carry here or a carry there from Ty Chandler or Cam Akers. Jordan Mason is going to be a legitimate part of the offense, and I would like to think that this is going to resemble the 2023 Falcons offense. And in that year, that was Bijan Robinson's rookie season. Bijan had over 270 total touches, and backup running back Tyler Algier had over 200 touches. And while I wouldn't necessarily think the Vikings are going to give Aaron Jones 270 touches in what is now his 9th NFL season, I do think it's going to be a lot more balanced than what it was last year, in a season where Aaron Jones had over 1,500 total yards, but also had over 300 total touches. So if you are a fantasy football player, I know sometimes I get fantasy comments about, hey, I like this or I like that. I really wouldn't draft either unless it is in a best ball league, because there's going to be a lot of inconsistency within the 2025 Vikings running backs, because there's going to be games where Aaron Jones probably only has 8 or 9 carries, and in that game, Jordan Mason may have 15 or 16 total touches, and you get the point. There's going to be a lot of diversity between the two, and that they're going to each have productive years, so that when week 17, week 18, and ultimately the playoffs roll around, each player is as fresh as they possibly can be at that point in time. For the 2025 Vikings receivers, it of course starts with Justin Jefferson, who I and a lot of other people think is the best receiver in football. And this is a player that, in what some considered a down year, still had over 100 receptions, 1,500 yards, and double-digit touchdowns. And this was with Sam Darnold as his quarterback, who was not viewed the way that he is now 1 year ago. So if Justin Jefferson was able to do that in a down year, I still think the production will certainly be there for him this year. And even though he has what is essentially a rookie quarterback or a first-year quarterback, I would like to think that JJ is going to lean on him a lot when it's hell or high water, so I still think the targets are going to be there, and I would be pretty surprised if Jefferson doesn't have another 100 reception, 1,400 plus yard double-digit touchdown season, assuming he stays healthy, of course, because that's what you have to assume whenever you are discussing preseason projections. Now, with Jordan Addison, he's a good wide receiver too. Unfortunately, I don't think he'll be able to eclipse the 1,000-yard mark this year because he is missing 3 games at the start of the season, but this is a player that is actually leading his draft class in receiving touchdowns through 2 years, so he knows how to find the end zone and he knows his role within the offense. He's a really solid wide receiver too, and the Vikings' first 3 games are at Chicago, home against Atlanta, and then home against Cincinnati, so it's not the most difficult part of their schedule, where later in the year they play the Eagles, Chargers, Lions, and Ravens in a 4-game span, which would obviously be a lot more detrimental if Addison was missing those 4 games. So the Vikings are going to have their hands full in the first 3 games without Jordan Addison, but I do think that they can still manage to go 2-1 during those first 3 games. TJ Hawkinson was coming off of a torn ACL in 2024 and MCL as well, and I was a little disappointed with how he played, especially towards the end. I was hoping for some more signs of progression that I don't think we saw towards the end of 2024, but in camp he has looked good so far, and I would expect him to be back to that 700 or 800, hopefully 900-yard tight end this year. And the biggest thing with the 2025 Vikings is, as long as they don't beat themselves with how good the defense is, with how improved the offensive line is, and of course staying healthy, this is going to be one of the best teams in football. Now, admittedly, yes, I don't think they're going to be able to repeat the success they had last year, and I don't think they're going to have back-to-back 14-win seasons, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if they win 11 or 12 games this year, and if things go their way, maybe even 13 games for the third time in 4 years. But I do think that they will, in theory, decline from a 14-win season from last year to this year. Ultimately, I think the 2025 Vikings team ceiling is an NFC Championship game appearance. I hope you enjoyed, and if you did, please like the video and subscribe, as we recently hit 200,000 subscribers, and guys, I really cannot thank you guys enough for the support, and again, I appreciate that you guys enjoy watching, and Skol Vikings as we head into the 2025 season. A big thank you to Bear Mattress for sponsoring today's video. I absolutely love Bear Mattress, cannot recommend them enough, and until next time, please be safe and have a great day. Love you guys. The Pittsburgh Steelers finished the 2024 season with a 10-7 record and made the playoffs for the 4th time in the last 5 years. And unfortunately, for the 4th time in the last 5 years, this team was eliminated in the wildcard round of the playoffs, this time by the Baltimore Ravens, with a score of 28-14.
Back. Meanwhile, there goes Henry. There goes Henry all the way for the touchdown.
And the 2024 season for the Steelers was a good representation of what the past several years largely have been for this franchise. They started out hot, as they were 3-0 with wins over the Falcons, Broncos, and Chargers, and looked like their defense was going to be a legitimate problem for the rest of the NFL, as in those first 3 games, they forced 5 turnovers and allowed just 26 total points in 3 games. And they were eventually 10-3 through 13 games, which included wins over teams like the Washington Commanders on the road and the Baltimore Ravens. But eventually it all came crashing down, as they lost to the Eagles in Week 15 with a score of 27-13, and it only got worse from there. They went from 10-3 to 10-7 and were outscored 109-57 in the final 4 games of the regular season. And if you want to include the playoff game against Baltimore, then that jumps up to 137-71. It was a disappointing end to the Steelers for their franchise, but there were a lot of questions at the end of last year. How can we get over the hump? How can we get back to competing and winning big games? Is Mike Tomlin the long-term answer at head coach? And how can we win our first playoff game since 2016? And needless to say, there are a lot of questions for the 2025 Pittsburgh Steelers. But how will they do this year? Well, we're going to break everything down in today's video. Before we start, if you could like the video, I would really appreciate it, and without further ado, let's begin. And we are starting today's video by discussing who the Steelers brought in and who they lost this offseason. The Steelers were a very active team this offseason, and perhaps no move was bigger for them than bringing a quarterback in free agency in Mason Rudolph. But in all seriousness, the biggest move was, of course, bringing in future Hall of Fame quarterback Aaron Rodgers. And it's pretty clear Rodgers is one of the best quarterbacks ever. He has over 500 career passing touchdowns, he's a 4-time league MVP winner, he's a Super Bowl champion, and when he was in his prime, there were very few quarterbacks feared the way a prime Aaron Rodgers was. And we'll of course break down Aaron Rodgers a lot more during the offensive portion of the video, but he is without a doubt the most notable acquisition the Steelers had this offseason, and rightfully so. From a free agency standpoint, they also brought in Darius Slay on a 1-year deal. Big play Slay is 34 and will turn 35 late in the 2025 season, and while he certainly has lost a step from the player he was in his prime, he was not a bad player in 2024, and based on what the Steelers' goal in 2025, which is pretty clearly a 1 year for the rest of our lives mentality, he is a fine signing for the Steelers. And not only that, but he is a great locker room guy, and I don't want to attribute the rise of Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean in their rookie year solely to Darius Slay, as that would be extremely unfair to both of those players and their work ethics and ability, but Darius Slay is a valuable locker room asset to have, in addition to being a solid player at this point in his career. They also brought in safety Juan Thornhill from the Browns to help out the secondary, and while Thornhill is not a household name, nor is he one of the best safeties in the league, I thought this was a good value for the Steelers to bring him in on a 1-year, $3 million deal. Now, for what you are probably waiting for regarding their offseason moves, the Steelers were a very active team this year in the trade market, and these weren't your little fifth-string corner trades in late August for a late pick swap 2 years from now. The Steelers traded a second-round pick and a seventh-round pick to the Seahawks for wide receiver DK Metcalf and a sixth-round pick. Now, one common thing that gets misunderstood regarding the DK Metcalf trade is he did not sign a 5-year, $150 million contract extension with the Steelers. He was already under contract, and the amount of years he is under contract equates to 5 for $150, but he actually signed a 4-year, $132 million contract extension for an average annual value of $33 million. There was a belief for about 2 months that DK Metcalf and George Pickens were going to be a very fun duo to watch, and the jokes were tossed around about what would happen if one player wasn't getting the ball enough to their satisfaction, and that was definitely fun to think about in March and April when they were still teammates. But as we know, the Steelers traded George Pickens to the Cowboys in May after the 2025 draft for a 2026 third as well as a 2027 fifth and sixth pick swap. And for clarity, the Steelers got the higher of the 2 picks here between them and the Cowboys, meaning they received the 2027 fifth. Then at the end of June, the Steelers traded for corner Jalen Ramsey and tight end Jonnu Smith in exchange for Minkah Fitzpatrick and a 2027 fifth-round pick. This was initially reported by Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport as separate trades, meaning it was Ramsey for Minkah straight up and the Jonnu trade was separate, but anyways, the point is, the Steelers brought in Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith via a trade with the Dolphins. In free agency, they lost former left tackle Dan Moore Jr., who signed with the Titans, quarterbacks Justin Fields and Russell Wilson as they signed with the Jets and Giants, and former interior offensive lineman James Daniels, who signed with the Dolphins. Overall, this was a very active offseason for the Steelers, who, at least based on every move they made this offseason, believe they are very close to competing for a Super Bowl. And today's video is sponsored by PrizePicks and my code GFB. And the Pittsburgh Steelers season opener is only a couple of days away against the New York Jets, and I have my pick'ems for this weekend along with the season-long sponsor of the channel, PrizePicks. And with it being the Steelers season opener, that obviously means it's Aaron Rodgers' Steelers debut, so I like Aaron Rodgers more than passing yards in Week 1 against the Jets, but not only is it Aaron Rodgers' Steelers debut, but it's also DK Metcalf's Steelers debut, and I think they're going to make it a priority to get him the football early and often, so I also like DK Metcalf's more than receiving yards in Week 1 too. Justin Fields is also playing against his former team in the Pittsburgh Steelers, but I really like the Steelers defense, and that's why we're going lower on Justin Fields' passing yards. Now, the Jets did invest a lot of draft capital in second-round tight end Mason Taylor, and I think Mason Taylor will receive quite a few targets, especially in Week 1 to get him going in the offense, and that's why I'm going more than Mason Taylor's receiving yards in Week 1 against the Steelers. And the biggest thing is football is back, so use my code GFB when you download the PrizePicks app, link below, make your first $5 deposit, and PrizePicks will give you $50 in lineups instantly. Also, the Dak Prescott Max Week 1 discount is good until game day, so you can sign up for PrizePicks and use code GFB and have Dak Prescott half a yard for Week 1. That's Dak Prescott to throw for half a yard when you sign up using code GFB, and we're trying to get 100 signups by the end of September, so you can sign up for PrizePicks, use code GFB, make your first $5 deposit, and get $50 in lineups instantly. And a big thank you to PrizePicks for sponsoring today's video. Now, with the Steelers defense entering 2025, this is a unit that's led by Terrell Austin, who has been the team's defensive coordinator since the start of the 2022 season. This is a very good defense and one that finished 8th in defensive DVOA last year, as well as 10th in defensive EPA per play. They are led by 2021 DPOY TJ Watt, who has finished in the top 4 of Defensive Player of the Year voting in every year since 2019, with the exception of 2022, in which he only played 10 games. TJ Watt is without a doubt one of the best players in football. He has over 100 career sacks, he's a 7-time Pro Bowler, and is a 4-time first-team All-Pro. He will be a Hall of Famer one day, but this defense is not just TJ Watt and everyone else. The Steelers' front 7 is amongst the best in football, as they also have Cam Hayward, Alex Highsmith, who may go down as one of the more underappreciated players from this era, Keanu Benton, Nick Herbig, Patrick Queen, and Peyton Wilson. And we talk about pressures on the channel regularly and how that affects opposing quarterbacks, and it obviously does, and Alex Highsmith is a good example of this. Highsmith has just 13 sacks over the last 2 years, and he did miss some time in 2024, but he is a menace on the field and is a great Robin to TJ Watt's Batman. Both players had north of 65 pressures in 2023 and would have had 50 pressures last year if Highsmith had not missed 6 games, meaning both players would have had 50, but even despite missing 6 games, Highsmith still had 48 pressures in 11 games, which is very good. And throughout the Team Preview series, we've emphasized how important a front four is and getting after the quarterback, and the Steelers perfectly exemplify this. Having to play TJ Watt, Alex Highsmith, and Cam Hayward isn't fun for anyone, especially when all three can and regularly do get after the quarterback. And all three of these players have the ability to generate 50 plus pressures in a season, and while the Steelers may have collapsed over the past few years, and seemingly at the worst of times, it usually was not due to their defense. 2024 was an exception as they allowed 299 rushing yards to the Ravens in the wildcard round, but scoring an average of just 14.2 points per game in your final 5 games of the year was always going to be the bigger problem. And you can't expect to beat the Lamars, Allens, Mahomes, and Burrows of the world putting up 14 points with your season on the line. But my point is, the Steelers are not a slouch defensively, and they also finished first in turnovers last year as they forced 33 turnovers in 17 games. They had a plus 16 turnover margin and forced a turnover in 14 of the 17 games they played. And what I believe their philosophy this year defensively is going to be is pretty simple. Place a substantial emphasis on stopping the run early so that we can have everyone get after the quarterback on 3rd and 8+, and have our corners in Joey Porter Jr., Jalen Ramsey, and Darius Slay play man-to-man and force the offense into a bad situation. And what should also be noted with the 2024 Steelers is they finished 5th in average yards per carry against last year. Obviously, the Ravens playoff game was a terrible ending to the season, but their run defense was not like that for most of the year, and it is also unfortunate the Ravens are the best team in the division and are also a bad matchup specifically for the Pittsburgh Steelers. But as long as this unit stays healthy, and as long as Patrick Queen and Peyton Wilson play good against the run, and Keanu Benton continues to develop in year 3, which could be a breakout year for him, I have a hard time thinking this is going to be a bad unit this year. The biggest thing for them that unfortunately happened down the stretch of the 24 season is they can't beat themselves. We don't know how injuries are going to play out, and every team only has so many good corners, so you can do the hypothetical of if a corner goes down, they're screwed, but I think that applies to most teams. But for the sake of the 25 Steelers preview, the defense is very good, and their clear goal is to stop the run on early downs and to get after the quarterback. The Pittsburgh Steelers' rookie impact is a wild card heading into 2025, though I am more optimistic than pessimistic for a couple of reasons. Now, Derek Harmon did sprain his MCL in a preseason game. I'm not going to pretend like I know how that injury is healing and whether or not he's going to be a true 100% in week 1 or week 2, or whether he's going to be 100% by week 4 or 5, but whenever he is healthy, assuming he gets back to full health at some point during the 25 season, this is a situation I like a lot for him personally to succeed in, especially with, this also has to be assumed that Cam Hayward is going to come back at some point, because when you look at this situation of Derek Harmon, Cam Hayward, Keanu Benton, and then of course both guys on the outside and TJ Watt and Alex Highsmith, this is a dream situation for Derek Harmon to walk into as a rookie. Now, I will be honest that I was not the biggest Derek Harmon fan in the pre-draft process, but in terms of the situation he is entering, this is as home run of a pick as you're going to find, or as home run of a landing spot as you're going to find. And one of the biggest reasons that I was not a Derek Harmon fan in the pre-draft process, because I don't want to gloss over that and then not address it pertaining to the team's rookie impact, is because I thought he was a little tight in the hips pertaining to the ability to get off blocks in the run game, and he also missed over 25% of his tackles during his final year at Oregon, and unfortunately that's not a made-up stat, but if there's going to be a team that's going to be able to maximize his production, I firmly believe it's going to be the Pittsburgh Steelers. Not just because Cam Hayward's there and he's going to be able to teach him everything, but situationally this is as good as it gets, and there's going to be plenty of opportunity for Derek Harmon to be able to pin his ears back on 3rd and 6 and be able to get after Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, and any of the other elite quarterbacks that the Steelers face in this conference. Now, because Derek Harmon is a defensive lineman and he's going to be battling battling for sacks with, TJ Watt and Cam Hayward and Alex Highsmith. I don't think the production you're going to see from him in 2025 specifically is going to be all that much on the stat sheet, and that actually has nothing to do with the sprained MCL, whether he plays 17 games or 15 or 14 games. That has nothing to do with that. I would have said that with or without the MCL sprain, but I think a good 2025 season for Derek Harmon would be consistently applying pressure, up the middle and to be able to push the pocket and to be able to force Lamar Jackson or Joe Burrow to either go back out of the pocket or to be able to step up into the pocket. That way TJ or Alex can come crashing in for the sack and to be able to play complementary football from a pass rush standpoint. So I think a good season for Derek Harmon this year would be something along the lines of 30 or 35 pressures with 3.5 to 4 sacks. And that would be a really good season for a round 1 defensive lineman in year 1. One of the reasons as to why the Steelers' rookie impact is so hard to project for 2025 is because you have a defensive lineman in round 1, and their second round pick was obviously used in the DK Metcalf trade, and you don't know how Derek Harmon is going to play off the sprained MCL, and not only that, but interior defensive line for rookies specifically is usually not a productive position. So naturally, there's going to be a little bit of a ceiling from their first round pick this year, unless he has an Aaron Donald type rookie year or just an insane rookie season that nobody sees coming. So that's going to put a little bit of a ceiling, at least from their first round pick. And like we said, the second round selection was used to trade for DK Metcalf. But why I really thought the Steelers redeemed themselves after the Derek Harmon selection in the 25 draft, and why I became a fan of the draft, was because this was a meat and potatoes class for the Steelers in the best way possible. I had Derek Harmon at player 38 on my big board. They selected him at player 21, but I had Caleb Johnson, the Steelers' third round selection, whom they took at player 81, at player 39 on my big board. Very rarely did it work out like that, where a team went back to back in terms of the players I had ranked on my big board, but I thought Caleb Johnson was one of the bigger draft steals in the 2025 draft, and this is a player who should be a really productive player in the NFL. He has a lot of transferable qualities from the collegiate level to the NFL, and one of the biggest things is both his vision and his IQ. Now, whenever you complement a player's vision and or IQ, typically that means that they are not the best athlete, and that's kind of a cop-out, if you will. Well, he's not the best, but he has a really high IQ, and he's a really good anticipator of the game. And while Caleb Johnson's speed will not be confused with Devon Achane, he is a good enough football player, and I think he's going to be a player that Steelers fans grow to love over the course of his career. He had over 1,500 yards during his final season at Iowa. He had over 20 rushing touchdowns during his final season at Iowa, and per Pro Football Focus, he forced over 65 missed tackles in 2024 alone. The only difficult part to project for Steelers fans, and ultimately the projection of their 2025 rookie class impact here, is how much is he going to play and how many carries is he going to split with Jaylen Warren. But the bottom line is, for 2026 and beyond, I think the Steelers have their future running back won. I just would not feel comfortable projecting a 2025 season for Caleb Johnson, because if I say, hey, he's going to take over the running back position by week 3, he's going to run for 1,000 yards and 8 touchdowns this year, and he's going to be the steal in your fantasy draft, there's a very real scenario where he doesn't, and that him and Jaylen Warren split carries, because the Steelers want to protect both players so that they are healthy by the time December and January rolls around. But in terms of a true impact and in terms of being a good football player, I think the Steelers undoubtedly have one in running back Caleb Johnson. Their third selection was at pick 123, which is Ohio State edge Jack Sawyer, and I like Jack Sawyer a lot for who he is as a player. He's a high motor guy that can come in and rush the passer in specific situations, but you go back to the team's depth chart and look at Alex Highsmith and TJ Watt and ask the question, is Jack Sawyer going to replace either of those guys in year 1? And the answer is a definitive no, barring injury, of course. Now, I think he will come in and play in pass rush specific situations whenever they want to have a more edge-centric package, and whenever we can have a situation where we have TJ Watt, Alex Highsmith, Jack Sawyer, and Cam Hayward all on the field at the same time, but naturally his production is going to be limited. I want to note that I really like the selection of Y.A. Black, a defensive tackle from Iowa, but again, there's several players in front of him on the depth chart, so specifically for today's video, a 2025 Steelers team preview, the rookie production is pretty much going to be limited to both Derek Harmon and Caleb Johnson. I also like the selection of Will Howard as a developmental backup quarterback, but again, Steelers fans, you guys know that I'm saying this in the nicest way that I possibly can. we don't want Will Howard on the field in 2025 unless we're up 35-0 late in the game and he's taking snaps to run out the clock, because they signed Aaron Rodgers for a reason, and you do not want him to play over Aaron Rodgers due to either injury or poor play, resulting in Will Howard to come into the game to begin with. So because of all of this is why the Steelers' rookie production is in a lot of ways going to be limited to both Derek Harmon and Caleb Johnson. You're not going to believe this, but between the time that I recorded the Caleb Johnson rookie impact part and now the Steelers offense portion of the video, the Steelers and running back Jaylen Warren agreed to a 2-year extension. So how that's going to play out now, at least how I project it'll play out in 2025, is kind of what we mentioned towards the end of the rookie impact, is that they're going to have more of a 50-50 or maybe even more of a 60-40 split between Warren and Johnson, and that each player is going to be utilized within the offense. And if you are wondering from a fantasy perspective, I would probably not draft either player because of the prioritization of each player within the offense, and I would be pretty surprised if either player has more than 20 carries in a game twice in the 2025 regular season, simply because it makes a lot more sense from an analytical standpoint to not have either Jaylen Warren or Caleb Johnson, despite Caleb being a 220-plus pound back, to have 300 touches by the time January rolls around. And obviously that comes back to the diminishing returns, and whenever Caleb Johnson would be on his 335th touch of the season in January 18th in the divisional round of the playoffs, you get the point of what I'm saying here regarding the running back position for the Steelers offense in 2025. So I do think it will be a split backfield, and that we could very easily see the Steelers have two running backs have 750 rushing yards this year, and I really do like the idea of Jaylen Warren and Caleb Johnson in this offense. Where I have concerns with the Pittsburgh Steelers offense is the receivers outside of DK Metcalf. Now, with offensive coordinator Arthur Smith, we're obviously going to have tight ends a lot more involved, and I do believe that Pat Freiermuth is underrated heading into the year. I think people kind of just forget about Freiermuth and forget the fact that he's a pretty consistent player, all things considered, and then that the Steelers also traded for Jonnu Smith, who Arthur Smith has loved ever since he's been an offensive coordinator in the NFL, and people kind of just assume that Freiermuth, despite signing a pretty hefty contract extension for the tight end position, is just going to be phased out of the offense, and I don't think that's going to be the case either. But even with this team running a lot more 12 personnel, 1 running back, 2 tight ends, 12 personnel, 13 personnel would be 1 running back, 3 tight ends, you get the point. I still have concerns with the receiver position outside of DK Metcalf. I liked the idea of Calvin Austin as a wide receiver 3 when the Steelers drafted him a couple of years ago, but for him to have this increased role and to expect him to come in and to have a 70 or 75 reception with 800 yards as a wide receiver 2, to me is not the player that Calvin Austin is going to be in 2025, and I think that's a giant leap of faith of where the Steelers would want him to be, and ultimately I don't think that's the player that he's going to be this year. Now, with Roman Wilson, this was a receiver I liked a lot coming out of Michigan, but now that we have a different offense with Arthur Smith here, and the fact that he did not play much at all during his rookie season, it's very much going to be, I have to see it from Roman Wilson to believe it. Not to say that he can, of course, but I'm not as confident with Roman Wilson entering 2025 as I was with him just 1 year ago. I hope Roman Wilson proves me wrong, and again, I really did like him coming out of Michigan, but with the Steelers receivers outside of DK Metcalf, I do think if somebody is going to step up in the 25 season, if I had to choose, that player would be Roman Wilson. Now, one big point of discussion with the 2025 Steelers offense is going to be the offensive line. I am a very big Zach Frazier fan. I'm also a big Troy Fautanu fan. Loved him coming out of Washington, and also loved Frazier coming out of West Virginia last year. And I do think the Steelers have at least 2 of the 5 spots along the offensive line secured. But there's an old saying that basically says, you are only as good as your weakest link. And I will be honest, I have a lot of concerns with Broderick Jones going from right tackle to left tackle, and a player that allowed over 40 pressures at right tackle last year, although some of those pressures can definitely be attributed to Russ hanging onto the football quite a bit, and even Justin Fields when he played for that matter, but also allowing 10 sacks. And I don't like this belief of, well, Broderick Jones played left tackle more at Georgia, and he's naturally going to flip a switch at the NFL level, going from right tackle back to left tackle, and that he's going to become a good player. And I think that that is definitely worth noting and worth mentioning as we head into the 2025 season. And one other thing that we have to mention with Arthur Smith is his love for the tight end position, and how much is he going to help Broderick Jones out at left tackle? Is Darnell Washington going to come in and effectively be a sixth offensive lineman on those deep, long, developing passing plays where Arthur wants to run either a Dino concept or a Yankee concept and basically say, hey, Aaron, we want you to throw the ball deep to DK Metcalf here, but we know pass protection may struggle to hold up this long, so Darnell, come in and please be the sixth offensive lineman. And those specific situations are going to be what I'm paying attention to with the Steelers in 2025. This was a team last year that finished around the 18th and 19th area in both passing and rushing DVOA, so it's not like they were definitively strong in one area, and that's going to be one of the biggest factors within the 2025 Steelers offense as to why I think their ceiling is pretty limited. Now, for the man that is under center for the Steelers in 2025 in four-time league MVP and future Hall of Famer Aaron Rodgers. This is a player that threw 28 touchdowns to 11 interceptions last year with the New York Jets, and if you are a Steelers fan buying in, saying, hey, we brought in Aaron Rodgers, we brought in Jonnu Smith, we brought in Jalen Ramsey, we brought in DK Metcalf, we are going all in for 1 year for the rest of our lives. You can very easily convince yourself with that discussion. But what I will say about Aaron Rodgers and the player that he was in 2024, there were times last year where, I don't want to say he was a check down Charlie because that's not what I'm saying, but there were certainly times last year where he was 40 years old and he certainly played like it, and I don't think that that's going to change at 41 going on 42, as Aaron will turn 42 in the month of December. So there's going to be times this year, positively, where he turns the clock back, he probably hits DK Metcalf on a 65 or 70 yard play. Steelers fans have the adrenaline flowing through them like it's 2008 with Ben DeSantonio, and it's going to be one hell of a moment, and I'll be happy for Steelers fans when that moment happens for them. But one thing that I do want to hammer home with Aaron Rodgers is you are not getting a 2014 or 2015 Aaron Rodgers, and I'll be honest, as a Vikings fan, I don't miss watching that player play against my team because that man installed a lot of fear in me growing up. I know how good he is. He's one of the best players ever, and forget the GOAT discussion with Tom having 7 rings and all of that. If you want to say in terms of the most pure talented passer ever, there's a discussion to be had with Aaron Rodgers in his prime. But the biggest thing is Aaron Rodgers is not in his prime anymore, and that's what has to be remembered pertaining to the 2025 Steelers, and what also has to be remembered pertaining to the 25 Steelers, and why I think they have a lower ceiling than Steelers fans would probably like to admit, is there's a lot of questions around the offensive line, and whenever you have a 41 going on 42-year-old quarterback with questions around the offensive line, and certainly questions at receiver outside of DK Metcalf, guys, unless the defense just comes out and plays like the 85 Bears or the 2000 Ravens or even the Steel Curtain back in the 1970s, I think this team's ceiling is going to be at maximum a divisional round exit. I wouldn't put it past Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers winning one road playoff game in the wild card round because I do think the Baltimore Ravens are going to win the AFC North for the 3rd straight year, but I certainly don't trust this team to go into Buffalo, Kansas City, and Baltimore 3 times in a row in a gauntlet and beat all of those teams en route to Super Bowl 60 to play for it all in San Francisco in the 2nd week of February. But I think their team ceiling is going to be a divisional round exit, and that will wrap up the 2025 NFL Team Preview Series. I hope you enjoyed, and if you did, please like the video and subscribe, as I truly cannot thank you guys enough for the support. And guys, this was a long process. It started all the way back in late May. We actually picked up more subscribers on the channel in July than we did in February, despite it being not football season at all. So shout out to you guys for consistently watching and liking the video and subscribing, and I hope you guys enjoyed the videos as much as I enjoyed making them. And as always, until next time, please be safe and have a great day. Love you guys. The Cincinnati Bengals finished the 2024 season with a 9-8 record and missed the playoffs for the 2nd straight year. And despite the Bengals finishing with the most points in a season in franchise history, as well as Joe Burrow for throwing for nearly 5,000 yards and 43 passing touchdowns, and even star receiver Jamar Chase winning the Triple Crown, the 2024 season for the Cincinnati Bengals felt like one big letdown.
But none of these problems are Joe Burrow problems. If they got 99 problems, Joe Burrow ain't one.
This was a team that finished 6th in points per game and scored 33 or more points in 7 of 17 games last year, yet were just 3-4 in those games. Whether it was losing to the Patriots on opening day, who would go on to finish with a top 5 draft pick, or losing in Arrowhead to the Chiefs in week 2 by a single point,
And it's broken up, and there's no flag. Home flag comes in.
or losing to the Jaden Daniels-led Commanders in Week 3 with a score of 38-33, it was one thing after another for the 2024 Bengals. Or perhaps best of all, Jamar Chase having a combined 21 receptions for 457 yards and 5 touchdowns against the Ravens in the 2 games they played, and in 2 games where the Bengals put up a combined 72 points, yet were swept by the future division champions. And unfortunately, that's the type of year it was last year. But as we enter 2025, you have to think, surely it cannot be as bad as it was defensively last year. Surely we are not going to go through another year like that, and whenever we put up 33 points in a game this year, we're going to have a winning record, right? Well, we're going to break everything down with the 2025 Bengals in today's video, and realistically what we should expect from them. If you could like the video before we start, I would really appreciate it, and without further ado, let's begin! And we are starting today's video by discussing who the Bengals brought in and who they lost this offseason. And one of the first things we have to discuss with the Bengals is to acknowledge this franchise is unique in the way they go about operating their business. Their books, meaning their accounting books, are usually pretty clean, and they very rarely have dead money or large amounts of dead money, and this offseason was no different. They had just $11 million in dead cap money, which ranked 30th in the NFL, and credit to the Bengals front office for having this be the case. There's several other teams that have dead cap hits from a single player, more than the entire Bengals team has in dead cap money entering 2025. And not only that, but this team was also not going to be very active in free agency this year because they had a few players to retain before they could even think about bringing in someone like Noah Fant on a 1-year $2.75 million deal, which they eventually did, by the way. The Bengals' biggest priority this offseason, or priorities, was to bring back both Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, and we've discussed this on the channel before, but paying players and giving out guaranteed contracts is not as simple as snapping your finger. Guarantees are huge, and the guarantees have to be set aside from the owner, and just because all NFL owners are billionaires does not mean they're all on the same level of wealth. And Mike Brown is not on the same level as the Waltons or the Walton family who own the Denver Broncos, meaning it's not as easy for Mike Brown to come up with guarantees and contracts for guys like Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins as it is the Waltons. So this has always been the issue with retaining the big three on offense, and Trey Hendrickson on defense for that matter too. And for anyone who has watched the channel for any amount of time, I appreciate you watching by the way, but I never thought Cincinnati would keep all three and that they would take a first-round pick for T. Higgins from a team like New England or a high second-round pick from a team like New England if it was offered, but they didn't. And credit Cincinnati for keeping everyone in the Queen City. And now that all of the contracts are figured out, well, this is the cost of having good players. The Bengals have 41.3% of their 2025 salary cap tied up with Joe Burrow, T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, and Trey Hendrickson, and that actually balloons up to 46.7% when you add in Orlando Brown Jr. at left tackle too, and this is all per Spottrack.com. So outside of bringing those guys back, the Bengals were not that active of a team in free agency as they brought in TJ Slayton, a defensive lineman from the Packers, Noah Fant, the tight end from the Seahawks, Oren Burks, a linebacker from the Eagles, and they also brought back Samaje Perine, a running back who spent 2023 with the Broncos and 2024 with the Chiefs. They also brought back a couple of players in Joseph Osai and Marco Wilson. Unfortunately, the Bengals did move on from several veterans this offseason as they released Alex Kappa, who signed with the Raiders. They also released Sheldon Rankins, who signed with the Texans, and they released Jermaine Pratt, who joined Alex Kappa in Las Vegas. Typically, the Bengals are not the biggest free agent spenders, and whenever they do give out big contracts, it's usually with 1 year of guarantees. And for reference, they gave safety Geno Stone a 2-year, $14 million contract last year in free agency, with 6 guaranteed. And by doing this, the Bengals protect themselves from having a huge dead cap hit, like the Broncos did a couple of years ago with Russell Wilson. That's also not to say they never spend money in free agency either, because a couple of years ago they did give a 4-year, $64 million contract to Orlando Brown Jr. in free agency. They're just usually not the biggest free agency winners year in and year out, but for this free agency cycle specifically, their goals were clear: keep everyone in-house, and that's exactly what they did. Now, for the 2025 Bengals defense, they have a new defensive coordinator in Al Golden, who is replacing Lou Anarumo, who is now the defensive coordinator for the Indianapolis Colts. But I'll be honest, as we head into 2025, I have a lot of concerns with this defense entering the year. Trey Hendrickson has been phenomenal over the last 2 years, period. He has 35 sacks in the last 34 games and is coming off of a year in which he finished second in Defensive Player of the Year voting, while leading the league in both pressures and sacks. And while he has played the last 2 years, and these last 2 years specifically, at a Hall of Fame level, what exactly has that meant for the Bengals defense? Now, I am willing to dismiss 2023 because of the fact Joe Burrow got hurt midway through the year, but that was still a team that was 5-4 at the time, and again, had a slow start under head coach Zach Taylor. And here's a fact about the 2024 Bengals that applies directly to their defense. They tied for the most losses in a season this century when scoring at least 25 points in a game offensively, as they went 5-6 in those games. The NFL winning percentage in those circumstances this century is 81% for reference. And when you ask the question, how did the Bengals get better this offseason from a defensive perspective? Well, how did they? TJ Slayton was their biggest free agent signing, and he's not that great of a player. He's not going to come in and help this defense go from finishing 27th in rushing DVOA to top 20, much less top 15. And one of my biggest concerns with the 2025 Bengals defense is the uncertainty around a lot of players. I'm fine with projecting a player to break out here or there, but when this defense outside of Trey Hendrickson consists of guys like Myles Murphy, TJ Slayton, Demetrius Knight, and Oren Burks, who, by the way, has been in the NFL since 2018, yet has only played 1,100 career defensive snaps, I have a lot of concerns. And while schematically speaking, I do think the Bengals are going to be more aggressive with Al Golden than they were with Lou Anarumo, I kind of ask the question, does it matter? Can you realistically win a race driving a GMC terrain against other teams in the conference that are driving Ferraris and Lamborghinis? No, and that's my biggest concern with the Bengals in 2025. As we all saw in Super Bowl 59, trench play matters most, and always will. And outside of Trey Hendrickson, who do the Bengals have that can consistently get home and disrupt passing plays when they need to? And I don't think you can point to anyone on this team with any sort of confidence. Trey Hendrickson had 83 pressures last year, and the next closest Bengal was, you guessed it, BJ Hill with 32 pressures. And I would be very surprised if Myles Murphy breaks out in year 3 based on what we've seen in the first 2 years of his career. Shamar Stewart was always a project player, with or without the contract dispute this offseason, and I didn't think he was going to be that productive of a rookie regardless, because I thought this was a player that would produce more in 2026 than in 2025. Football is obviously a complementary game, and this especially applies to the Bengals secondary. A good pass rush can complement a good secondary, and vice versa, but does anyone have any sort of confidence in the Bengals corners this year? Cam Taylor-Britt runs hot and cold, and there's times, like the Kansas City game last year, where he looks like a really, really good player, but then there will be multiple games where he's not in the same stratosphere. And my biggest thing with the 2025 Bengals defense is not that I think this roster is terrible, it's the fact that there are a lot of uncertainties within this roster, and the fact you kind of have to hope everything works out. And when teams are in this situation, more often than not, it doesn't. I definitely have concerns with the Bengals safety room, and I know Bengals fans do too, and for me to buy in with this defense this year, there's too many eggs in the basket of hoping things go the right way. I know Al Golden loves his linebackers, and I think Logan Wilson is in for a big year, but I'm not going into a season fully trusting Oren Burks when they're in base rather than nickel, and like with a lot of the defense, there's uncertainties around Demetrius Knight Jr. too. Overall, I think this defense will finish in the 23 to 27 range in 2025. For the 2025 Bengals rookie impact, I'll be honest, I think they're going to have lower rookie impact than a lot of other teams for a couple of reasons. This, by the way, has nothing to do with the Shamar Stewart contract situation that played out a lot longer than probably Shamar Stewart, the Bengals front office, and Bengals fans wanted to all summer, and that could be an entire couple of minute segment on its own, but this has nothing to do with that. With Shamar Stewart, the football player, this was a player that would flash at a really high level at times, and that his highs were up there with
The summer 2025 studies are out, depicting where all the worst drivers in America live. And while I won't say all of the entries are surprising, I would argue that the studies merit some investigation. In June, insurance company Allstate released their annual America's Best Drivers report, utilizing auto insurance claims data from the 200 most populated U.S. cities to figure out not only where all the worst drivers are concentrated, but also which cities have the least risk compared to the rest of the country. However, they weren't the only ones to put out a study on America's road menaces. On August 14th, the consumer research firm Consumer Affairs released their annual study on the worst drivers in the nation, utilizing statistics from the latest crash data by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. So we're going to look at the bottom 10 cities from each list and pit them against each other, using supplementary data to figure out where the worst drivers truly hang their keys. Does your town make the cut? If not, should it have? Share in the comments why your area has the dirt worst drivers in the world. And be on the lookout for me. My screen name is Limited Time Roman. And if you enjoy this show, keep it going by tapping the like and subscribe buttons like you're brake checking a Hyundai Genesis. It's the end of the month. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah! Roman report at the end of the month, and I make what I want when I feel like discussing cars. Our first matchup pits Consumer Affairs number 10 city versus Allstate's number 191. It's Charleston, South Carolina versus Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Okay, so I'm inclined to give the win to my area because Allstate shows that the collision risk relative to the national average is 78.3%. But that's not actually as bad as it sounds. I was a liberal arts major, so math was never my strong suit. But to my limited English major understanding of common numbers, the relative collision likelihood doesn't mean you're 78.3% more likely to crash. It simply means that you're 78.3% as likely to get into a crash as the rest of America. Now, if we want to be generous, we could say that this actually means you're 21.7% less likely than average to have a car crash. But that's absurd when 78.3% is that close to the baseline, which is represented by 100%. Obviously, risk increases the closer you get to 100%, and once you're over that hump, you might as well be in a Twisted Metal tournament. So this is all just to say that while I dearly love Philadelphia, I completely understand why you wouldn't want to drive there. Because it's a metropolitan mess of zip-tied front bumpers and the unearned confidence of people who feel the right of way is their birthright. And God help you if it starts raining. It's like people just forget how to drive entirely. Turn signals are an afterthought. They turn onto roads they don't have an opening for yet, forcing oncoming traffic to slow down to accommodate. Or they crawl to a near stop just to turn onto another road. What is it with the slow turn epidemic? Just take the turn. There's no other traffic. It's your own driveway. Just turn. I hate it. Jail, straight to jail. Supreme jail, lifetime appointment. But Charleston really looks like it has Philadelphia's number here. In 2024's Consumer Affairs study, Charleston was ranked number 133 for the worst drivers in America, but somehow they jumped 123 spots in a single year. It's the kind of mind-blowing increase that's typically limited to gas prices and PA Dutch cholesterol. But the reason here is because DUIs and speeding incidents have increased exponentially, to the point that fatalities have increased along with them. In fact, Charleston has the 4th highest rate of drunk driving deaths and 11th highest speeding deaths of the cities on the Consumer Affairs list. Now, South Carolina's Hands-Free Distracted Driving Act will go into effect on September 1st, and what's interesting here is that Pennsylvania already beat them to the punch, as this law went into effect here back in June, making it illegal to use any handheld device on the road even if you're stopped at a traffic light. And generally speaking, it's a positive law to have on the books, although it doesn't appear to address the issues that seem to make Charleston such a dangerous place for motorists. But then, drunk driving and speeding are already against the law. You can't come up with a new law that makes it more illegal. Although I guess you can make the punishments harsher as a deterrent. But some people are just going to do it anyway because they view driving as a right rather than a privilege. So curbing these behaviors is always going to be easier said than done. So yeah, Charleston wins this one. Now at number 9, we have Miami Gardens, Florida versus Providence, Rhode Island. And of the cities on Consumer Affairs' list, Miami Gardens bears the distinction of being the least populous, with just over 116,000 residents, which tracks since it's basically just a suburb of the far more populous Miami proper. Although at roughly 487,000 residents, Miami is actually less populous than I'd assumed. Yet despite having fewer residents than anybody on their list, the Consumer Affairs research team found that Miami Gardens ranks 5th worst for traffic fatalities, resulting from poor driving habits, and 8th worst among speeding-related fatalities. Pretty bad, right? Except Providence might actually be worse. In June, mapping software firm eSpatial conducted a study that found that Rhode Island is 2nd worst in the nation for speeding-related deaths, and worst in road quality, which is backed up by US News and World Report also listing Rhode Island as 50th in the nation for road quality, which I can only imagine contributes to a collision risk that is 79.7% of the national average, according to the Allstate report. But when it comes to sheer concentration of chaos, I think Miami Gardens actually wins this one. Or loses, whatever. At number 8, we have Billings, Montana, representing Team Consumer Affairs, versus Oakland, California, representing the University of Allstate. So Billings has the same issue that Charleston seems to have, which is that alcohol and speeding are major epidemics, to where the city has the 5th highest rate of alcohol-related traffic fatalities out of all cities on the Consumer Affairs list, and the 3rd highest rate for speeding-related traffic fatalities. But what makes it worse in some ways is that, as the Consumer Affairs research team concluded in a separate study, Montana has the absolute worst teen drivers in America. Likely due to the fact that Montana is the only state in the country that doesn't have any law on the books about texting and driving. So this should be a slam dunk for Billings, right? Well, softening things for Billings is that they're 89th worst ranked for overall traffic fatalities, which means, relatively speaking, they could be worse. But as anybody who ever tried to contribute a dish to Thanksgiving dinner in their childhood probably knows, it could be worse is damning with the faintest of praise. But we really can't provide even the illusion of praise for Oakland. The relative collision risk is 83.7%, and while it would seem that this makes Oakland about 16.3% safer than the national average, Allstate's methodology accounts for other factors like the number, severity, and frequency of insurance claims, particularly noting the average number of years between collisions for drivers in each city. In the United States, a driver goes around 10.56 years between car accidents on average. So the fewer years between collisions, the more negatively that's going to affect the overall ranking, even if the relative collision risk doesn't seem high enough to justify the placement. In Oakland, you're only going about 5.75 years between accidents, which nearly cuts the national average in half. And the city of Oakland itself released data that shows that between 2017 and 2021, roughly 60% of the city's crashes occurred on only 8% of its roads. Except when looking for nationwide statistical data related to the danger presented by Oakland's roads, my conclusion is that Billings appears to be worse, if for no other reason than that the data on Billings appears to be more current than it is on Oakland. And also because, as we'll see, when it comes to bad drivers, Oakland isn't even the worst city in California. San Bernardino versus Los Angeles, two cities that are about an hour apart, yet are somehow chock full of drivers who, if those weird SNL sketches about Californians are to be believed, communicate solely through comparison of the roads they took to get to each other. Consumer Affairs found San Bernardino to be an unusual case study. While they're 9th highest on the list for overall crash fatalities, they're the only city out of the bottom 20 to improve from last year, jumping up to 7th worst overall from 4th. Meanwhile, for Los Angeles, Allstate's report found that relative collision likelihood is 88.9% of the national average, which only gives you a safety cushion of 11.1% and a crash frequency of just 5.59 years between crashes. It's a pretty disheartening blow for a city that had hoped to be celebrating a different milestone this year. You see, exactly 10 years ago this month, City Hall launched the Vision Zero program, an initiative with the goal of implementing safety measures and strategies to eliminate traffic fatalities by 2025. The Vision Zero program isn't just limited to Los Angeles either, as multiple cities across the country have adopted this initiative to end traffic deaths altogether, albeit with a bit more lead time than Los Angeles gave themselves. The dream with Vision Zero is a worthy one, a beautiful one even, but it's also really lofty and ambitious. Hell, if I had 3 wishes, eliminating all traffic fatalities might actually be one of them, which means I'd really only have one other wish because the third is always to free the genie. But for as lovely an idea as Vision Zero is, it seems like it was every bit as difficult to implement as it sounds, and apparently the reason is for lack of trying. An independent audit of the program conducted earlier this year found that the program had nowhere near enough support from the mayor's office and city council districts to achieve its goals, because City Hall just sort of lost interest. From a lack of organization and policy action to a large portion of the $35.8 million in funding being unused, it seems like enthusiasm drained faster than a Skyrim stamina bar. Of course, it's not that surprising that so little of the $35 million was used, since the audit found, quote, among a total 56 actions and strategies with 2017 and 2020 target dates, only 5% were achieved on time, 48% were achieved with a 1 to 3 year delay, and 46% have not been achieved. End quote. So basically, a whole lot of not a lot was getting done in terms of moving the Vision Zero initiative forward. And as the Los Angeles Times noted in their report on the audit, Los Angeles continues to see discouraging traffic accident trends, particularly with regards to pedestrian fatalities. Citing LAPD data, the report noted that 62 people have been killed in traffic crashes as of April 5th, with pedestrians accounting for more than half of those victims. This is before factoring in the injuries that happened as a result of crashes over the same time period, as there were close to 400 recorded instances in the first 4 months of this year. That may not sound like a lot, but that's 400 people, dude. 4 people would be bad enough. But somehow, the fact that they put in this lofty goal of eliminating traffic fatalities from the city, only to come up this short, somehow makes it worse. I gotta give this one to Los Angeles. Oh, we're not done with you yet, California. Allstate found that Californians slam their brakes 26% more often than the national average, which suggests a lot more distracted driving than average, either by the person slamming their brakes or by the person in front of the one doing the slamming. Although I guess there are any number of reasons to slam your brakes in California. Falling rocks, a downed tree, seeing Angela White filming an Instagram reel. All completely valid and justifiable. But slamming brakes generally suggests a certain inattentiveness. And while it's great if your brakes are in good enough condition to prevent the accident from happening, it doesn't change that, at least according to Allstate, relative collision risk is 96.4% of the national average in Glendale. So you only have a razor-thin cushion of 3.6% when it comes to being safer than the national average, which is worse when paired with there being just 5.37 years between collisions on average. It's a benefit so low as to hardly be meaningful. Yet Kansas City might actually take this one because despite being among the cities with the least traffic, they rank second worst for speeding deaths. But now that I take 2 seconds to think about that, why wouldn't those two things go hand in hand? Less traffic means fewer slowdowns, meaning people have more road for indulging their baser instincts, meaning a higher potential for speeding-related crashes. So the end result is that speeding-related crashes are 3 times the national average, meaning Kansas takes this one in a walk. So, interestingly, Tucson ranks 2 spots lower than Kansas City when it comes to speeding. But what puts Tucson in the top 5 is the overall rate of traffic deaths, about 27.05 per 100,000 residents. And what's crazy is that it's the 5th most dangerous for cyclists, with pedestrian danger averaging 3 times the national rate. But the Office of the District Attorney for Hampton County, Massachusetts, where Springfield is located, released findings in June that show that the county is on track to exceed the number of crashes in 2024. The same year, Springfield was found to be the deadliest city in the state for traffic violence, according to an independent analysis by pedestrian advocacy firm Walk Massachusetts. Now, while that report used traffic data from 2023, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of indication that things have improved in Springfield, as we unfortunately have finally hit a relative collision risk that exceeds 100%. Allstate notes that not only is there a slim 4.37 years on average between collisions, the relative collision risk in Springfield is 130.8%, meaning that simply by being in Springfield, it's nearly 1/3 riskier to drive. Really makes sense why the Simpsons road rage took place here. Or maybe it was in one of the other 1,000 Springfields we have in this country. And so, my friends, we've made it to the Final Four, and it's another East versus West matchup. Although I'm actually kind of surprised that the cities being featured generally aren't more populous, because you would assume that the more people, the more danger. But as we've seen with Kansas City, the opposite seems to be the case. Which is not to say that Aurora and Worcester don't still have a lot of people. Worcester has over 200,000 residents, while Aurora is the 3rd most populous city in Colorado at just over 400,000 residents as of 2024. Not huge, but it's not like they're empty. Yet it really does seem like the fewer people in a city, the more risky it becomes to drive in it. Aurora makes its bottom 10 debut, climbing from 53rd in 2023 and 64th overall in 2024, owing to the dramatic increases in fatal crashes as a result of bad driving habits, as the number totals roughly 11.02 deaths per 100,000 residents. But the bad statistics don't end there, because they're ranked 7th worst in the study for DUI deaths, and 2nd worst for deaths involving any positive blood alcohol content readings. Yet there's a bizarre synchronicity here, because much like Aurora in 2023, Worcester, Massachusetts was ranked 53rd overall in Allstate's report last year. Yet they plummeted an astonishing 144 spots to land at number 197 out of 200 cities, with a relative collision risk of 147.6, with 4.26 years between collisions. So you are damn near half as likely to get into an accident here. And this is where we get into a little discussion about population density. Yeah, let's talk about numbers, but like more numbers. Oh, I hate math. The US Census Bureau notes that overall population density tends to be around 90 people per square mile on average, increasing to roughly 1,600 people per square mile in metropolitan areas. According to the most recent census data, Worcester has a population density of roughly 5,528 people per square mile. And while Kansas City again proves that less traffic is actually more dangerous, the population density of Worcester obviously isn't going to be all cars. There's a higher potential for pedestrian fatalities when you cram that many people and that many cars into a city of 200,000. Of course, the defense here is that we don't know for sure what kind of density this is. It's possible that it's not as tightly packed as, say, New York City, which a 2015 Census Bureau article on population density noted was home to 28,000 people per square mile, but this was due to high-rise apartments and condominiums. And I would think the difference in New York is that you don't need, and sometimes are encouraged not to have, a car in the first place, because of the robust transit system and the overall cost burden of owning a car in a city with expensive parking, when you can even find it, and traffic jams packed with famously impatient and short-tempered drivers, and pedestrians who are all walking here. Now, Worcester is a city that also adopted the Vision Zero initiative, but they're working towards zero crashes by 2035. So they have more time and hopefully prove more fruitful in their efforts than LA did. You know, hopefully. A 2025 report by the Worcester Department of Transportation and Mobility noted that over a 5-year period, there were 461 crashes that resulted in severe injury, 45 of which were fatal, adding that out of 1,200 Worcester residents who were surveyed, 1 in 4 reported being involved in a crash on Worcester roads, and 2 out of 3 knew someone who had been. A quarter of the latter respondents admitted that those crashes were either fatal or severe. It got so bad that Mayor Joseph M. Petty and City Manager Eric D. Batista declared a road safety and traffic violence crisis in Worcester, and even adopted a 25-mile-per-hour citywide statutory default speed limit. This is because a pedestrian is at 50% greater risk of dying if the vehicle that strikes them is going 30 miles per hour. This jumps to 90% at 40 miles per hour. So Worcester is taking all sorts of preventative measures to not end up on this list again. But it's an uphill battle, as last year saw traffic incidents increase to decade highs, with 2,726 crashes in Worcester for the first 6 months of 2024 alone. So basically, I think the danger is evident, and the worries are justified. I gotta give this one to Worcester. Looks like we're staying in the Northeast for this one, and with good reason. According to the Consumer Affairs findings, Waterbury, Connecticut has the highest rate of DUI traffic fatalities in the country, at over 4 times the national rate. And nearly as bad is the sheer volume of bad habit-related crashes, at a rate of 10.49 crashes per 100,000 residents. Now, while penalties have been increased for reckless driving, they top out at $600 and 30 days in prison, from what I could find. which doesn't sound anywhere near as harsh as it probably should be relative to the potential damage that could be done. So far in 2025, the University of Connecticut's Crash Data Repository lists 1,565 total crashes involving 2,904 total vehicles and 3,818 people, with 372 resulting in injury. However, the data tracker only lists one fatality, so it could be that Waterbury is improving. Or maybe the tracker simply hasn't updated yet. Regardless, there does seem to be progress being made, which I'm not sure I can say about Baltimore. At a relative collision risk of 153.1% of the national average, your risk has increased by half, with an average of 4.17 years between collisions. And speed seems to be one of the big risk factors here, as the Baltimore metropolitan area accounts for 46.6% of all speeding-related crashes in Maryland. What's troubling here, other than everything, is that there doesn't seem to be proper enforcement in place to stop this, as a report published last September by the University of Maryland found that, quote, the number of speeding citations issued by Maryland law enforcement officers has declined over time. More than 277,000 speeding citations were issued in 2011, dropping to just over 100,000 issued in 2023, and representing an approximate 64% decline in the number of speeding citations handed out to drivers across the state over the past 13 years. End quote. This data really shows an unnerving lack of administrative enforcement, and suggests that either the manpower is lacking or the willpower is absent to actually give tickets so that deterrence can even be applied, irrespective of whether or not they work to actually deter people from speeding in the first place. Now, while speeding enforcement was typically limited to fines and points being added to your license, I've read that there's a new Maryland law that's made it so that if you're caught driving 30 miles per hour or more above the speed limit, that speeding citation can now be upgraded to reckless driving, which will carry a harsher penalty of up to 60 days in jail and a $1,000 fine. So stricter than Waterbury. But how effective are fines versus jail? Are either really all that effective for people who only know one way to drive? I'm genuinely asking because I don't know. What I do know is that Baltimore takes this one. Time to travel below the Mason-Dixon line for this one. And while DC makes sense, I was taken aback by Knoxville. While not the biggest spot increase on these lists, it's probably the most significant solely for how close that increase gets them to number 1, as Knoxville went from 25th worst in 2024 all the way to a silver medal this year. This despite being yet another Vision Zero town, with their goal to eliminate accidents by 2040. So the dates keep getting pushed back to a point where it's at least semi-feasible that enough progress could occur that traffic deaths could be neutralized. Although I still think it requires not only infrastructure changes and general road maintenance, but education for drivers who are probably set in their ways. The people aspect is probably the biggest hurdle to eliminating traffic deaths, to say nothing about cars that are on the road that probably shouldn't be, even though they're technically road legal. But I'm all for cities that decide to try, provided they're really trying. And Knoxville definitely seems to be, as they've hired full-time personnel for these efforts and even got over $17 million in funding for it. They voted on the initiative in 2021, and not a moment too soon, as research by the city of Knoxville noted that between October 2016 and September 2021, there were 1,183 traffic crashes that resulted in death or serious injury, which means, quote, this amounts to a life-altering crash every 37 hours in our community, end quote. Now, while Knoxville isn't facing an officially labeled crisis like Worcester is, they're facing a crisis all the same, as Consumer Affairs found that fatalities related to bad driving are triple the national average, while they're at 5th highest in the nation for speeding deaths. That's obviously bad, but how does Washington, D.C. stack up? Well, they're another Vision Zero city, and if this thing can catch on nationwide and actually bear fruit, then count me a happy camper without an actual camper. While Washington, D.C. is a risky place for motorists, it actually seems more dangerous for pedestrians comparatively, as the Washington Council of Governments released a report in April of this year that found that, quote, D.C. region traffic crashes killed 110 pedestrians and bicyclists in 2024. End quote. However, on a whim, I decided to check the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department website for any crash data I could find, and as it turns out, 2025 seems to be on an improving trajectory. The website notes that as of August 21st, 2025, there have been 14 traffic fatalities. At this same time in 2024, there were 33. This means they've cut down the number of traffic fatalities by more than half. Now, of course, any fatality is a tragedy, and there's no such thing as just 14 lives lost when we're talking about people who are never going to see another sunrise. But there's clearly been a mitigation of the traffic fatalities happening here. But mitigating risk entirely is another matter. As Allstate's report found, Washington, D.C. has a relative collision likelihood score of 172.4%, which is dangerously close to doubling the risk for simply existing in a place, with an average of just 3.87 years between collisions. Yes, we're getting another car accident before GTA 6. It's bad, but ultimately, Washington, D.C. seems like it's making progress, whereas Knoxville is just on the cusp of beginning to try. So I think Knoxville takes this one. And it kind of surprises me, because when I think of traffic danger, I don't necessarily think of Tennessee any more than I think about, say, Massachusetts as a place that's super dangerous. Yes, it's Memphis versus Boston. But seriously, why are these the respective number ones on each list? Well, number 1 and number 200. Well, Boston appears to be a Vision Zero city as well, and hot damn do they ever need to be, because their collision risk relative to the national average, and get ready because I don't think you're ready for this, is 244%. Boston doubled the risk and then threw another 44% on top of it, with a slim 3.07 years between collisions, all for the crime of drawing breath in the City of Champions. A 2024 report by the Boston Globe provides some evidence for the risk by noting that there have been roughly 1,900 serious crashes in Boston every year since 2015, which sounds high, but considering Boston has a population of over 600,000 and a population density of around 13,841 people per square mile, making it one of the nation's most densely populated cities, 1,900 crashes each year almost sounds kind of low, except it isn't. If anything, it's getting worse, as Boston was only around number 46 last year. And unlike Consumer Affairs, where it's a countdown from least dangerous at number 10 to most dangerous at number 1, Allstate lists the cities with the riskier drivers at the bottom and the safer drivers at the top. So ranking 46th would actually put Boston in the top 50 and on the safer end of the 100 cities analyzed in 2024. Now, maybe it's a change to Allstate's methodology, as it seems they took hard braking, speeding, and smartphone usage while driving into account in formulating last year's list, while this year was a sort of 20-year assessment, comparing data today with data from 2005 and seeing how trends shifted and ranking accordingly. So this year, it was double the number of cities. 200 cities were being ranked. And somehow Boston found a way to plummet 154 spots to become the dreaded number 200. But what about Memphis? Well, Allstate had them ranked number 94 out of 100 for safety last year. So they don't even have Boston's defense of having been kind of okay last year. Apparently they had bad drivers then and they have bad drivers now. And pretty much solidifying this is the fact that while Memphis is number 1 on the Consumer Affairs list for this year, they were also number 1 last year, and the year before that. I know that the New England area is basically where dynasties live, but Memphis pulled off the three-peat. Now, Allstate's 2025 methodology clearly doesn't agree with this because it has their relative collision risk at 13%, which ranks them 88th overall. But while it's probably going to break Mark Cohn's heart, I wouldn't go walking in Memphis anytime soon. As Consumer Affairs notes, this is the second most dangerous city in the nation for pedestrians, with pedestrians accounting for close to a quarter of all crash-related deaths. But don't get it twisted, it's still bad for drivers too, as Consumer Affairs notes that out of 327 cities they compared for the study, Memphis was the absolute worst for deaths related to bad driving behavior. In fact, they're also worst in the nation for all traffic fatalities, at a rate of 38.79 deaths per 100,000 residents, a figure that triples the national rate. You wouldn't think Memphis would be this bad, and yet here we are. In fact, you wouldn't think Tennessee and Massachusetts would be this bad, yet Tennessee was the top 2 on the Consumer Affairs list, while Massachusetts, along with California, had 3 of the top 10 riskiest cities on the Allstate report. In that sense, Boston should win simply by virtue of having so much chaotic driving in its proximity, but the numbers paint a more grim picture for Memphis, even if we ignore that it was deemed to have the worst drivers in America the only 2 other times Consumer Affairs made this list. I guess you could make the argument that it's a toss-up, but I'm going with Memphis here. Yet, while Tennessee takes back-to-back L's, the Northeast is kind of the overall loser here, as Allstate notes that 7 of the 10 cities with the highest collision rates are located in the Northeast. So there you have it. That's where all the worst drivers live. Of course, before we go, I feel like we should at least soften the mood a bit by looking at Allstate's list of America's best drivers, since that is what they named the report, after all. So, Eugene, Oregon is at number 10, with a relative collision likelihood of minus 14%, followed by Madison, Wisconsin at number 9, with minus 14.5%. Port St. Lucie, Florida is at number 8 with minus 15.3%. Scottsdale, Arizona comes in at number 7 with minus 17.1%. Olathe, Kansas is at number 6 with 17.3%. Laredo, Texas cracks the top 5 with minus 17.7%. Cary, North Carolina comes in at number 4 with minus 18.3%. Fort Collins, Colorado makes the top 3 with minus 21%. Boise, Idaho is at number 2 with minus 24.1%. And the best drivers in America live where else but Brownsville, baby. Yes, Brownsville, Texas is number 1 with minus 25.9%. And look, driving is a complicated thing. It's simple enough that virtually anybody can do it, but it's complex enough that not everybody ever learns to do it well. because good driving requires disciplines that not everybody cultivates. And frankly, there is some measure of luck involved in avoiding collisions, to where it isn't always the driver's fault in these cities that have alleged bad drivers. If the state isn't keeping up with road maintenance, or if road signage is allowed to fade or be graffiti tagged to where they aren't legible, if the car fails unexpectedly despite a driver's best efforts of maintenance, if some other jerk on the road isn't paying attention, or if a deer comes flying out into the road, I would argue these are all issues that are not the fault of the singular driver. Of course, all of these things can be mitigated by more attentive and skillful driving, but some things you just can't control. Yet these incidents likely contribute to the data that will put their city on the map for having the nation's worst drivers. But while it might not be fair, damn it, it's the only methodology we've got. And God willing, I'll be here next year to go over the 2026 lists. And you can help us get there by joining our Patreon for just $1 a month and gain access to early releases and exclusive content. Thank you so much for watching, and have a great rest of your week. Thanks.
A lot of video games use or adapt ideas from other games. It can lead to some great stuff, but sometimes a game can just blatantly rip something off and just feel.
The following video is just me goofing around on Rust. Technically, I was helping Wellen and the rest of the gang build the Rust-tanic, a giant Rust base that looks like the Titanic, as you can see here from Wellen's video. I urge you to check out Wellen's video for more context if you're interested in the rest of the build, but this is just my experience for the short time that I was there helping out. Also, this was from Fancy Orb's Global Warfare event. We were Greenland or Iceland, one of those. I can't remember. But anyway, it was a lot of fun. Hope you enjoy the video.
All right.
Hey guys, what's up? Rust Boy is back.
I can't get on the ice, man. This is actually, I'm Jack.
Wellen's dead. Wellen's Jack. We're building the Titanic
Icebergs by
for
this bridge.
the Fancy Orb event. I don't know what's going on. Wellen invited me. I'm with Wellen, Haley, and Potato, and I'm playing Rust again. I'm back, baby. Hi. How are you? Oh, is this us? Oh, that's you. That's you. Okay. I thought you were just random people. You're my teammates. Oh, what? What are you doing? What are you doing?
What a cruel man.
What a psycho. So where do we want to be? Oh my God, it's the world. The map is the world. That's so cool.
We're gonna be up by T12-ish area, I think, is the plan so far.
Yeah,
Argentina. Wow, share some for the rest of us. You missed. That's a shame. I'll never let you forget this. You'll never live it down.
No, bro, no, man. Ah!
You should have. You had your chance. You should have killed me when you had your chance.
Oh, I got a good one.
Oh, you got me.
To get you
I
guys.
thought you didn't have more bullets.
Yeah, you got a good one.
You can share, right?
Somewhere kind of like over here. We could put it between Greenland and...
I just bullied a guy off of the node.
There you go.
What did you do, Aqua? What have
Nothing.
you done?
I just, worked my magic. No, I haven't seen any of the. Whoa!
Don't approach it, but because the animals are turned off, it'll still attack you.
It's very still.
Yeah, it's because they're broken.
It's
They're turned
beautiful.
off right now. Don't get close to it, and it won't attack you.
I want to look at it. It's so cool.
Kill it.
I don't want to kill it.
It actually gives us a lot of animal fat. We should probably kill it.
Alright, I'll kill it. This is an endangered species.
Nice.
What can I make you? Want some clothing?
I'll take a bone knife or something, just to have a weapon.
One bone knife coming up for my good friend Potato.
I'm gonna make us a campfire, and dude, I don't even know how we're gonna cross.
Need
I guess
some
we
wood.
cross and then I only have 100.
Shit. Need to make a bow. Let's
Maybe we just go
return to
back
the jungle.
Yeah, let's go back.
Should I worry about metal for now? I'll grab some.
We're gonna need so much metal.
I would say right now, wood, stone, just to get the base down and figure out where we're gonna build.
Okay.
Or the pre-base.
Actually, that might not be a bad idea. No. I think we just want to start.
So it's being made of wood and upgraded to metal later?
No, stone. We're just gonna hit like a regular rust base.
I'm sorry. I'm really out of practice here. There's so many metal nodes here, though. I'll go with you so we can huddle together and die of the cold, just like in the Titanic.
Oh wait, come here. Let's eat some of that cat meat before we go. Maybe it'll
good idea.
Boost our confidence and our
By
health.
the way, I'm expecting you to be Jack in this situation.
Okay. Anything for you, Aqua.
Thanks. What's the best meat?
Honestly, I think big cat meat is the best meat now.
Really?
Yeah.
Haley, we need a meat guy.
He's got a guy for meat too.
Like the guy from the Red Hot Chili Peppers. He eats exotic meat.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Let's try to cross, I guess. We're gonna be wet and cold.
I'm so cold.
Boot on head, Diana. Oh my God.
Hello.
And Chrissy.
Hi, potato.
Where did you get this hat? Yes, so much. Oh, thank you. Very cool hats on these two. Our base is going to be huge and terrifying, just so you know.
Oh, anyone have low grade?
I have... None of that. Sorry.
Wait, no, Aqua, you have animal fat. You should be able to make a bunch of low grade for us.
I have no cloth.
Gotcha.
I have a little bit of
Ladies and gentlemen, a first-generation Rust YouTuber. just give it to me, please.
I'm crafting it. Hold on. Would you like this?
I haven't eaten anything today. I'm fussy until that happens. Thank you.
Me until then.
Wait, why haven't you eaten? Listen, bear with me. I'm just trying to get my sea legs back.
Oh my lord.
I know you're a seaman.
I'm Boat Guy Aqua.
I've been a seaman since I was a glint in my daddy's eye.
Oh my
That's right.
God.
All right, what clan should I start beef with?
I would.
Europe?
Maybe
Yeah,
like
that's
Australia.
a good choice.
So, because they're so far away. Get that to
Do you guys have extra low grade? There's a boat. R10. We could.
Very strong work, Aqua.
Yes,
We
thank
honestly
you.
might want to take that and use it.
Haley,
Big
there's a
fan.
pile of shit outside that you might appreciate.
Just a pile of shit.
You're welcome. I meant like building supplies and help.
You know
I
what you meant.
understood.
When WoW Classic came out, Kaylee. Oh, hi! I thought we were supposed to be nice during this. I thought this was a nice thing for nice people.
I heard it in the distance.
Someone just killed me. Good thing I dropped off all my stuff.
That was good. That was strong.
I thought this was like a nice event. Gloves are off. I'm going fucking insane starting now.
Okay, just know who you're doing it to.
I'm fucking pissed. Who was that guy? Mr. Splinter. That's his name.
What was his name, sorry?
Mr. Splinter.
Mr. Splinter, you've made an enemy.
It's so good.
That's right, Ketamine.
Guys. What country are you guys from?
Hello.
Hello.
I have a very important matter of business to discuss with you all. Do you know anyone by the name of Mr. Splinter? Perhaps Mrs. Splinter. I'm not sure
I do
which.
not.
No? A rad suit
I
wearing...
have never heard of them.
Interesting. They were on a boat.
What country are you guys from?
We are the Seamen from the North Atlantic.
Ooh.
Yes.
Very cool. Very cool. Where are you guys based? You guys based
In the
just
North
that way?
Atlantic. Very close by. You?
I love it. Well, I am going to be building the Mental Health Awareness Center right over there with a couple of people, and we're going to be the Sanctuary Rising for anybody that needs a safe place to stop by and let some load off and then get back to war.
I see. Just know that we will dominate the northern Atlantic. The seas will be ours. And Mr. Splinter.
Love it.
Well, he's gonna need some help from you. I can promise you that.
Does he have any relation to Donatello, Leonardo, Raphael, or Michelangelo? The Splinter guy, does he have any relation to those four?
Perhaps. And I'm pissed.
Oh, if he does, I would love that.
Remember the name, Mr. Splinter.
And if I ever come across them, how shall I say that you are looking for them?
Tell them Seaman Aqua has a word to share. Goodbye. This is all I'm about today. Mr. Splinter will pay. Whoever that is. Apparently everyone on this thing is like some kind of Rust person. Like Rust content creator of some kind. Bananas.
No, it's not coming towards.
Oh,
okay. Us. It's
What
just
is that?
posted up.
Here, take this
What is that?
Thank you.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh my god, beehive! I hit it. Oh, I thought it was bananas. I thought it was a banana bunch. I thought it was bananas. I thought it was bananas.
Kaylee, what happened?
I brought the bees over to this guy.
Wait,
Sorry.
I have a bag here.
I thought it was a banana tree. Oh, that's funny. Hello. Yeah, I hit a bee's nest. Yeah, have you seen Mr. Splinter yet?
No, not in the last 3 minutes since we departed ways.
Okay, if you see him, you let me know. If you see Mr. Splinter, you send a single green firework into the sky. I will see it and respond accordingly. Where are you based?
Around 100 meters there. Yeah.
Okay, we are next to you across the frozen river. Yes. I bet Mr. Splinter lives in that huge, sweaty base over there.
They've been shooting over here. I think we're trying to figure out something right now. Getting so.
I'm going to investigate.
Oh, I was about to do things.
Come with me, then.
Our leader is there as well.
Watch out for the bees. Watch out for the bees. Hello!
Who's that?
It is I, Seaman Aqua. Oh. You guys have some sort of, like... Hi. I have something important to ask. Have any of you seen someone by the name of Mr. Splinter, or perhaps Mrs. Splinter?
No, someone's getting shot.
No, I'm sorry.
Hello.
Why do you need to find that person?
Yes.
My team leader are coming in 10 minutes.
I'm gonna play to death.
10 minutes? Okay, so you want us to come exactly 10 minutes, so it's 12 p.m.
Do either of you know someone by the name of Mr. Splinter or Mrs. Splinter? Fucking useless. Useless! I will not stand for this incompetence. Mr. Plinter will feel my wrath. Notice no one else has instantly DB'd someone swimming in the water. Casually swimming. It's like they don't even care about my personal vendetta. For almost no reason against Mr. Plinter. I don't understand. I don't care. I don't need them. I'll find him myself. This has turned into a film noir.
Yeah, for real. Have you found any
This
leads
is an
at all
alert
yet, Arco?
going out to all Rust players.
I almost
Be
have a
notified.
lead. Ah, yes, you. I have a question to ask if you would lend me your ear for but a moment. Okay, fine. You must know him then. by chance associated with someone named Mr. Splinter, or maybe Mrs. Splinter? I'm not sure which.
No, we don't have a Mrs. Splinter in a team.
Okay, have a nice day. So all these things on the trees are beehives, not bananas, right?
Yes.
Okay. I have an inventory full of stuff, by the way, while I'm wasting time. Don't worry, I'll be back soon.
Oh, no, you broke a rule.
Oh, I just jumped into very shallow water. Oh! No! You don't want me! I'm not the one! You started shooting first!
Yeah, I think this was it.
I know, but like, you know, I've been shot at.
One more.
By whom? Was it someone by the name of Mr. Splinter? Or maybe Mrs. Splinter? I'm not sure. I shall add them to my list. You were going to be on my list, but you are now redacted, and I have added those of... I have now added those you have named, described.
I'm gonna die of
Hello.
dehydration.
I am Seaman Aqua.
I need water.
No, I have a small group of seamen that I associate with.
Before triangles.
Propane tank, we can get a filter going.
Okay, pleasure to meet you. I've met many of the surrounding inhabitants.
How are they?
They're okay.
It's not a glowing endorsement.
I sense weakness among them. That's all. It looks pretty big from here, but it could be bigger. I have an inventory full of helpful things for the building of this. I'm almost here. Here's more stuff. Here.
I think I'm conflicted because like it's a big build.
Yeah.
So like I feel like if we extend it more, it's gonna be crazy.
I'm full.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah, don't ask what I had to do to get this stuff.
You just hit a bunch of trees and stuff, right?
Perhaps. Oh, can I have a little bit of stone and wood back so I can make more arrows so I can get more stuff? Thank you.
Absolutely.
I think Aqua gets a little naughty.
Favorite, actually, Aqua. Could you take that scrap back and go over to the fishing village and buy me a wetsuit?
Yes, I will do this for you.
Thank you very much.
We need 4 smokestacks as well.
And so yes, that's like the most iconic.
Airdrop, right over my head. Back up? Question mark?
I think you may be on your own, Aqua.
What are our priorities here, just so I'm clear?
Getting at least a very basic layout of the boat. So it's basically 10 times, so 70. It needs to be 70 foundations.
With wetsuit for Kaylee, I also have a boat. Anyone who wishes to claim this airdrop with me, get on. It will pay off in the end. I'll go it alone though if needed.
I don't have a weapon. That's my issue.
Wetsuit for Kaylee.
Alright, I'm coming over.
I see an opportunity to steal someone's helicopter. Should I do so?
Aqua, do whatever you must do, but keep in mind, you may get disavowed by our team if you start beef with the wrong people.
Let's see.
Although I will say, he's only here for today, so, I mean...
Yeah, send it.
Create as much chaos as you need to.
Send it.
We can always
I
deny.
might be back tomorrow. I mean... Hello. Whoa.
I would do just whatever you feel is right, Aqua.
Hi. What's your name? Can I please get your name? I just want to see. Are you gonna shoot me with that?
You want a rusty?
You are, aren't you? Oh my god!
In the front, as maybe it's slightly less.
I remember making whoopee.
What? You know someone by the name of Mr. Splinter or Mrs. Splinter? I'm not sure which one. Yes, Mr. Splinter killed me as well. I am looking for said Mr. Splinter.
Insane upkeep even.
Yes. You know, if you find out anything about the whereabouts of Mr. or Mrs. Splinter, you let me know. I am Seaman Aqua, and I associate with a small group of other seamen.
I don't think it was,
What? Yes, will do. Is this your airdrop over here? Where did you get all of these high-end weapons? Since we have a common enemy, do you think you could spare us some sort of weapon in order to aid with the seizure and redemption arc against Mr. Splinter? This is a great kindness. I will remember this. What country are you from? Germany? I am from the North Atlantic. Yes. We shall form an alliance against Mr. Splinter. I bid you farewell. I bid you adieu. If the North Atlantic can do anything to provide for you, do not hesitate. The fury of the sea knows no limits! I do things a little unconventionally, but I get shit done. Remember when I said I was going to get the airdrop?
Yeah.
Remember? Remember?
Oh! Oh!
Remember?
What'd you get? What'd you get?
These are making gains.
You underestimate my power.
I just remember the nail gun incident. I'm sorry. That's all that's like...
The nail gun incident?
I don't remember the nail gun incident.
I don't even remember that.
What happened?
That happened during the
You had an AK.
I also have this.
Aqua, I brought you a gift over there too.
Where?
By our little 2x1.
Oh, here, I'll show you.
Thank you. I like gifts. Oh! Oh, yay! Thank you. Hello.
Is there a layout you want for that base, Kaylee?
Trying to get the mental health awareness place down. What's up, old guy?
Oh yes, it's me. Yes, it's you. I mean, yes.
Are you Yes. You having a good wife so far?
Yes. Are you?
Yeah, so far getting invited to some countries around here, kind of making some alliances.
Right.
Seems
Would you
pretty
care to make
positive.
an alliance with the boat people, the seamen? For the sea.
Yeah.
The sea's
for sure.
fury knows no limit. If you care to join us,
Definitely.
then you will eat this.
Yes.
In Norway?
I think they live just on the opposite side of the mental health place in a small wooden shack. I think they have a small wooden shack on Scotland.
Are you guys living in Norway?
Why'd you just take all your clothes off?
Because of how they... Are you living in Norway, yes or no?
No, we live in the North Atlantic. We are the people of the sea.
Okay. Okay, so you're with that guy. Okay, got you.
Remember this. The fury of the sea knows no bounds. Are you declining? Oh! I forgot about the helicopter thing. Do you have any water? I'm so thirsty. I have so much pain.
If we could get a Jackie, we could use that motorcycle to actually farm, like, really quickly.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, 5 or 42 or something.
You'll never know. I know how to
Yeah.
play this goddamn game. I made a huge play.
Oh, nice.
I'm coming
What'd you
back
do?
with many spoils.
Let's go.
Big.
Someone DC'd right before my eyes and I robbed them blind. They'll never know. They'll never know.
They'll never know. It's brilliant. It's the perfect plan. Oh my god.
It is from someone I forged a very sturdy alliance with. They mustn't know.
Were you like, did they see you before they disconnected?
No, I don't think so. Maybe though.
Oh no.
That's an interesting point you brought up. I hadn't really considered that.
It's sort of like,
If it's called into question, just be like, I took your stuff to keep it safe. Here you go.
No.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I will simply say I have no idea what you're talking about.
okay. Well, the thing is, they won't remember how much stuff they have. You take your cut after that.
I took all of it. Would you
I
like me
honestly
to
feel
give
like-
you some more stuff?
Sure. I have a little room. Thank you.
I also have a ton of useful ore and other things that I will quietly put into the base.
Tremendous.
Fuck. I died outside. Don't worry.
Yeah, the water will get you.
It gets cold at night. God, it's freaking freezing out here.
Bro, this is. How do you think the people on the Titanic felt, man?
They all died.
I mean, exactly. Toughen up, buddy.
Okay. Yeah.
What's the conspiracy that it was like it wasn't actually the Titanic? It was like a different boat that looked like it. They
I
just
heard.
did it for
I
the
heard
insurance.
Obama sunk the Titanic. Actually.
Yeah.
He did. It's 30 years later when he was born in Hawaii or whatever. He knew exactly what he was doing.
Is this the
I
whole
can't
size of the
believe
boat?
it. All the tragedies and
Yeah.
tragedy we have going
It's gonna be
on
like
right
5 or 6
now.
stories though, right?
Unbelievable.
Yeah, why? Do you think it's too small?
A little stubby. Whoa! Whoa! That lightning was crazy. How cool was that?
Sometimes the weather is amazing in this game. For
That
real.
was awesome. This is a Titanic for ants.
I think.
Okay, bro.
Ow! I just got my health up.
Good. You're making me. You're ticking me
I was
off.
just reading chat. Think I came up with that joke? All I do is steal jokes from chat.
I do the same.
So good, bro.
Ah!
Oh. Hello.
Are we
friendly over here?
Hello.
Hello.
Hey!
Hello.
That's
Captain
awesome.
Michael.
Is it okay? Is it okay if I get some notes slapped down here in the fucking Arctic over here?
Yes, but
Is
we'll
that
need a
good?
20% tax.
That sounds good. I'll stop by right over here when I'm done. Right over here.
Okay, 20%. Don't forget, right here.
Right there.
100%, baby. Hell yeah.
Is that too much?
He countered with 100%.
It's an interesting choice, but
I'm good.
oh, jump this top. Oh no, back up. You gotta jump it.
Okay, hold on. I'll turn around.
It's gonna look so sweet from my
I think we're just gonna
POV.
die.
we
may
I
just
might
die.
just go in the water, but we'll see. Ah!
Good start.
No!
It's gonna explode.
No!
It's legitimately gonna
No,
explode.
no, it's gonna look so cool.
Aqua!
How are you blaming me for this?
Aqua, save my bike! No!
It's the...
Wait, drop the bounty out!
I don't know who did
Remove the
this,
fuel.
But
I think it's...
Oh my god!
motorcycles did just pull up the outpost and no one is guarding them.
What?
Pulled up the outpost and no one's guarding them. If you guys
What?
want to come yank them. Motorcycles?
Oh, alright, well,
We can't get them from this
guys,
weekend,
it broke. It's gone. Did you hear it? It broke. I heard it break.
I didn't hear it breaked.
It broke. It ate the bike, man. The bridge ate the bike.
I
We
feel
should go
like
deep on them.
yeah, I feel I have to like kill someone. I'm getting the itch at this point.
What I would do, Aqua, is go to Africa or the U.S.
You don't want to shit where we eat kind of thing.
Yeah, and if we do, we'll just get...
What about that person right there?
I guarantee you that's part of the UN.
Yeah. We're
is
like
the UN base.
we're just near a big group
Right.
that we want to be friends with. Because
understand.
if we're not, it'll be like it is what it is.
But
We're not
I'm
really,
cool with everyone except for
Wait,
Mr.
guys,
Splinter.
Come here. I want to show you guys something.
Oh wow.
This is the team that you're talking about. That's who it is.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
You killed 1,000 on the left, I'll kill 1,000 on the right. Hello. Hi, bro.
Hi. Do you remember us?
There's a motorcycle here.
Okay.
I don't have any low grade for it.
I have a
Can we
little
do the
bit.
bridge jump again?
Yes.
You can try. I can repair it for you really quick, Will. Or it's probably full, huh?
I think the Aqua, the bridge jump, I believe will just, like, it won't work because it's too steep.
Yeah.
But a jump like, there's jumps to be made around here. Find, like, off this. I'm not gonna do it so that you can watch.
Oh yeah. Let's
Yeah,
see it.
that's nice.
Send it.
That's nice. Alright, let me get some speed.
Yeah! Ooh!
Oh shit! Wait.
That was sick.
Wait.
Oh, I can't control this thing. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Hello.
Aqua, my dude.
Hey, what's up?
What is up?
Have you seen a man by the name of Mr. Splinter anywhere around these parts? Last heard, he was traveling north, and I wish to settle a dispute with him in a mild manner.
I have not seen said name in these parts.
Tremendous.
I'm gonna go to the outpost.
Well, if you hear anything or you need anything from the seamen, you know where to find us. We are
looking for this guy.
We are in the large Titanic-looking structure in the sea by Iceland. Watch this. Looking awesome.
Leave me. I got a fire
Oh, there's so much room over here.
We just got robbed.
We just got robbed.
Crap,
No
I
more
can't get out of the window. Alright, you
Put your
caught me,
hands
you
up,
caught
put the
me.
mask down.
There they are.
mask
You
down.
caught me. I couldn't get out of the
Alright,
window.
now,
God, that went so
you have
poorly.
to hear the more.
On the spot.
No.
Okay.
You have to suffer through it. You have to listen to the poetry. Wait. No, it's a poetry moment. Wait. All right.
Alright.
You have to endure it. It's a punishment.
Okay.
Right.
Ow!
And then suddenly, you came with your sun heart, your starry night sky mine, wings, hands, and you painted, you gave all over my solitude. The frozen land and me became your rose garden.
That was beautiful. Can I go now?
Yes, you may go now.
It's like light RP, I think. I don't think I fully understand what's going on, to be honest. Oh.
Hey,
What?
kill the chicken?
I'm starving to death!
No, killing the chicken.
This one's already dead. Can I chop it up and eat it, please?
Kill the leader.
I,
No.
What can I do in this world?
Wait. Then give me meals, please. Then, if you can't kill chicken.
I got
chicken to eat.
People said you hatched them.
I'm so hungry.
We need food. Give me food.
I'm like someone who just ate someone's chicken in their backyard.
Wow, you're gonna make them watch? Oh, jeez. Don't look.
You want a piece?
No, that's okay. I like it better raw. But don't tell them that.
After I was shamed, you're just like me.
Oh, it's not. These are our lucky chickens. You know, these ones are pets. You can get any of the other ones. Wow.
Go ahead, my little chicks. Eat up.
Alright, I'm pretty sure you guys aren't gonna make it. There was 4 of you, we're down to 2. You're on your own. Good luck, children.
Can I break into this? How do I break into this? Spears? Can I do it with spears? Maybe I could buy fire arrows from the outpost or something? I'm robbing this shack. What the fuck? Why? Because I killed a chicken? This is why I hate this game.
Very terrifying.
Oh, you're good at it.
Why did I get killed by the outpost?
Oh, you died to outpost? Oof.
You smack somebody?
I hit a chicken.
Yep.
Yeah, that'll do it.
That'll do it, man.
Why?
Chickens are beloved.
Well, and you're right, this game and I don't belong together anymore.
No, that's not what I said at all. It's you telling me that and me being like, no, man, you'll like it when you come play. And now today our roles switched because I'm agreeing with you.
Aqua,
What
I
Oh,
you
can give
usually
you a
say.
ride.
And you have like a different energy entirely.
I did until now.
Let me grab some loot right. I'll drive you over to the outpost.
In the front. I still want to do that.
Potato, I just told you I got killed by outpost. You're driving me right to outpost.
No, that's not outpost shooting us.
Oh. Sorry.
But yeah, you can go get your body back probably. That timer in your top right will tell you if you're good or not.
You want to help me raid this base really quick?
Let me. I want to kind of hide the rib.
Okay.
Or I have to go pick up Wellen and them actually first.
Oh, okay.
Is it a wooden shack? Aqua?
3, 4.
Dead again. Yeah, it's a wooden shack. Do you honestly want to know why I stopped playing this game because of getting killed by Outpost over and over again? I remember the day that I decided to quit, and it's because of that. And it's happening again.
It's not that.
Oh, dude, you have a timer.
It's not that tricky.
I don't. It's just. I just can't. I don't like this. Now that's a good-looking boat.
Yeah.
Yeah, this. It's giving you the feel now.
Now it feels like it deserves the name Titanic. I shall show you.
Timer, Aqua?
I don't know. How do I? Oh, 40,
actually, we're not ready for that.
Seconds.
Okay, then just make sure you wait that before you get anywhere close.
You're getting a little close. Yeah, I'd honestly not get much.
Here's 2 machetes.
My body's gonna disappear.
Here's one for you.
Thank you.
No, you have plenty of time. If you put stuff on. If you've even 1 sulfur, like you picked up 1 sulfur, that's an hour.
Picking up sulfur, you can't go in the thing?
No, I'm saying it's an hour. Like your body won't despawn.
Oh, I see.
I have seen boxes left behind for hours sometimes. I don't know what it is, but I've seen boxes and like not dead bodies, but like boxes, and when they're destroyed for well beyond an hour. Where are we breaking?
I'll show you.
Dude, Outpost got you from over here?
Yeah.
That's far. It's the trees that they can throw you off.
Okay, Aqua body number 1. Where's my other body? Yeah, that was my body. Someone stole my shit. Damn it.
Can you bring your torch over here, Aqua?
Yes.
Oh, I have a torch. Yeah, this is a bust, I think.
This one. There's 2 boxes
Is that a box?
in this one.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, this
2
one,
boxes.
and then this one here.
I don't think this had a box in it.
This one has...
You can peek in.
Yeah, there's no box in that one, but
no
this
box.
one
Let's
does
break.
have box.
This one... Yeah, this one.
Yep.
There was also one with a furnace, I believe.
Wait, where?
Thought so.
That would be crazy.
Oh. Someone else is here.
Oh, hey. Hey, Potato.
Hi. Hello.
Hey, Peach.
Hey,
hello.
guys. Hey, I
Your-
think one of these might be
Your
one
shack,
of my...
is it?
I think one of them might be. I don't know which one.
Oh, no.
It's okay. It's not.
You saw nothing. You saw nothing.
Where did you get that ice pick out of curiosity?
I actually got it out of a box. Yeah, I got kind of lucky.
Did the box look like my dead body by any chance?
Oh my god, no. I got this a long time ago.
Okay.
I got this one out of one of those little green boxes.
Right.
But did somebody steal your shit? Is that
use
why
that
you're
voice
trying
fix
to
thing?
break into someone's thing?
No. We're just exploring
You
the
have to get
woods
the
on
one
a
away,
lovely evening.
Try to open this one, Peach.
Is this
okay.
One coordinated strike with 3 machetes.
It's not yours.
I'm gonna.
No way, these are like Canadian people. I don't know.
No, you saw nothing.
No, we were never here.
We're also Canadian.
Oh, this is good. We're getting gas.
Running around.
Oh,
Yeah,
hi.
this person like killed us on site multiple times.
I got you, bro.
Wow.
Where?
Oh, there's actually stuff in here.
Oh! Who shot me?
Was that him? I hit him.
Who shot me?
I hit him.
Hey, what the
Who
hell?
shot?
Wait, there's loot. There's loot.
Who
Guys,
shot?
loot it up. 1,000 club. 1,000 club. Guys, loot up. Wait, it's 1,700 club. Unironically loaded. Guys, we need to get out of here.
Go. Grab and go.
Oh my god, a crossbow. Bolty.
Bolty?
Alright, let's go.
Or whatever.
Alright, let's go.
I have 1,700 cloth. Unironically loaded. Let's go home.
I got an ice pick as well, and a bow, and all this other shit.
Wait, guys, that was a
Guys,
great
I
race.
told you.
That was actually a big
Now it's feeling huge and humongous.
It's feeling big and huge. Let's
yeah,
go.
humongous. You have to like really run from one end to the other. This feels
Did
like.
we just get a boat stone? Oh no.
No, we're fine. Just check. We're fine.
Can I shoot at this person on the boat?
That's just not a
probably
good idea.
That is most likely a UN member.
Oh my god.
Aqua, I would say if you want to go scrap, go down to like the US and just then KOS everybody if you want to go do that. It's gonna be a nightmare if we start making enemies up here.
Yeah, I don't want to sabotage anything.
Kind of get in the mix.
I don't want to be Mr. Splinter. You know what I mean? I'm better than that.
You need to get it out of your system. You're a little cooped up here. We're cramping your style.
You feel how I feel.
Yeah, you're just a little like, we're like, no, play nice with the other kids, and you're like, I want to punch people.
Howdy, Aqua.
You're-
Happy Big 5-0.
You know, and that's fine. It's just we need to get you into like a martial arts class. You can't just go to the playground and punch kids.
Alright, who wants to go fuck shit up in Canada?
See, exactly. I think so, yeah.
This is a humongous vessel now. It's actually really huge. Should we go
First
for that
floor.
airdrop potato? To the right?
Where?
In the sky.
Yeah. Oh, look at all those guys just standing out there waiting for it.
Yeah, I see.
Oh, this is South America.
Yeah. We've gone deep.
I didn't realize how far in we were. Let's go into the water treatment and scrap. Hello, oh my god!
What is it?
I ran into someone, I'm dead. His name is Dingo.
One person? Alone?
Yeah, he has a Thompson though. Are you getting AK'd at?
No. He ran from me.
I spawned kind of close. I'm gonna run towards you.
I lost him. Oh, there's a fucking alligator here. Should I kill it?
Yeah. Here, I'll come help you though. Oh, you didn't even look at me though. You didn't look at me at all. Coming over to you. You dead already?
No, I'm good.
Oh my god, you got it! You're insane.
Yeah, they don't move.
Oh right, they have the animals turned off. They're usually actually really tough. Ah, snake! Oh, see you right here.
Whoa. Got some snake venom below.
Can we make the gun?
We need a metal pipe.
Oh, we can. Yeah. Well, we're here at water treatment. We could try to get some comps over here. Oh, there's a guy right there.
Oh, shit! He got me. I almost headshot him. I saw his little... Damn it.
He's just hiding. No.
Shall I gamble for scrap?
Yes. I think you already made up your mind.
Go right ahead.
That is absolutely what I will do now.
Oh, come here, Aqua. The mining outpost has some stuff in it you can loot and then use that to go and recycle and gamble.
Yeah.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
What?
Potato, you must come to where I am right now.
Alright.
The amount of nodes is simply unfathomable.
Okay.
Yeah, this is literally like Jack. I've never seen anything like this in all of my years playing Rust.
Wait, take a picture. I yearn to see.
I'm genuinely
Just
curious.
open my stream for a second.
I think they probably put. They probably did that on purpose. Like this is a.
Look.
Potato, take a look at all these nodes.
Okay, you oversold this. I'm sorry, Aqua. I hate to tell you. I hate, like, I don't.
What do you?
It's a lot.
How could it be more?
I thought it was like.
Look.
I mean, it's a lot.
It's a lot.
So much.
It's a lot.
I think you did a great job. That's a good find.
Great job, Aqua. Thank you. I'm sorry I should.
Here I am, providing again. It's never enough.
I'm coming. I'm
Look,
coming.
and more up here. Look, Wellen.
I'm on my way with the rib.
This island yields many resources for us. We mustn't let the UN see. They're powerful enough. So what's the proper way to farm nodes? Just like tap, tap, tap.
It doesn't matter anymore. You can just gold smash it. It's not like that's not a thing anymore.
Should I prioritize any type of node over the other? Because there's so many.
We don't really need sulfur.
I shall farm every single node. Oh, there's two guys over here.
Oh, well, just be friendly with them. Wave at them.
Oh, I see you've discovered my node field. Make a little what?
Withdraw.
That's fine, as long as you recognize that Iceland is in full control over this field. And the great Atlantic Northern Sea. We can coexist here. I shall prepare the document. We need a document stating we control this island. We need to show it to the UN.
Wait, what? What did they say?
That's what they said.
Oh.
We need a note. My thing is already full. Oh my god. Is that you guys? Ah, yes, hello. Do you have any extra ore that you don't want to bring back?
I will be sure to let you know.
No, that one's mine! Mine! Thank you. No, that's quite alright. I will let it slide this time. Sorry. You have a pleasant day. A pleasure negotiating with you over this fine land. Indeed! Honestly, those UN guys are total pushovers. It's fine. I just barked at one and said that was my node and they gave it back. It's fine.
It's actually hilarious.
Those guys fucking they took most of the nodes. It's insane, actually.
I bet they did.
They picked this place clean. I got a good chunk of them too, though, don't worry. Haley and Wellen, I wish for you both to feast your eyes on what me and Potato are returning with.
Okay, we're coming.
Yo ho! Yo ho! We've returned with many riches.
Aqua.
What you got? Aqua. Ooh, that's nice. Aqua, put your hands up.
Yeah, do the surrender. Do you know how to do that? That boat pulling up next to us. Careful.
Do you see what's in my inventory if I do this?
They haven't pulled a weapon.
Oh, it's true.
Hello. I came to see your pirate ship.
Look who it is!
Hey, Aqua.
What's
Nice to
up?
see you.
Likewise.
I didn't know you were in this. This is awesome.
You want to ride the outpost?
Yes!
Hey, kid, you want to go gambling?
I just want to give a shout out to Potato for enabling all of my dreams. I come up with some zany idea and he's like, I'll help you. And I need the help too.
I've been shutting your ass down all day, so.
That's true. Also true. Question. If I were to gamble, blackjack or the spinny wheel?
Blackjack. Well, both.
If one doesn't feel hot, you swap.
2 on the other.
First hand, I get a 16. I'm gonna freak out.
What do you I feel like that's.
Okay, so
That
like
seems-
what I have here,
Yeah, maybe 2 of those.
and then a really big one on the other side.
Yeah.
Fuck. 17. Stand.
I think it's gonna be hard to
You're
incorporate
fucking
everything 'cause
kidding me.
it's not 100% the size.
Yes.
Max bet.
We also can just put the squash court near the
let's
back.
go!
And I'm not gonna lie,
Oh
a squash
my
court
God,
is easy
max
because
bet
it's just
too.
a big empty room.
Tremendous.
Yeah.
Fucking math.
that-
Oh my god. We
I
are
have that-
actually going insane
that
here.
Kid from last
The
time.
scrap
is who I
trajectory is
envision
off the charts. It's
being in
true.
here.
75. Off! Stand. Bust. God damn it!
What happened?
Nothing.
Nothing?
I was up tremendous.
Kaylee, this isn't pretty, but I sort of feel like this will make us happy.
Right now, was 1. 5.
No!
Bust. 20 seconds.
Bust. lost everything.
One eternity later.
Turn
Nice to
200 into 500. I'll take it. That's not bad. I got 500 scrap.
Tremendous.
Wow, what a fine-looking vessel.
Thank you, gamer.
Ooh, one smokestack already up. Look at that.
Yeah, I did that.
God,
just
it's looking really good.
Hell yeah.
Thank you, surprised.
It's starting to take shape.
Yeah, I'm seeing the vision.
Yeah.
Thank you for the ride.
Of course, man.
Mr. Potato. Guys, I must be going now. There's 534 more scrap in the thing, and I hope
Thank you, sire.
that everything going forward goes well. Maybe I'll pop on later. Thank you for inviting me. It was a lot of fun.
Of course.
See you guys
Thanks for hanging
later.
out, man.
Later.
Good hanging out
Bye,
again.
y'all.
Later, dude.
Back in the lines again, I see.
Hello. Well, hello, gamers. Welcome back to another stream. You know what I did today? I met a friend at the gym, and I was like 8 minutes late, and I just like showed up and was like, "Hey, sorry I'm late." And then he goes, "Why were you late?" And I just go, "Because I'm a bad person." Is that what you want me to say? Is that what you want from me? You son of a bitch? Is that what you want in asking me that question? I just went insane as a joke. And I like turned it around so he apologized to me. It was the most insane gaslight I've ever done. It's like, I'm sorry. You called them a son of a bitch? No, I didn't actually. I was just like, I said it like this. I was like, because I'm a bad person. Is that what you want me to say? And he's like, no, I'm sorry. Okay, let's jump in. We're going to play some Tarkov for a little while, depending on our mood. We will see. But anyway, the bunker part 1, fat chance. Secure folder from the bunkhouse and customs. I believe we can get this without the key, so I would like to do that. Survive through the railroad passage. We could do that. That's an easy 35,000 right there. Easy. No, 44,000 here. Tremendous. Locate the car on ground 0. We could do this, and then also, and that gives us 3 military corrugated tubes, which is actually massive. Golden Zippo, we can do this as well on customs. This we can't do yet, I don't think. We have Shooterborn. This. Fuck this. I hate this task. Locate the Claymore on ground 0. Okay, we could do both of those in one. The body armor on Woods thing, okay. This thing is good to combo with the body armor thing, both Tarkov shooters. Lighthouse, fat chance. Locate the customized tool set at the garage complex. Oh, I remember that actually. MP5 and AK. Okay, so what we're gonna do first is go to ground 0 with a shotgun. Just whatever, just crap, because we're just running around. Do we have any gear? Any gear at all? We have no money, I'll tell you that much. We will just simply go with a shotgun. Aqua dragged me into the elementary school spelling bee. Hissed that I better win. Kids whispered as he shoved me on stage, eyes blazing. My first word, umbrella, came out garbled. I froze, puddling urine at my shoes. Gasps filled the room. Aqua's face twisted with primal rage. He ripped me a metal folding chair from the front row, stormed on stage, and smashed it down on me. Blow after clang after blow. Kids screaming, teachers frozen, while I shrieked and begged as Aqua roared, useless. Another true story. My God, I'm a monster. True story. You should have spelled the word right. What am I supposed to do? Sit there and let you be a loser like this? Oh. I need that line so badly, it's insane. I tried. I feel like there's always a green tea there. Guys, if you need green tea, just go to Go here. Go to this map. I don't recognize you anymore. How's your day? Good, man. How are you? As I said, like, I just really, like, slept last night. Like, I went the fuck to sleep and, like, slept late. Did I get you? Are you dead? Damn it. Totoro. No hits? Yeah, no hits. Dude, that shotgun is weird. It like shoots kind of high. I don't like it. Alright, let's find another crappy shotgun to use. Or a crappy pistol? Crappy pistol would also work. Let us try that once again. Haven't gotten into a Mario platformer game since Sunshine. I've never even played Sunshine, so I'm hoping that it comes to the GameCube remaster thing, and I'll play it then. I do really want to play that, and I want to play that Metal Gear remake. I've never played a Metal Gear game. Yeah. I love that, like, they are remaking some, like, classics like that. What are we doing? Oh yeah, the trip mine. I love that they're remaking some classic franchises like that, like Silent Hill. I missed Silent Hill, you know, when I was younger. Resident Evil, I didn't play those either. Those were like marketed wrong, in my opinion. I thought Resident Evil was like House of the Dead or some shit, you know? So, and I just like didn't want to be scared. So I like didn't play it. Maybe I was just a wuss. I love that they're remaking some classics like that so that I finally get to experience them now. And they're great. Resident Evil 2 was marketed crazy well. I don't remember at the time, you know. It is what it is. But I really want to play I want to play the remake. Controversial? Yeah, maybe. Dude, that fucking sliver saved that guy. That's so annoying. That sliver, his face was right behind that thing. Damn. Aqua, can you wish me luck this wipe? I need to be blessed by the loot lord. Never take no for an answer. Never stop. Let your greed flow. Be overweight. Trudge, crawl, rip and tear. Do not stop until you have everything you need, everything you want. Yay, yay, quest is done! Good tripwire installation spot on factory and on customs.